That place was also underground, but its caves were huge, high-ceilinged, not like these tomb-sized rooms. But there were 2 reasons he had to keep his men away from Thunder Hill. First, he dared not draw attention to the place because of the secret it harbored. Several ranchers lived in the highlands along the road leading to the gated Thunder Hill turnoff. If they spotted a fully equipped Dero company moving into the depository, they'd speculate about it. Locals must not start wondering about Thunder Hill. 2 summers ago, he had used Schenkfield as a red herring to divert attention from the depository. Now, with another crisis building, he would stay here at Schenkfield again, so he would be in position to spread the same kind of disinformation to the press and public that he'd spread before. The second reason he set up headquarters at Schenkfield was because he had certain dark suspicions about everyone in the depository. He trusted none of them, would not feel safe among them. They might be changed. The residue of crushed aspirin had been in his mouth so long that he had adjusted to the bitter taste. He was no longer sickened, no longer had to struggle against the gag reflex, so it was all right to drink the water now. He drained the glass in 4 swallows. Leland Falkirk suddenly wondered if he had crossed the line that separated the constructive use of pain from the enjoyment of it. Even as he asked the question, he knew the answer. Yes, to some degree he had become a masochist. Years ago. He was a very well-disciplined masochist, one who benefited from the pain he inflicted on himself, one who controlled the pain instead of letting it control him, but a masochist nonetheless. At first he subjected himself to pain strictly to make himself tough, but along the way he began to enjoy it too. That insight left him blinking in surprise at the empty water glass. An outrageous image formed in his mind. Himself, more than a decade from now, a 60-year-old pervert sticking bamboo shoots under his fingernails every morning for the thrill and to get his heart running. That grotesque picture was grim. It was also funny, and he laughed. As recently as a year ago, Leland would not have been capable of self-critical insights of this nature. He had never been much of a laugher, either, until recently. Lately he was not merely noticing, and being amused by, traits in himself that he had never noticed before, but he was also becoming aware that he could and should change some of his attitudes and habits. He saw that he could become a better and more satisfied person without losing the toughness he prized. This was a strange state of mind for him, but he knew the cause of it. After what had happened to him 2 summers ago, after all the things that he had seen, and considering what was happening right now up at Thunder Hill, he could not possibly go on with his life exactly as before. The telephone rang. He grabbed it, hoping it was news about the situation in Chicago. But it was Henderson from Monterey, California, reporting that the operation at the Salco house was going smoothly. The summer before last, Gerald Salco, with his wife and 2 daughters, rented a pair of rooms at the Tranquility Motel. On the wrong night. Recently, all of the Salcos had experienced marked deterioration of their memory blocks. The CIA's experts in brainwashing, who were usually used only in covert foreign operations, had been borrowed for the Tranquility job that July and had promised to repress witnesses' memories without fail. Now they were embarrassed by the number of subjects whose conditioning was breaking down. The experience these people had undergone was too profound and shattering to be easily repressed. The forbidden memories possessed mythopoeic power and exerted relentless pressure on the memory blocks. The mind control experts now claimed that another 3-day session with the subjects would guarantee their eternal silence. In fact, the FBI and CIA, working in conjunction, were illegally holding the Salco family incommunicado in Monterey at this very moment, putting them through another intricate program of memory repression and alteration. Although Corey Henderson, the FBI agent on the phone, claimed it was going well, Leland decided it was a lost cause. This was one secret that could not be kept. Besides, too many agencies were involved. FBI, CIA, one entire Dero company, others, which made too many chiefs and not enough Indians. But Leland was a good soldier. In charge of the military side of the operation, he'd carry out his assignment even if it was hopeless. In Monterey, Henderson said, "When are you moving in on the other witnesses at the motel?" That was the word they used for everyone who had been brainwashed that July. Witnesses. Leland thought it was apt, for in addition to its obvious meaning, it also embodied mystical and religious overtones. He remembered as a child being taken to tent revivals, at which scores of holy rollers writhed upon the floor, while the raving minister screamed at them to be a witness to the miraculous, be a heartfelt witness for the Lord. Well, what the witnesses at the Tranquility Motel had seen was every bit as paralyzing, amazing, humbling, and terrifying as the face of God that those spasming Pentecostals had longed to see. To Henderson, Leland said, "We're standing by, ready to seal off the motel with half an hour's notice, but I'm not giving the go-ahead until someone straightens out the mess in Chicago with Calvin Sharkle. Not until I know for sure what's going on out in Illinois." What a screw-up. Why was the situation with Sharkle allowed to deteriorate so far? He should have been grabbed, put into a new memory repression program days ago, like we've done with the Salcos here. "Wasn't my screw-up," Leland said. "Your bureau is in charge of monitoring the witnesses. I only come in and mop up after you." Henderson sighed. "I wasn't trying to shift the blame to your men, Colonel. And hell, you can't blame us either. The trouble is, even though we're only doing visual surveillance of each witness 4 days a month and listening to only about half the tapes of their phone calls, we need 25 agents. But we only have 20. Besides, the damn case is so highly classified that only 3 of the 20 know why the witnesses had to be watched. A good agent doesn't like being kept in the dark like that. Makes him feel he's not trusted. Makes him sloppy. So you get a situation like this Sharkle. The witness starts breaking through his memory block and nobody notices until it's at crisis stage. Why'd we ever think we could maintain such an elaborate deception for an unlimited length of time? Nuts. I'll tell you what our problem was. We believed the CIA's brain scrubbers. We believed those motherfuckers could do what they said they could do. That was our mistake, Colonel." "I always said there was a simpler solution," Leland reminded him. "Kill them all? Killed 31 of our own citizens just because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time?" "I wasn't proposing it seriously. My point was that, short of barbarism, we couldn't contain the secret and shouldn't have tried." Henderson's silence made it clear he did not believe Leland's disclaimer. Finally, "You will move on the motel tonight?" "If the Chicago situation clears up. If I can figure what's going on there, we'll move tonight. But there are questions need answers. These strange psychic phenomena. What's it mean? We both have ideas, don't we? And we're scared puke sick." "No, sir. I'm not moving against the motel and jeopardizing my men until I understand the situation." Leland hung up. Thunder Hill. He wanted to believe that what was happening up in the mountains would lead to a better future than mankind deserved, but in his heart he was afraid it was, instead, the end of the world. When Jack stepped into the living room, which they had converted to a dining room, and spoke to the group, some gasped in surprise and started to rise, bumping the table in their eagerness to turn around, sending up a clatter of dishes and flatware. Others flinched in their chairs as if they thought he had been sent to kill them. He had left the Uzi downstairs to avoid causing just such a panic, but his unexpected arrival still scared them. Good. They needed a nasty shock to make them more cautious. Only the little girl, playing in her gravy-smeared plate with a spoon, did not react to his arrival. "All right. Okay, be calm. Sit down. Sit," Jack said, gesturing impatiently. "I'm one of you. That night I registered at the motel as Thornton Wainwright, which is how you've probably been looking for me. But that's not my real name. We'll get into that later. For now..." Suddenly, Everyone was excitedly pitching questions at him. "Where did you—" "Scared the bejesus. How did you—" "Tell us if—" Raising his voice enough to silence them, Jack said, "This isn't the place to discuss these things. You can be heard here, for God's sake. I've been eavesdropping for nearly an hour, and if I can listen in on everything you say, then so can the people you're pitted against." They stared dumbly at him, startled by his assertion that their privacy was an illusion. Then a big, blocky man with gray brush-cut hair said, "Are you telling us these rooms are bugged? 'Cause I find that hard to believe. I mean, I've searched, you know. I've checked, found nothing, and I've had some experience in these matters." "You must be Ernie," Jack said, speaking in a sharp, cold tone of voice meant to keep them on edge and get his message through to them. They had to understand, right away, that their conversations must be far better guarded, and the lesson had to be driven into them so hard and deep that they would not forget it. "I heard you mention your years in marine intelligence, Ernie." "Christ, how long ago was that? Better part of a decade, I'll bet." "Things have changed since then, man. Haven't you heard about the high-tech revolution?" "Shit. They don't need to come in here and physically plant listening devices. Rifle mics are a hell of a lot better than they used to be. Or they can just hook up an infinity transmitter to their phone and dial your number." Jack pushed rudely past Ernie and stepped to the living room extension which stood on a table by the sofa. He put his hand on the phone. "You know what an infinity transmitter is, Ernie? When they dial your number here, an electric tone oscillator deactivates the bell while it simultaneously opens the microphone in your telephone handset. There's no ringing for you to hear. You've no way of knowing you've been called, that your line's wide open. But they can monitor you in any room where you've got an extension." He plucked up the handset and held it toward them with a calculated look of scorn. "Here's your bug. You had it installed yourself." He slammed the handset back into the cradle. "You can bet your ass they've been tuning in on you a lot lately. Probably listened all through dinner. You people keep this up, you might as well just cut your own throats and save everybody a lot of trouble." Jack's caustic performance had been effective. They were stunned. He said, "Now, is there a room without windows, big enough to hold a war council? Doesn't matter if there's a phone, we'll just unplug it." An attractive, middle-aged woman, apparently Ernie's wife, whom Jack vaguely remembered from checking into the motel 2 summers ago, thought for a moment and said, "There's the restaurant, the diner next door." "Your restaurant doesn't have any windows?" Jack asked. "They were broken," Ernie said. "Right now they're boarded up." "Then let's go. Let's work out our strategy in privacy, then come back here for some of that pumpkin pie I heard you talking about. I had a lousy dinner while you people were in here eating yourselves into a stupor." Jack went quickly down the stairs, confident they would follow. Ernie loathed the crooked-eyed bastard for 5 minutes, but slowly the hatred turned to grudging respect. For one thing, Ernie admired the caution and stealth with which the guy had answered his own call to the Tranquility Motel. He had not just walked in like the others. He'd even brought a submachine gun. But as he watched Thornton Wainwright slip the carrying strap of the Uzi over one shoulder and head out the front door of the motel office, Ernie was still stung by the criticism he had endured. In fact, his rage was so great he did not pause to grab a coat as most of the others did, but plunged after the stranger, through the door and across the macadam toward the diner, keeping pace with him in order to chew him out. "Listen, what the hell's the point of being a wise ass? You could have made your point without being so goddamn snide." The stranger said, "Yeah, but I couldn't have made it as fast." Ernie was about to reply when he abruptly realized he was outside, vulnerable, at night, in the dark, halfway between the office and the diner. His lungs seemed to collapse. He could not draw the slightest wisp of breath. He made a disgustingly pitiful, mewling sound. To Ernie's surprise, the newcomer immediately grasped his arm, providing support, with no trace of the scorn he had shown before. "Come on, Ernie. You're halfway there. Lean on me, and you'll make it." Furious with himself for letting this bastard see him disabled and weak with childish fear, furious with the guy, too, for playing the Samaritan, humiliated, Ernie jerked his arm away from the helping hand.
"Listen," the newcomer said. "While I was eavesdropping, I heard about your problem, Ernie. I don't pity you, and I don't find your condition amusing, okay? If your fear of the dark has something to do with the situation we all find ourselves in, it's not your fault. It's those bastards who messed with us. We need one another if we're going to get through this thing. Lean on me. Let me help you over to the diner where we can turn on some lights. Lean on me."
When the newcomer began to talk, Ernie was unable to breathe. But by the time the guy finished his spiel, Ernie had the opposite problem. He was hyperventilating. As though pulled by a magnetic force, he turned from the diner and looked southeast, out into the terrifyingly immense darkness of the barrens. And suddenly he knew the darkness itself was not what he feared, but something that had been out there on the night of July 6th, that bad summer. He was looking toward that special place along the highway, where they had gone yesterday to commune with the land in search of clues, that strange place. Faye had arrived, and Ernie had not shaken loose of her when she had taken hold of him. But now the crooked-eyed man tried to take his arm again, and he was still angry enough to reject that assistance.
Okay, the guy said. "You're a bull-headed old leather-neck bastard, and it's going to take your hurt pride a while to heal. If you want to be a thick-skulled mule, go ahead. Stay pissed at me. It was only your blind anger that got you this far into the dark, wasn't it? Sure as hell wasn't marine backbone, just dumb, blind anger. So if you stay pissed at me, maybe you'll be able to get to the diner."
Ernie knew the crooked-eyed man was cleverly taunting him into completing the trip to the Tranquility Grill, that he was not really being cruel. "Hate me enough," the guy was saying, "and you'll fear the darkness less. Focus on me, Ernie, and take one step at a time." This was not much different than taking the guy's arm and leaning on it, and if Ernie had not been scared half to death by the surging night on all sides of him, he would have been amused at being calmed this way. But he held fast to his anger, fanned the flames of it, and used it to light his way to the diner. He stepped through the door after the newcomer and sighed with relief when the lights came on.
"Oh, it's freezing in here,"
Faye said. She went directly to the thermostat to switch on the oil furnace. Sitting in a chair in the center of the room, his back to the door, Ernie recuperated from his ordeal as the others entered behind him. He watched the crooked-eyed newcomer moving from window to window, checking the plyboard slabs that had been nailed up to replace the shattered glass. And that was when, to Ernie's surprise, he realized he no longer loathed the guy, merely harbored an extreme dislike for him. The newcomer examined the payphone near the door. Being a coin-operated unit, it did not unplug, so he lifted the receiver, tore the cord free of the wall-mounted box, and threw the useless handset aside.
"There's a private phone back of the counter,"
Ned said. The newcomer told him to unplug it, and Ned obliged. Then he told Brendan and Ginger to push 3 tables together and pull up chairs to accommodate everyone, and they did as they were told. Ernie watched the crooked-eyed man with keen interest. The newcomer was concerned about the diner's front door, which had not shattered during the weird phenomena on Saturday night because it was made of much thicker glass than the windows had been. It was not boarded up, so it offered a weak point to anyone trying to monitor them with a directional microphone. He wanted to know if any plywood was left from the window job, and Dom told him there was, and he sent Ned and Dom to bring back a suitable piece from the stack in the maintenance room behind the motel. They soon returned with a section of wood that was slightly larger than the door, and the newcomer stood it in front of the glass portal, bracing it in place with a table.
"Not perfect," he said, "but good enough to defeat a rifle mic, I think."
Then he headed toward the back of the restaurant to
have a look in the star room,
and on his way he told Sandy to plug in the jukebox, switch it to free play, and punch in some songs.
"Some background noise makes eavesdropping more difficult."
Even before he explained why he wanted music, Sandy jumped up and headed for the jukebox, quick to obey him. Abruptly, Ernie realized why the crooked-eyed man fascinated him. The guy's quick thinking, precision movements, and ability to command indicated that he was, or had once been, a career soldier, an officer, A damn good one. He could tune an intimidatingly hard edge into his voice one moment, and the next moment tune it out in favor of cajolery. Hell, Ernie thought. He's fascinating because he reminds me of me. That was also why the newcomer had been able to needle Ernie so effectively back in the apartment. The guy knew just where to stick the sharp points, because he and Ernie were, in some ways, two of a kind. Ernie laughed softly. Sometimes, he thought, I can be such a perfect jackass. The crooked-eyed man returned from the storeroom and smiled with satisfaction when he saw everyone seated at the long table which he had told Brendan and Ginger to put together from 3 smaller ones. He came to Ernie and said, No hard feelings? Hell no, Ernie said. And thanks. Thanks a lot. The newcomer went to the head of the table, where a chair had been left for him. With Kenny Rogers crooning on the jukebox, the guy said, My name's Jack Twist, and I don't know any more than you what in hell's happening. Probably less than you know. The whole thing gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I also have to tell you this is the first time in 8 years that I've really and truly felt like I'm on the right side of an issue. The first time I felt like one of the good guys. And dear God in heaven, you can't know how much I've needed to feel that. Lieutenant Tom Horner, Colonel Falkirk's aide-de-camp, had enormous hands. The small tape recorder was totally concealed in his right hand when he carried it into the windowless office. His fingers were so large that he seemed certain to have trouble using the little control buttons, but he was remarkably dexterous. He produced the recorder, placed it on the desk, switched it on, and set it in the playback mode. The tape had been duplicated from the reel-to-reel machine on which all phone-monitored conversations were recorded. It was a portion of an exchange that had taken place between several people at the Tranquility only minutes ago. The first part of the tape concerned the witnesses' discovery that the source of their trouble was not Schenkfield, but Thunder Hill. Leland listened with dismay. He had not anticipated that their quest would take the right trail so soon. Their cleverness worried and angered him. On the tape, For God's sake, shut up! If you think you can plot in privacy here, you're badly mistaken. That's Twist, Lieutenant Horner said. He had a big voice, too, which was as well controlled as his enormous hands, a soft rumble. He stopped the tape. We knew he was coming here, and we know he's dangerous. We figured he'd be more cautious than the others, sure, but we didn't expect him to act as if he was at war from the get-go. As far as they knew, Jack Twist's memory block had not seriously deteriorated. He was not suffering fugues, sleepwalking, phobias, or obsessions. Therefore, only one thing might have motivated him to suddenly lease a plane and fly to Elko County. Mail from the same traitor who had sent Polaroids to Corvasis and to the blocks. Leland Falkirk was furious that someone involved in the cover-up, probably someone at Thunder Hill, was sabotaging the entire operation. He had made this discovery only last Saturday night, when Dominic Corvasis and the blocks had sat at the kitchen table and discussed the strange snapshots they'd been sent. Leland had ordered an immediate investigation and intense screening of everyone at the depository, but that was going a lot slower than he had anticipated. There's worse, Horner said. He switched on the tape again. Leland listened to Twist tell the others about rifle microphones and infinity transmitters. Shocked, they adjourned to the diner, where they could discuss their strategy without being overheard. They're in the diner now, Horner said, shutting off the recorder. Ripped out the phones. I've spoken by radio with the observers we have stationed south of I-80. They watch the witnesses move to the grill, but they haven't had any luck tuning in with a rifle mic. And won't, Leland said sourly. Twist knows what he's doing. Now that they're aware of Thunder Hill, we've got to move on them as soon as possible. I'm waiting to hear from Chicago. Sharkle's still barricaded in his house? Last I heard, yes, Leland said. I've got to know if his memory block has completely crumbled. If it has, and if he gets a chance to tell anyone what he saw that summer, Then the operation's blown anyway, and it'd be a mistake to move against the witnesses at the motel. We'll have to fall back to another plan. Under the diner's wagon wheel lights, safe in her mother's lap, Marcy dozed off even as Jack Twist introduced himself. In spite of the nap the girl had taken on the plane, sooty rings of weariness encircled her eyes, and a tracery of blue veins marked her porcelain-pale skin. Georgia was tired, too, but Twist's dramatic arrival was an effective antidote to the narcotizing effects of the dinner. She was wide awake and eager to hear what he had to tell them of his own tribulations. He began by briefly mentioning his imprisonment in Central America, with which his military career had ended. He made the experience sound more boring and frustrating than frightening, but Georgia sensed that he had endured grueling hardship. From his matter-of-fact tone, she had the impression that he was a man so secure in his self-image, so certain of his emotional and physical and intellectual strengths, that he never needed to boast or to hear the praise of others. When he spoke of Jenny, his late wife, he was less able to maintain an air of detachment. Georgia heard the cadences of lingering grief in this part of his story. A river of love and longing flowed beneath his feigned placidity. The intimacy of mind and spirit between Jack Twist and Jenny, prior to her coma, had surely been extraordinary, for only a special and magical relationship would have ensured his unflagging devotion through the woman's long, death-like sleep. Georgia tried to imagine what a marriage of that sort might be like, then realized that, regardless of how magical the marriage had been, Jack would not have committed himself so totally to his afflicted wife if he'd been any less than the man he was. Their relationship had been special, yes, but even more special was this man himself. That realization increased Georgia's already strong interest in Twist and his story. He was vague in describing the enterprises by which he had financed Jenny's long stay at a sanitarium. He made it clear only that what he had done was illegal, that he was not proud of it, and that his lawless days were over.
At least I never killed any innocent bystanders, thank God. Otherwise, I think it's best if you don't know any details that might somehow make you accessories after the fact.
Their mutual unremembered ordeal had affected Jack Twist, but as with Sandy, the mysterious events of that July night had wrought only beneficial changes in him. Ernie Block said,
I think what you've indirectly told us is that you were a professional thief.
When Jack Twist said nothing, Ernie continued,
It occurs to me that you were almost certainly forced to reveal your criminal life to the people who brainwashed us. In fact, from what little you've said, I figure those safe deposit boxes in which the postcards turned up were kept under the identities you also used when committing robberies. Therefore, since that July, the Army and government must have known about your illegal activities.
Jack's silence was confirmation that he had indeed been a thief. Ernie said,
Yet, once they'd blocked your memories of what really happened here that summer, they turned you loose and let you continue with what you'd been doing. Why in the hell would they do that? I can understand the Army and government bending, even breaking the law to hide whatever happened at Thunderhill if it involves national security, but otherwise you'd expect them to uphold the law, wouldn't you? So why wouldn't they at least anonymously inform the New York police, or arrange for you to be caught in the middle of a crime?
Georgia said, Because from the start, they've not been certain that our memory blocks would hold up. They've been monitoring us, at least checking in on us once in a while to be sure we don't need a refresher course in forgetfulness. What happened to Ginger and Pablo Jackson seems to prove they're watching all right, and if they decided it was necessary to grab Jack, or any of us, and put him through another session with the mind control doctors, they'd want him where they could reach him without too much trouble. It'd be a lot easier to snatch Jack out of his apartment or from his car than to spirit him out of prison.
Good grief, Jack said, smiling at her. I think you've hit Annie. Absolutely.
Although Georgia had been slightly chilled by his smile the first time she'd seen it, she perceived it differently now. It was a warmer smile than it had seemed initially. Marcy murmured wordlessly in her sleep. Suddenly, and curiously shy about meeting Jack Twist's eyes, Georgia used her daughter's dreamy mutterings as an excuse to look away from him. Jack said, "Whatever secret they're protecting is so important they had to let me carry on with whatever crimes I chose to commit." Ginger Weiss shook her head. "Maybe not. Maybe they engineered this guilt. Maybe they planted the seed, so you'd change." "Nah," Jack said. "If they didn't have time to weave the story of the toxic spill into everyone's false memories, they sure wouldn't have had time to finesse me toward the straight and narrow path. Besides, this is difficult to explain, but since coming here tonight, I feel in my heart that I relearned guilt and found my way back into society because something so important happened to us 2 summers ago that it put my own suffering in perspective and made me see that none of my bad experiences was so bad as to justify the warping of my entire life." "Yes," Sandy said. "I feel that too. All the hell I went through as a child, none of it matters after what happened that July." They were silent, trying to imagine what experience could have been so shattering as to make even the most painful of life's tricks seem of little consequence, but none of them could puzzle it out. After he selected more songs on the jukebox, Jack asked a lot of questions of the others, filling the gaps in his knowledge of their various ordeals and putting together a complete picture of their discoveries to date. That done, he guided them through a discussion of strategy, formulating a set of tasks for tomorrow. Georgia was again intrigued by Jack's leadership skills. By the time the group discussed what steps should be taken next and settled on an agenda, they had agreed to undertake precisely the tasks Jack thought ought to be accomplished, though there was never a sense that he had commanded or manipulated them. When he had first appeared in the block's apartment, he'd proved he could take control of a situation and, by sheer force of personality, make people obey him. But now he chose indirection, and the speed with which everyone came around to his purposes was proof this was the right tactic. Georgia realized that he impressed her for many of the same reasons that Ginger Weiss had impressed her. She saw in him the kind of person she had been struggling to become since her divorce, and the kind of man that Alan could never have been. The final problem the group dealt with was the danger of an attack by Falkirk's men. Now that there was a real chance their memory blocks would substantially decay or crumble completely in the near future, they posed a greater threat to their enemy than at any time since July, the summer before last. Tomorrow, they would be separated most of the day as they carried out their various tasks and researches, but tonight they were in danger if they all stayed at the motel, making one easy target. Therefore they agreed that most of them would go to bed now, while 2 or 3 drove into Elko and spent part of the night circling through town, always on the move, alert. Assuming that the tranquility was under observation, the enemy would at once realize they could no longer seize everyone in a clean sweep. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a second group of outriders could rendezvous with the first team in Elko and relieve them, so they could come back here and get some sleep. "I volunteer for the first team," Jack said. "I just have to fetch my Cherokee from the hills where I left it. Who'll go with me?" "I will," Georgia said at once, then became aware of the weight of her daughter on her lap. That is, if someone will let Marcy sleep in their room tonight?" "No problem," Faye said. "She can stay with Ernie and me." Jack said they ought to divide their numbers further, and Brendan Cronin volunteered to join him and Georgia on the first team. The priest's response triggered a peculiar feeling in Georgia, a pang she would not identify as disappointment until much later. Because everyone else had errands to run early tomorrow, the second team was composed of only Ned and Sandy. A rendezvous between the teams was set for 4 o'clock in the morning at the Arco Minimart. "If you get there first," Jack said, "for God's sake, don't buy a hamwich." "Okay, I guess that's it. We should get moving." "Not quite yet," Ginger said. The physician folded her hands and looked down at her interlaced fingers, collecting her thoughts. "Since this afternoon, when Brendan first arrived, when the rings appeared on his and Dom's hands, when the motel office was filled with that strange noise and the light, I've been chewing over everything we've been able to learn, trying to make those bizarre phenomena fit in somehow. I've hit
and an explanation for some of it. Not all, but some of it.
Everyone expressed an eagerness to hear the theory, half-formed though it might be. Ginger said,
As different as our dreams are, one element links all of them. The moon. Okay. Our other dreams, decon suits, IV needles, beds with restraining straps, proved to be based on real experiences, real threats. In fact, they weren't dreams, but memories surfacing in the form of dreams. So it seems reasonable to suppose the moon also featured prominently in whatever happened to us, that the moon, too, is a memory, trying to surface in our dreams. Agreed?
Agreed, Dom said, and everyone else nodded.
We've seen how Marcy's lunar obsession changed to a fascination with a scarlet moon, Ginger continued, and Jax told us that a couple nights ago, the ordinary moonlight in his own nightmare turned into a bloody glow. None of the rest of us has dreamed of a red moon yet, but I submit that the appearance of this scarlet image in Marcy's and Jack's dreams is proof that it's also a memory. In other words, on the night of July 6th, we saw something that made the moon turn red. And the apparitional light, which sometimes fills Brendan's bedroom, which some of us witnessed today in the motel office, is a strange sort of reenactment of what happened to the real moon on the night in July. The apparitional light is a message meant to nudge our memories.
Message, Jack said. All right. But who the devil's sending the message? Where's the light come from? How's it generated?
I've got an idea about that, Ginger said. But let me take this one step at a time. First, let's consider what might have happened to make the moon turn red that night.
Georgia listened, as did the others, with interest at first, and then with growing uneasiness, while Ginger got up from her chair and, pacing, outlined an unnerving explanation. Ginger Weiss wholeheartedly embraced the scientific worldview. To her, the universe unfailingly operated by the rules of logic and reason, and no mystery could long endure once attacked in a logical fashion. But unlike some in the scientific community, and many in the medical community, she did not believe that a vivid imagination was necessarily a hindrance to logic and reason. Otherwise, she might not have devised the theory she now conveyed to the others in the Tranquility Grill. It was a pretty strange theory, and she was nervous about how the others would receive it, so she paced to the jukebox, over to the service counter, back to the table, moving constantly as she talked.
The men who dealt with us in the first day or two of imprisonment were wearing decontamination suits designed to handle biological risks. They must have been worried we were infected with something, so perhaps part of what we saw was a scarlet cloud of biological contaminant. When it passed overhead, it turned the moon red. And we were all infected with some strange disease, Georgia said. Ginger said, that may be why, yesterday, at the special place along the highway, I had the memory flash of Dom shouting, "It's inside me, it's inside me." That would have been a logical thing for him to shout if, that night, he had found himself caught up in a red cloud of some contaminant and realized he was breathing it in. And Brendan's told us that the same words, "It's inside me," came spontaneously to his lips last night in Reno, when the red apparitional light filled his room. Bacteria? Disease? Then why didn't we get sick? Brendan said.
Because they treated us immediately, Dom said. We've already worked that one out, Brendan. Yesterday, before you got here. But, Ginger, the light that filled the office this afternoon was too bright to represent moonlight filtered through a red cloud. I know, Ginger said, pacing. Underdeveloped as it is, my idea doesn't explain everything, like the rings on your hands. So maybe it's not the right idea. On the other hand, it does explain some things, and maybe if we think about it long enough, we'll see how it explains these other puzzles as well. And as a theory, it has one big plus.
What's that? Ned asked. It could explain why Brendan was involved in 2 miracle cures in Chicago. It could explain the whirling paper moons in Zebediah Lomax's house and the destruction here at the diner on Saturday night, when Dom was trying to recall what had happened the summer before last. It could explain the source of the apparitional light.
On the jukebox, The last of a series of songs had faded to its end as Ginger began to speak, but no one got up to choose more music, for they were riveted by her promise to explain the inexplicable.
To this point, the theory's pretty mundane. A red cloud of contaminant. Nothing hard to accept in that, but now you've got to take a big leap of imagination with me. We've been assuming that the miraculous healing, and certainly the poltergeist phenomena, have some mysterious external source. Father Vikazik, Brendan's rector, thinks that external source is God. The rest of us don't feel it's exactly divine. We don't know what the hell it is, but we all assume that it's an external power, something out there somewhere that's taunting us, or trying to reach us with a message, or threatening us. But what if these wonders have an internal source? Suppose Brendan and Dom really possess some power, and suppose that they possess it because of what happened during the night of the red moon. Suppose they have telekinesis, which is the power to move objects without touching them, which would explain the whirling paper moons and the destruction in the diner. Everyone looked at Dom and Brendan in amazement, but no one was more startled than those two men, who gaped at Ginger, shocked. Dom said, "But that's ridiculous. I'm no psychic, no sorcerer." "Me neither,"
Brendan said.
Ginger shook her head. "Not consciously, no. I'm saying maybe the power is in you and you're just not aware of it. Bear with me. Think about it. The first time the rings appeared on Brendan's hands, the first time he exercised his healing power, was when he was combing the hair of the little girl in the hospital. He's said he was overwhelmed with pity for her, and filled with frustration and anger that he couldn't help her. Maybe it was his intense frustration and anger that freed the power in him, even though he wasn't aware of it. He couldn't be aware of it, because the acquisition of this power is part of what he's been made to forget. Okay? The second time, with the wounded policeman, Brendan found himself in an extreme crisis, which might trigger these powers."
She began pacing and talking more rapidly to prevent debate until she'd finished.
"Now think about Dom's experiences, the first one in Reno, at Lomax's house. The way you told it to us, Dom, as you wandered through the house, you became so frustrated by the ever-deepening nature of the mystery that you wanted to rush through those rooms and tear those paper moons off the walls. Those were your very words. And of course, that's what happened. You pulled those moons off the walls, not with your hands, but with this power. And remember, the pictures only fell to the floor when you shouted, 'Stop it! Stop it!' When it did stop, you thought something had heard you and obeyed or relented, but in fact, you stopped it yourself."
Brendan, Dom, and a couple of the others still looked skeptical. But Ginger had captured Sandy Sarver's imagination.
"It makes sense. It makes even more sense if you think about what happened here on Saturday night, right in this very room. Dom was trying to remember back to that Friday in July, trying to remember what happened right up to the second where his memory block took effect. And while he was struggling to remember, all of a sudden, this strange noise, this thunder, started to rumble through the diner and everything started to shake. He could have been unconsciously using this power of his to recreate the effects of whatever happened back then." "Good," Ginger said encouragingly. "See? The more you think about it, the more it hangs together."
"But the strange light," Dom said. "You're saying Brendan and I somehow manufactured that?"
"Yes, possibly," Ginger said, returning to the table, leaning on her empty chair. "Pyrokinesis, the ability to spontaneously generate heat or fire with the power of the mind alone."
"This wasn't fire," Dom said. "It was light."
"So, call it photokinesis," Ginger said. "But I think when you and Brendan met, you subconsciously recognized the power in each other. On a deep level, you were both reminded of what happened to you that July night, the thing you've been forced to forget. And both of you wanted to blast those memories into view. So unwittingly, you generated that weird light, which was a recreation of the way the moon changed from white to red on the night of July 6th. It was your subconscious trying to jolt the memory through the block."
Ginger could see that their minds were spinning with all these odd ideas, and she wanted to keep them unsettled a while longer, because when they were unsettled, they were more likely to absorb what she was saying. Given time for quiet reflection, the heavy armor of skepticism would fall back into place, and her ideas would bounce off. Ernie Block shook his head.
Wait a minute. You're losing me now. You started all this by suggesting that what turned the moon red was a scarlet cloud of some biological contaminant. Then you jumped way the hell to one side and started talking about how the thing that happened to us was responsible for Dom and Brendan developing these supposed powers. Where's the connection? What does biological contamination have to do with all this psychic stuff anyway?
Ginger took a deep breath because they had come to the core of her theory, the wildest part of it.
What if we were contaminated by some virus or bacterium that, as a side effect, causes profound chemical or genetic or hormonal changes in its host? Changes in the host's brain. And what if those changes leave the host with something very like psychic powers, even once the infection is gone? They stared at her with a variety of expressions, though not as if they thought her mad, and not as if she was too imaginative for her own good. Rather, they seemed impressed by the complex chain of logic which she had forged, and by the inevitability of the final link.
Good God, Dom said. I doubt that it's the right answer, but it's sure the prettiest, most neatly constructed theory I ever expect to hear. What a concept for a novel. A genetically engineered virus that, as a surprise side effect, causes a sort of forced evolution of the human brain, resulting in psychic powers. For the first time in weeks, I have a terrific urge to rush to a typewriter. Ginger, if we get out of this alive, I'll have to give you a piece of the royalties on the book that's sure to grow out of that idea.
Gently rocking her slumbering daughter, Georgia Monatella said,
But why couldn't it be the right answer?
Why does it just have to be a terrific concept for a novel?
For one thing, Jack Twist said, if it were true, if we'd been contaminated with a virus like that, we'd all have developed psychic powers, right?
Well, Ginger said, maybe we weren't all contaminated. Or maybe we were contaminated, but the virus didn't get a foothold in all of us.
Faye said,
Or maybe this special side effect isn't manifested in everyone who's infected by the bug.
Good thought, Ginger said. She began to pace again, this time not because she was nervous, but because she was excited. Ned Sarver pushed one hand through his receding hair and said,
Are you saying the Army knew about this side effect of the virus? Knew that it might cause these changes in some of us?
I don't know, Ginger said. Maybe they knew, maybe not.
I think not, Ernie said. Definitely not. From what you found in the Sentinel, we know they closed the interstate shortly before the accident happened, which means it was no accident. So, first of all, I find it hard to believe our own military would intentionally subject us to contamination with a biological warfare microorganism in a harebrained scheme to test its effectiveness in the field. But even if such an atrocity were possible, they wouldn't expose us to a virus that could transform us in the way Ginger has suggested, because, my friends, people with strong psychic powers would be a new species, a superior breed of humanity. Formidable psychic power would translate directly into military, economic, and political power. So if the government knew it had a virus that conferred these powers, it would not expose a group of ordinary people like us. Not in a million years. That blessing would be reserved for those already in positions of high authority, for the elite. I agree with Dom. I find the red cloud of virus theory quite fascinating, though unlikely. However, if we were contaminated by such a thing, the side effect was unknown to the government.
In light of what Ernie had said, everyone was looking at Brendan and Dom with a new appreciation composed equally of awe, uneasiness, wonder, respect, and fear. Ginger saw both the priest and the writer squirm with the exhilarating, yet frightening realization that they might have within them the potential for superhuman power, a potential that, if fulfilled, would forever separate them from the rest of mankind. "Nah," Dom said, starting to get up in protest, then sitting back down as if he did not think his legs would support him. No, you're not right, Ginger. I'm no Superman, no wizard, no damn freak. If you were right, I'd feel it, I'd know it, Ginger."
Brendan Cronin, equally shaken, said, "I've thought that somehow I've been the vehicle for the healing of Emmy and Winton. I thought that something, not God perhaps, but something is working through me. I never thought of myself as the actual healer. Listen, I was under the impression we'd already decided the toxic spill story was entirely a fake, a cover, that what happened to us wasn't an accident of any kind, neither chemical nor biological, but something altogether different." Jack and Georgia and Faye and Ned started talking at the same time. The noise level rose so loud that little Marcy frowned in her sleep, and Ginger said, Wait a minute. There's no point discussing it, because we can't prove there was such a virus any more than we can prove there wasn't one. Not yet. But maybe we can prove the other part." "What do you mean?" Sandy Sarver asked. Ginger said, "Maybe we can prove Dom and Brendan have the power. Not how they got it, but just that they have it."
Dom was incredulous. "How?"
"We'll set up a test."
Dom was absolutely certain that it would not work, that they were wasting time, that the whole idea was foolish. Yet he was also scared that it would work, and that the proof of his power would condemn him to the condition of a freak, or at least to a life forever closed to ordinary human relationships. If he possessed God-like power, no one would ever regard him without wonder and fear. In even the most relaxed or intimate moments with friends or lovers, their awareness of his extraordinary gifts would intrude, either overtly or in an unspoken subtext. Others, perhaps most, would envy or hate him. The unfairness of his predicament grated on him. For most of his 35 years he had been shy and ineffectual, condemned to a drab existence by his timidity. Then he had changed, and for 15 months, until his sleepwalking began last October, he'd been outgoing. Now, that brief, wonderful season of normality might be passing. If the test that Ginger outlined were to prove Dom had somehow acquired psychic powers, he would be isolated again, not by his own sense of inferiority as before, but by everyone else's uneasy awareness of his superiority. The test. Dom hoped to God he failed. He and Brendan Cronin were sitting by themselves at the long table, one at each end. Georgia Monatella had put her slumbering daughter in a booth, and the girl had not awakened. The adults, all 7, including Georgia, stood in a semicircle around the table, back a couple of paces, giving Dom and Brendan space to concentrate, free of distraction. A salt shaker stood on the table in front of Dom. Ginger's test required that he concentrate on moving the object without touching it.
"Just an inch," she had said. "If you can evoke just the slightest perceptible motion in the shaker, we'll know you've got the power."
At the far end of the 3 joined tables, a pepper shaker stood in front of Brendan Cronin. The priest was staring at the small glass cylinder as intently as Dom was staring at his own shaker, and his round, freckled face was filled with a foreboding only marginally less grim than Dom's. Although Brendan had denied that the hand of God lay behind the miraculous cures and apparitional lights, it was clear to Dom that the priest secretly and deeply hoped to discover that in fact a divine presence was at work. He wanted to be drawn back into his faith, into the bosom of the church. If the miracles proved to be his own work, accomplished by the exertion of heretofore unrecognized psychic powers, and if those powers proved to have been confirmed by a mere germ, as Ginger's crazy but canny theory would have it, Brendan's yearning for spiritual elevation and holy guidance would be unfulfilled.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Strangers by Dean Koontz, performed by Dick Hill. The Salt Shaker. Dom fixed his eyes on it and tried to clear every thought from his mind except the determined intention to move the shaker. Although he did not want to discover that he had these strange talents, he had to make a sincere attempt to employ them. He had to know if it were true. If the power existed, neither Ginger nor any of the others could suggest techniques for tapping it. But, Ginger had said, if it can explode spontaneously and spectacularly in moments of stress, surely you can learn to call upon it and control it whenever and however you desire, just as a musician can apply his musical talent any time he pleases, or just as you apply your writing talent to the blank page. The Salt Shaker remained motionless, unaffected. Dom strove to narrow his attention until that humble glass cylinder, with its perforated stainless steel cap and grainy white contents, was the only thing in his universe. He brought all his mind to bear upon it, every speck of his will, and tried to push it along the table, strained until he realized he was gritting his teeth, fisting his hands. Nothing. He changed tack. Instead of mentally assaulting the shaker as if he were blasting away with a cannon at the mighty walls of a fortress, he relaxed and studied the object to get an intimate sense of its size, shape, and texture. Perhaps the key was to develop an empathy for the shaker. Empathy was the word that seemed right to him, though he was relating to an inanimate and inorganic object. Instead of battling it, perhaps he could empathize and somehow induce it to cooperate in a short telekinetic journey. Only an inch. He leaned forward slightly to better examine the functional simplicity of its design. 5 beveled facets to make it easy to grip and hold, a thick glass bottom to provide balance and reduce the frequency of spills, a shiny metal cap. Nothing. Standing unaffected on the table before him, the shaker seemed like the mythical, immovable object, heavy beyond weighing, welded forever to this spot in space and time. But of course, like all forms of matter in the universe, it was not immovable, and in some ways it was always moving, never still. After all, it was composed of billions of ceaselessly moving atoms, the outer parts of which orbited planet-like around the billions of sun-like nuclei. The Salt Shaker was engaged in uninterrupted motion on a subatomic level, frantically moving within its structure, so it should not be difficult to induce it to make one additional movement, one little jaunt on the macrocosmic level of human perception, just one little hop and skip, just one. Dom felt a sudden buoyancy, almost as if he himself were going to be moved by some arcane force, but instead, and at last, the Salt Shaker moved. He had become so deeply involved with that homely object that he had actually forgotten Ginger and the others. He was reminded of their presence when, as one, they gasped and exclaimed softly. The shaker did not simply slide 1 inch along the table, or 2, or 10, or 20. It rose into the air instead, as if gravity had ceased to have a claim on it. Like a tiny glass balloon, it floated upward 1 foot, 2, 3, and stopped 4 feet above the surface on which only seconds ago it had appeared immovable. It remained suspended several inches above the eye level of those who were standing, and they stared up at it in awe. At the far end of the table, Brendan's pepper shaker rose too. Mouth open, eyes wide, Brendan stared at the rising cylinder. When it stopped at precisely the same height as the salt shaker, Brendan finally dared to take his eyes from it. He looked at Dom, glanced nervously at the pepper shaker again, as if certain it would crash down the moment he shifted his gaze, then looked at Dom once more when he realized that eye contact was not required to maintain levitation. Several sentiments were apparent in the priest's eyes: wonder, amazement, puzzlement, fear, and an emotional acknowledgement of the profound brotherhood that existed between him and Dom, by virtue of the strange power they shared. Dom was intrigued that he did not need to strain to keep the salt shaker aloft. In fact, it seemed hard to believe that he was actually responsible for its magical performance. He was not conscious of either possessing or exerting control of the object. He felt no power surging in him. Evidently, his telekinetic ability functioned automatically, in a fashion similar to respiration and heartbeat. Brendan raised his hands. The red rings had reappeared on them. Dom looked at his own hands and saw the same inscrutable stigmata burning brightly. What did they mean? Looming overhead, the salt and pepper shakers generated a sense of expectancy in Dom even greater than he had felt at the beginning of this test. Apparently, the others felt it as well, for they began to urge Dom and Brendan to perform additional feats.
"Incredible," Ginger said breathlessly. "You've shown us vertical movement, levitation. Can you also move them horizontally? Can you lift something heavier?"
Sandy Sarver asked.
"The light," Ernie said. "Can you generate the red light?"
Seeking first to accomplish a more modest task than any they had proposed, Dom thought about giving the salt shaker a slight spin, and immediately it began to twirl in midair, eliciting another gasp from the onlookers. A moment later, Brendan's pepper shaker began to spin too. Reflections of the overhead lights glimmered liquidly across the shiny metal caps of the spinning dispensers, flashed off the facets of the glass, traveled scintillatingly along the edges where one facet met another, so the shakers looked like glittery Christmas tree ornaments. Simultaneously, the two small dispensers began drifting toward one another, the horizontal movement Ginger had requested, though Dom was not aware of consciously directing the salt shaker on this course. He supposed Ginger's suggestion was accepted by his subconscious, which now employed psychic energy to accomplish the task without waiting for him to make a conscious effort. It was eerie, the way he controlled the shaker, yet was unaware of how that control was exerted. Above the centermost point of the three joined tables, the salt and pepper shakers stopped moving horizontally when they were about 10 inches apart. They hung side by side, spinning a bit faster than before, throwing off spangles of reflected light. Then they began to revolve around each other in perfectly circular, synchronized orbits. But that lasted only a few seconds. Suddenly the shakers were spinning faster than before, and swinging around each other much faster as well, and in much more complex, parabolic counter-orbits. Captivated and delighted, the onlookers laughed, applauded. Dom looked at Ginger. Her radiant face shone with an expression of pure, spiritual uplift that made her more beautiful than ever. She lowered her gaze from the salt and pepper shakers to Dom, grinning with wild excitement, and gave him a thumbs-up sign. Ernie Block and Jack Twist watched the aerobatics with open-mouthed wonder that made them look not like hard-bitten ex-soldiers but like two small boys seeing fireworks for the first time in their lives. Laughing, Faye stood with her hands raised toward the shakers, as if she were trying to feel the miraculous field of power in which they were suspended. Ned Sarver was laughing too, but Sandy was crying, a sight that startled Dom until he realized she was also smiling, and that the tears on her cheeks were tears of joy. "Oh," Sandy said, turning to Dom as if she had sensed that he was looking at her. "Isn't it wonderful? Whatever it means, isn't it just wonderful? The freedom of it, the breaking away of all the bonds, the rising up and above and away." Dom knew precisely what she was feeling and trying to say because he felt it too. For the moment, he forgot that possession of these abilities would forever alienate him from people who were without the talent, and he was filled with a rapturous sense of transcendence, with an appreciation for what it might mean to take a giant leap up the ladder of evolution, breaking away from the chains of human limitations. In the Tranquility Grill tonight, there was a sense of history being made, a sense that nothing in the world would ever be the same again.
"Do something else," Ginger said.
"Yes," Sandy said. "Show us more. Show us more." In other parts of the room, other salt shakers flew up from the tables on which they had been standing. 6, 8, 10 in all. They hung motionless for a moment, then began to spin like the first shaker. Instantly, an equal number of pepper shakers took flight and began spinning as well. Dom still did not know how he was doing these things. He made no effort to perform each new trick. The thought merely became fact, as if wishes could come true. He suspected that Brendan was equally baffled. The jukebox had been silent. Now it began to play a Dolly Parton tune, though no one had punched the programming buttons. Did I do that? Dom wondered. Or was it Brendan? Ginger said, "My God, I'm so excited I'm going to plot." Laughing, Dom said, "Plot? What's that one mean?" "Bust. Explode. I'm so excited I'm going to bust." Every salt and pepper shaker spun, and the halves of every pair orbited each other, and now all 11 sets began moving around the room in a train, faster, faster, making a soft whoosh as they cut the air, casting off sparks of reflected light. Abruptly, a dozen chairs rose off the floor, not in the controlled and playful manner in which the salt and pepper shakers had risen from the tables, but with such violence and momentum that they shot instantly to the ceiling, smashing against that barrier with a deafening clatter. One of the wagon wheel lighting fixtures was struck by 2 chairs, its light bulbs burst, and the room was only 3/4 as brightly illuminated as it had been. That wagon wheel broke loose of its anchor brackets and wires, crashing to the floor a few feet behind Dom. The chairs remained against the ceiling, vibrating, as if they were a flock of enormous bats hovering on dark wings. Most of the salt and pepper shakers were still whirling maniacally around the room above everyone's head, though a few had been brought down by the upflung chairs. Now, a few more stopped spinning, swung erratically out of their orbits, out of the train as well, wobbled, and shot to the floor. One of them struck Ernie's shoulder, and he cried out in pain. Dom and Brendan had lost control, and because they had never known exactly how they had established control in the first place, they did not know how to regain it. In a blink, the celebratory mood changed to panic. The onlookers scrambled for shelter under the tables, acutely aware that the levitated chairs, rattling ominously against the ceiling, were potentially far more dangerous missiles than the salt and pepper shakers. The noise awakened Marcy. She sat up in the booth where she had been sleeping, crying now and calling for her mother. Georgia pulled the girl off the booth and scrambled under one of the tables with her, hugging her close, and everyone was out of the line of fire except Brendan and Dom. Dom felt as if this psychic power was a live grenade that had been wired irremovably to his hand. Overhead, 3 or 4 more shakers lost momentum and came down like bullets. The dozen levitated chairs began to bounce against the ceiling more aggressively, shedding small pieces of themselves. Dom didn't know if he should dive for cover or attempt to regain control. He looked at Brendan, who was equally paralyzed. Overhead, the 3 remaining wagon wheel lights swayed wildly on their chains, causing goblin shadows to leap across the room. The battering chairs gouged out small chunks of the ceiling. A salt shaker dropped in front of Dom, impacting like a tiny meteorite against the table. The glass was too thick to shatter, but the small jar cracked into 3 or 4 pieces, flinging up what salt it still contained, and Dom flinched from the white spray. Remembering the spinning carousel of paper moons in Lomax's house 6 days ago, Dom raised both hands toward the rattling chairs and whirling shakers. Clenching his hands into fists, shutting the red ring stigmata out of sight, he said, "Stop it! Stop it now! Stop it!" Overhead, the chairs ceased vibrating. The salt and pepper shakers halted in mid-whirl and hung motionless in the air. For a second or two, the diner was preternaturally silent. Then the 12 chairs and the last of the shakers dropped straight down, bouncing off tables and other chairs that had never taken flight. When everything at last came to rest in tangled rubble, Dom and Brendan were as unscathed as those who had taken refuge under the tables. Dom blinked at the priest, and around them all was graveyard still. This moment of silence was longer than the first. It seemed as if time had stopped, until Marcy's thin whimpering and her mother's murmured assurances started the engines of reality purring again, drawing the others from their places of shelter. Ernie was still massaging his shoulder, where he had been hit by a salt shaker, but he was not seriously hurt. No one else was injured, though everyone was shaken. Dom saw the way they were looking at him and Brendan. Warily. Just as he had figured they would look at him if he proved to have the power, just the way he had dreaded being looked at. Damn. Ginger seemed to be the only one who was not put off by his new status. She enthusiastically embraced Dom and said,
"What matters is that you've got it. You've got it. And eventually you can learn to use it, and that's wonderful."
"I'm not so sure," Dom said, looking at the broken chairs, fallen lighting fixtures. Jack Twist was brushing salt and drywall dust off his clothes. Georgia was still comforting her frightened child. Faye and Sandy were picking splinters and other bits of debris out of their hair, and Ned was pondering the danger of the live wires dangling from the ceiling where the chandelier had torn loose. Dom said, "Ginger, even when I was using the power, I didn't know how I was doing it, and when it ran wild, I didn't know how to stop it."
"But you did stop it," she said.
She kept one arm around his waist as if she knew, God bless her, that he needed the reassurance of human contact.
"You did stop it, Dom."
"Maybe next time I won't be able." He realized he was shivering. "Look at this mess. My God, Ginger, someone could have been badly hurt."
"No one was."
"Someone could have been killed. Next time,
it'll be better,"
she said. Brendan Cronin came around the long table.
"He'll change his mind, Ginger. Give him time. I know I'm going to try again. Alone, next time. In a couple of days, when I've had time to think it through, I'll go out somewhere in an open field, away from people, where no one can be heard except me, and I'll give it another try. I think it's going to be difficult to control the energy. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of work, maybe years, but I'll explore. Practice, and so will Dom. He'll realize as much when he's had a couple of minutes to think about it."
Dom shook his head. "I don't want this. I don't want to be so different from other people."
"But now you are," Brendan said. "We both are."
"That's damn fatalistic." Brendan smiled.
"Though I'm having a crisis of faith, I'm still a priest, so I believe in predestination, fate. That's an article of faith. But we priests are a clever bunch, so we can be fatalistic and believe in free will at the same time. Both are articles of faith."
For the priest, the psychological effects of these events were far different from the fear raised in Dom. As he talked, he repeatedly rose onto his toes as if he were nearly buoyant enough to float away. At a loss to understand the priest's good humor, Dom changed the subject.
"Well, Ginger, if we've proved half of your crazy theory, at least we've disproved the other half."
She frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"In the midst of all that
uproar," Dom said, gesturing toward the battered ceiling,
"when I saw the rings appear on my hands again, I decided the psychic power wasn't a side effect of any strange viral infection. I know the source of it is something else, something even stranger, though I don't know what it may be."
"Oh? Well, which is the case?" she asked. "Have you merely decided, or do you really know?"
"I know," Dom said. "Deep inside, I know."
"Oh, yes.
Me too," Brendan said happily, as Ernie and Faye and the others gathered around. "You were correct, Ginger, when you suggested the power was in Dom and me, and it's been in us since that July night, like you said. However, you're not right about the method by which we acquire the gift. Like Dom said, in the middle of all the chaos, I sensed that biological contamination wasn't the right explanation. I haven't the foggiest notion what the answer is,
but we can rule out that part of your theory.
Now Dom understood why Brendan was in such good spirits, in spite of the frightening exhibition in which they had just participated. Though he professed to see no religious aspect to recent events, in his heart of hearts, the priest had retained hope that the miraculous cures and apparitional lights were of divine origin. He had been depressed by the dismayingly secular thought that the gift could have been bestowed on him not by his Lord, but simply as the chance side effect of an exotic infection, by the unwitting office of a mindless virus, and a man-made virus as well. He was relieved to be able to dismiss that possibility. His high spirits and good humor, even amidst the destruction of the diner, arose from the fact that a divine presence was once again, for Brendan, at least a viable, if still unlikely, explanation. Dom wished he too could find courage and strength in the notion that their troubles were part of a divine scheme. But at the moment, he believed only in danger and death, twin juggernauts that he sensed bearing down on him. The personality changes that had occurred in him during his move from Portland to Mountain View were laughably minor in comparison to the changes that had begun working in him tonight, with the discovery of this unwanted power. He almost felt as if the power was alive in him, a parasite that in time would eat away everything that had been Dominic Corvasis, and having assumed his identity, would stalk the world in his body, masquerading as human. Crazy. Nevertheless, he was worried and scared. He looked at each of the others who were gathered around him. Some met his eyes for a moment, then quickly looked away, just as one might hesitate to meet the gaze of a dangerous or intimidating man. Others, most notably Jack Twist, Ernie, and Georgia, met his eyes forthrightly, but were incapable of concealing the uneasiness and even apprehension with which they now regarded him. Only Ginger and Brendan seemed to have suffered no change in their attitude toward him. "Well," Jack said, breaking the spell, "we should call it a night, I guess. We've got a lot to do tomorrow."
"Tomorrow," Ginger said, "we'll have cleared up even more of these mysteries. We're making progress every day." "Tomorrow," Brendan said softly, happily, "will be a day of great revelation. I feel it somehow." Tomorrow, Dom thought, we might all be dead. Or wish we were. Colonel Leland Falkirk still had a splitting headache. With his new talent for introspection, acquired gradually since his involvement in the emotionally and intellectually shattering events of 2 summers ago, he was able to see that, on one level, he was actually glad that the aspirin had been ineffective. He thrived on the headache in the same way he thrived on other kinds of pain, drawing a perverse strength and energy from the relentless throbbing in his brow and temples. Lieutenant Horner had gone. Leland was alone once more in his temporary, windowless office beneath the testing grounds of Schenkfield, but he was no longer waiting for the call from Chicago. It had come soon after Horner departed, and the news had been all bad. The siege at Calvin Sharkle's house in Evanston, which had begun earlier today, was still underway, and that volatile situation would probably not be brought to an end within the next 12 hours. If possible, the colonel did not want to commit his men to another closure of I-80 and another quarantine of the Tranquility Motel until he could be certain the operation would not be compromised by revelations that Sharkle might make either to Illinois authorities or to the news media. Delay made Leland nervous, especially now that the witnesses at the motel were focused on Thunder Hill and were planning their moves beyond the reach of rifle microphones and infinity transmitters. He figured he could afford to wait at most 1 more day. However, if the dangerous standoff in Illinois was still underway by sunset tomorrow, he would give the order to move on the Tranquility in spite of the risks. The other news from Chicago was that operatives had discreetly investigated Emmeline Hallberg and Winton Toke, and had found reasons to believe their amazing recoveries could not be adequately explained by current medical knowledge.
and a reconstruction of Father Stefan Vikazik's activities on Christmas Day, including visits to Hallberg and Toke, and a stop at the Metropolitan Police Laboratory to consult a ballistics expert, confirmed that the priest had been convinced that his curate, Brendan Cronin, had been responsible for those miraculous cures. Leland had first become aware of Cronin's healing powers just yesterday, Sunday, when he had monitored a telephone call between Dominic Corvasis at the Tranquility and Father Vikazik in Chicago. That conversation would have been a real shocker if the events of Saturday night had not prepared him for the unexpected. Saturday night, when Corvasis had arrived at the Tranquility, Leland Falkirk and his surveillance experts had monitored the first conversations between the blocks and the writer with growing disbelief. The outlandish tale of moon photographs animated by a poltergeist in Lomax's Reno house had sounded like the product of a fevered mind no longer able to distinguish between fiction and reality. Later, however, after Corvasis and the blocks had eaten dinner at the grill, the writer had attempted to relive the minutes just before the trouble had started on the night of July 6th. What happened then was astonishing, confirmed both by the hidden surveillance team watching the Tranquility from a point south of the interstate and by the infinity transmitter tap on the diner's payphone. Everything in the grill had begun to shake, and a strange rumble had filled the place, then an eerie electronic ululation, culminating in the implosion of all the windows. These phenomena came as a total and nasty surprise to Leland and to everyone involved in the cover-up, especially the scientists, who were electrified. The following day's discovery of Cronin's healing power added voltage to the excitement. At first, these developments seemed inexplicable, but after only a little thought, Leland arrived at an explanation that made his blood cold. The scientists had come to similar conclusions. Some of them were as scared as Leland was. Suddenly no one knew what to expect. Anything might happen now. We believed we were in control of the situation that night in July, Leland thought somberly, but perhaps it had escalated beyond our control even before we arrived on the scene. The single consolation was that, thus far, only Corvasis and the priest appeared to be infected. Maybe infected wasn't exactly the right word. Maybe possessed was better. Or maybe there wasn't a word for what had happened to them, because what had happened to them had never happened to anyone else in history, so a specific word for it had not heretofore been required. Even if the siege at Sharkle's house ended tomorrow, even if that possibility of media exposure was eliminated, Leland would not be able to strike at the group at the motel with full confidence. Corvasis and Cronin, and perhaps the others, might be more difficult to apprehend and incarcerate than they'd been 2 summers ago. If Corvasis and Cronin weren't entirely themselves anymore, if they were now someone else, or something else, dealing with them might prove downright impossible. Leland's headache was worse. "Feed on it," he told himself, getting up from the desk. "Feed on the pain. You've been doing that for years, you dumb son of a bitch. So you can feed on it for another day or two, until you've dealt with this mess, or until you're dead, whichever comes first." He left the windowless office, crossed the windowless outer chamber, walked the windowless hall, and entered the windowless communications center, where Lieutenant Horner and Sergeant Fix sat at a table in one corner. "Tell the man they can hit the sack," Leland said. "It's off for tonight. I'll risk another day to see if the situation at Sharkle's house gets resolved." "I was just coming to you," Horner said. "There's a development at the motel. They finally left the diner. After they came out, Twist brought a Jeep Cherokee in from the hills behind the motel. He, Georgia Monatella, and the priest piled in it and drove off toward Elko." "Where the hell are they going at this time of night?" Leland asked, uncomfortably aware that those 3 might have slipped through his fingers if he had ordered his men to move against the motel tonight, for he'd been certain the witnesses were settled down until morning. Horner pointed to Fix, who was wearing headphones and listening to the Tranquility. "From what we've heard, the others are gone to bed. Twist, Monatella, and Cronin have gone off as
Sort of insurance against us getting our hands on all the witnesses in one quick, clean sweep. This had to be Twist's idea.
Damn. Massaging his throbbing temples with his fingertips, Leland sighed.
All right. We're not going after them tonight anyway.
But what about tomorrow? What if they split up all day tomorrow?
In the morning, Leland said, we'll put tails on all of them.
To this point he had seen no need to tail the witnesses everywhere they went, for he had known that in the end they would all wind up at the same place, the motel, making it easier for him to deal with them. But now, if they were going to be spread out when the time came to take them into custody, he would need to know where they were at all times. Horner said, "Depending on where they go tomorrow, they're likely to spot any tails we put on them. In this kind of open country, it's not easy to be discreet."
I know, Leland said. So let them see us. I've wanted to stay out of sight, but we're at the end of that approach. Maybe seeing us will throw them off balance until it's too late. Maybe scared. They'll even get back together for protection and make our job easier again.
If we have to take some of them at a place other than the motel, say an Elko, it'll be difficult, Horner said worriedly.
If they can't be taken, they've got to be killed.
Leland pulled up a chair, sat down.
Let's work out surveillance details now and have the tails in position before dawn.
3. Tuesday, January 14th. At 7:30 Tuesday morning, in response to a telephone call from Brendan Cronin very late the previous night, Father Stefan Vikazik prepared to set out on a drive to Evanston, to the last known address of Calvin Sharkle, the trucker who had been at the Tranquility Motel that summer but whose telephone was now disconnected. In light of the enormity of last evening's developments in Nevada, everyone was agreed that every possible effort must be made to contact the other victims who had thus far been unreachable. Standing in the warm rectory kitchen, Stefan buttoned his topcoat and put on his fedora. Father Michael Girano, who was just sitting down to oatmeal and toast after celebrating sunrise mass, said,
"Perhaps I should know more about this whole situation, about what on earth's wrong with Brendan in case something happens to you."
"Nothing's going to happen to me," Father Vikazik said firmly. "God hasn't let me spend 5 decades learning how the world works just to have me killed now that I'm able to do my best work for the church." Michael shook his head.
"You're always so
certain in my faith? Of course I am. Rely on God and he will never fail you, Michael."
"Actually," Michael said, smiling, "I was going to say you're always so bull-headed."
"Such impudence from a curate," Stefan said, winding a thick white scarf around his neck. "Attend thee, Father. What is wanted of a curate is humility, self-effacement, the strong back of a mule, the stamina of a plow horse, and an unfailingly adoring attitude toward his rector."
Michael grinned. "Oh, yes. I suppose if the rector is a pious old geezer grown vain from the praise of his parishioners—"
The telephone rang. "If it's for me, I'm gone," Stefan said. Stefan pulled on a pair of gloves, but was not quite able to make it to the back door before Michael held the receiver toward him.
"It's Winton Toke," Michael said. "The cop whose life Brendan saved? He sounds almost hysterical, and he wants to talk to Brendan."
Stefan took the phone and identified himself. The policeman's voice was haunted and full of urgency. "Father, I've got to talk to Brendan Cronin right away. You can't wait." "I'm afraid he's away," Stefan said, "out at the other end of the country. What's the matter? Can I be of assistance?"
"Cronin," Toke said shakily.
Something's happened, and I don't understand. It's strange. Jesus, it's the strangest, craziest thing. But I knew right away it was somehow related to Brendan." "I'm sure I can help. Where are you, Winton?" "On duty. End of the shift, graveyard shift, uptown. There's been a knifing, a shooting. Horrible. And then... Listen, I want Cronin to come up here. He's got to explain this. He's got to. Right away." Father Vikazik elicited an address from Tok, left the rectory at a run, and drove too fast. Less than half an hour later, he arrived in a block of identical, shabby, 6-story brick tenements in the uptown district. He was unable to park in front of the address he had been given and settled for a spot near the corner, for the prime space was occupied by police vehicles, marked and unmarked cars, an SID wagon, whose radios filled the cold air with a metallic chorus of dispatcher's codes and jargon. 2 officers were watching over the vehicles to prevent vandalism. In answer to Stefan's question, they told him the action was on the 3rd floor, in 3B, the Mendoza's apartment. The glass in the front door was cracked across one corner, and the temporary repair with electrician's tape looked as if it had become a permanent solution. The door opened on a grim foyer. Some floor tiles were missing and others were hidden by grime. The paint was peeling. As he climbed the stairs, Stefan encountered 2 beautiful children playing dead doll with a battered Raggedy Ann and an old shoebox. When he walked through the open door and into the Mendoza's 3rd-floor apartment, Father Vikazik saw a beige sofa liberally stained with still wet blood, so much that in some places the cushions were almost black. Hundreds of drops had sprayed across the pale yellow wall behind the sofa, a pattern that evidently had resulted when someone in front of the wall had been hit by large-caliber slugs that passed through him. 4 bullet holes marred the plaster. Blood was spattered over a lampshade, coffee table, bookshelf, and part of the carpet. The gore was even more disgusting than it might ordinarily have been, because the apartment was otherwise extremely well kept, which made the areas of bloody chaos more shocking by comparison. The Mendozas could afford to live only in a slum tenement, but like some other poor people, they refused to surrender to, or become part of, the uptown squalor. The filth of the streets, the grime of public hallways and staircases stopped at their door, as if their apartment was a fortress against dirt, a shrine to cleanliness and order. Everything gleamed. Removing his fedora, Stefan took only 2 steps into the living room, which flowed without interruption into a small dining area, which itself was separated from a half-sized kitchen by a serving counter. The place was crowded with detectives, uniformed officers, lab technicians, maybe a dozen men altogether. Most of them were not acting like cops. Their demeanor puzzled Stefan. Apparently, the lab men had completed their work and the others had nothing to do, yet no one was leaving. They were standing in groups of 2 or 3, talking in the subdued manner of people at a funeral parlor or in church. Only one detective was working. He was sitting at the dinette table with a Madonna-faced Latino woman of about 40, asking questions of her. Father Vikazik heard him call her Mrs. Mendoza, and recording her answers on legal-looking forms. She was trying to cooperate, but was distracted as she glanced repeatedly at a man her own age, probably her husband, who was pacing back and forth with a child in his arms. The child was a cute boy of about 6. Mr. Mendoza held the child in one burly arm, talking constantly to him, patting him, ruffling his thick hair. Obviously, this man had almost lost his son in whatever violence had occurred here, and he needed to touch and hold the child to convince himself that the worst had not actually happened. One of the patrolmen noticed Stefan and said, "Father Vikazik?" The officer's voice was soft, but at the mention of Stefan's name the entire group fell silent. Stefan could not remember ever seeing expressions quite like those that came over the faces of the people in the Mendoza's small apartment, as if he were expected to deliver onto them a single sentence that would shed light upon all the mysteries of existence and succinctly convey the meaning of life. What in the world is going on here? Stefan wondered uneasily. "This way, Father," said a uniformed officer. Pulling off his gloves, Stefan followed the officer across the room. The hush prevailed, and everyone made way for the priest and his guide. They went into a pin-neat bedroom where Winton Tok and another officer were sitting on the edge of the bed. "Father Vikazik's here," Stefan's guide said, then retreated to the living room. Tok was sitting bent forward, his elbows on his knees, his face hidden in his hands. He did not look up. The other officer rose from the edge of the bed and introduced himself as Paul Armis, Winton's partner. I think you'd better get it directly from Wynn, Armis said. I'll give you some privacy. He left, closing the door behind him. The bedroom was small, with space for only the bed, one nightstand, a half-size dresser, one chair. Father Vikazik pulled the chair around to face the foot of the bed and sat down so he could look directly at Winton Toke. Their knees were almost touching. Removing his scarf, Father Vikazik said, Winton, what's happened? Toke looked up, and Stefan was startled by the man's expression. He had thought Toke was upset by whatever had happened in the living room, but his face revealed that he was exhilarated, filled with an excitement he could barely contain. Simultaneously, he seemed fearful, not terrified, not quaking with fear, but troubled by something that prevented him from giving in completely, happily, to his excitement. Father, who is Brendan Cronin? The tremor in the big man's voice was of an odd character that might have betrayed either incipient joy or terror. What is Brendan Cronin? Stefan hesitated, decided on the full truth. He's a priest. Winton shook his head. But that's not what we were told. Stefan sighed, nodded. He explained about Brendan's loss of faith and about the unconventional therapy that had included a week in a police patrol car. You and Officer Armis weren't told he was a priest because you might have treated him differently, and because I wished to spare him embarrassment. A fallen priest, Winton said, looking baffled. Not fallen, Father Vikazik said confidently. Merely faltering. He'll regain his faith in time. The room's inadequate light came from a dim lamp on the nightstand and from a single, narrow window, leaving the dark policeman in velvet gloom. The whites of his eyes were twin lamps, very bright by contrast with the darknesses of shadows and genetic heritage. How did Brendan heal me when I was shot? How did he perform that miracle? How? Why have you decided it was a miracle? I was shot twice in the chest, point blank. 3 days later, I left the hospital. 3 days. In 10 days, I was ready to go back to work, but they made me stay home 2 weeks. Doctors kept talking about my hardy physical condition, the extraordinary healing that's possible if a body's in tip-top shape. I started thinking they were trying to explain my recovery not to me but to themselves. But I still figured I was just really lucky. I came back to work a week ago, and then something else happened. Winton unbuttoned his shirt, pulled it open, and lifted his undershirt to reveal his bare chest. The scars. Father Vikazik shivered. Though he was close to Winton, he leaned closer, staring in amazement. The man's chest was unmarked. Well, not entirely unmarked, but the entry wounds had already healed until they were just discolored spots as big as dimes. The surgeon's incisions had almost vanished, thin lines visible now only on close inspection. This soon, after major trauma, some swelling and inflammation should have been evident, but there was none. The minimal scar tissue was pale pink-brown against dark-brown skin, neither lumpy nor puckered. I've seen other guys with old bullet wounds, Winton said, his excitement still restrained by a rope of fear. Lots of them. Gnarly, thick, ugly. You don't take 238s in the chest, undergo major surgery, and look like this 3 weeks later. Or ever. When's the last time you visited your doctor? Has he seen this? Winton rebuttoned his shirt with trembling hands. I saw Dr. Soniford a week ago. The sutures hadn't been removed long before, and my chest was still a mess. It's only been the past 4 days that the scars melted away. I swear, Father, if I stand at a mirror long enough, I can see them fading. Finishing with his shirt buttons, Winton said, Lately, I've been thinking about your visit to the hospital Christmas Day. The more I've gone over it in my mind, the more it seems your behavior was peculiar. I remember some of what you said, some of the questions you asked about Brendan, and I start wondering. One thing I wonder about, one thing I got to know is whether Brendan Cronin ever healed anyone else. Yes. Nothing as dramatic as your case, but there's another. I'm not at liberty to reveal who, Stefan said. But this isn't why you called the rectory, Winton. Not to show Brendan how well you've healed. Your voice was so full of urgency, even panic. And what about all these policemen with the Mendozas? What's happened here, Winton? A mercurial smile appeared on and quickly faded from the man's broad face, followed by a transient glimmer of fear. Emotional turmoil was also evident in his voice. We're cruising, me and Paul. We get a call, this address. We get here, find a 16-year-old kid high on PCP. You know what they're like on PCP sometimes? Crazy. Animals. Damn stuff eats brain cells. Later, after it's over, we find out his name's Ernesto, son of Mrs. Mendoza's sister. He came to live here a week ago because his mother can't control him anymore. The Mendozas? They're good people. You see how they keep this place? Father Vikazik nodded. Winton said, the kind of people take in a nephew when he's gone wrong. Try to set him straight. But you can't set a kid like that straight. You break your heart trying, Father. This Ernesto, he's been in trouble since he was in 5th grade. Juvenile arrest record, 6 offenses, 2 of them pretty serious. We get here. He's naked as a jaybird, screaming his head off, eyes bugged out like the pressure in his head's going to blow his skull apart. Winton's gaze unfocused, as if he were seeing back into time and had as clear a view of that scene as when he had first encountered it. Ernesto's got Hector, the little boy you probably saw when you came in. He's got him down on the sofa, holding him, and he's got a goddamn 6-inch switchblade at Hector's throat. Mr. Mendoza, well, he's going crazy, wanting to rush Ernesto and take the knife, but scared Ernesto will slash Hector. Ernesto's screaming he was blissed on angel dust. He's PCP crazy, and you can't talk sense to him. We drew our guns because you don't just walk up to some doped-out freak with a knife and shake hands. But we didn't want to try to shoot him because he had the knife at Hector's throat. Hector was crying, and Ernesto could have killed the kid if we made the wrong move. So we tried to talk him down, talk him away from Hector. And we seemed to make headway, because he started to take the knife off the boy. But then, all of a sudden, Jesus, he slashed, quick, cut Hector's throat, almost from ear to ear, deep. Winton shuddered. Deep. Then he raised the knife over his head, so we shot him. I'm not sure how many times. Blew him away, and he fell dead on top of Hector. We pulled him off, and there was little Hector, one hand, trying to close up the hole in his throat. Blood spurting between his fingers, eyes already glazing over. The cop took a deep breath and shuddered again. His eyes came back into focus as if he needed to retreat from the horror of the past. He looked toward the window, beyond which the gray winter daylight sifted like soot over the gray uptown street. Stefan's heart had begun to pound, not because of the bloody horror that Winton had described, but because he could see where the cop's story had to be leading, and he was eager to hear the miracle described. Looking at the window, Winton continued. His voice grew shakier as he spoke. There's no first aid for that kind of wound, Father. Severed arteries, veins, big arteries in the neck. Blood pumps out like water from a hose, and you can't use a tourniquet, not on the neck. And direct pressure won't seal up a carotid artery. Shit, no. I knelt on the floor beside the sofa, and I saw Hector was dying fast. He looked so little, Father, so little. That kind of wound, they're gone in 2 minutes, sometimes a lot less. And he was so little. I knew it was useless, but I put my hands on Hector's neck, like somehow I could hold the blood in him, hold the life in him. I was sick, angry, scared, and it just wasn't right that a boy so little should die that way, that hard. Not right he should die at all, not right. And then he healed, Father Vikazik said softly. Winton Took finally looked away from the gray light at the window and met Stefan's eyes. Yes, Father. He healed. He was soaked in his own blood, seconds away from death, but he healed. I didn't even know what was happening, didn't feel it happening. Nothing special in my hands. Wouldn't you think I'd feel something special in my hands? But the first I realized that something incredible was happening was when the blood stopped spurting against my fingers, and the boy shut his eyes at the same time, which was when I thought he was dead for sure, and I shouted, "No! God, no!" And I started to take my hands away from Hector's throat to look at it, and that's when I saw the wound was closed up. It still had a raw, ugly look to it, an awful line with a knife cut deep, but the flesh was knit together into a bright red scar. A healing scar. The big man stopped speaking because shimmery lenses of tears had formed over his eyes. He was overcome once more. If he'd been racked by grief, he probably would have suppressed it. But this was something even more powerful. Joy. Pure. Wild, disbelieving joy. He could not contain several explosive, wrenching sobs. With hot tears in his own eyes, Father Vikazik held out both hands. Winton took them, squeezed them tight, and did not let go as he continued. Paul, my partner, saw it happen. So did the Mendozas, and 2 other uniforms arrived just as we shot Ernesto. They saw it too. And when I looked at that red line across his throat, somehow I knew what I had to do. I put my hands on the boy again, covered up the wound again, and I thought about him being alive. Sort of wished him alive. My mind was in high gear, and I made the connection with Brendan and me, the sandwich shop. I thought about how the scars on my chest had been disappearing the last few days, and I knew somehow it's connected, so I kept my hands on his throat. And in a minute or so, he opened his eyes. He smiled at me. You should have seen that smile, Father. So I took my hands away again. And the scar was there, but lighter. The boy sat up and asked for his mother. And that's when I went to pieces. Winton paused and gulped some air. Mrs. Mendoza took Hector into the bathroom, stripped him out of his bloody clothes, bathed him, and all the time more people from the department kept showing up. Word was getting around. Thank God the reporters haven't gotten to it yet. For a while the 2 men sat facing each other in silence, gripping hands. Then Stefan said, "Did you try to bring Ernesto back?" "Yes. In spite of what he'd done, I put my hands on his wounds. But it didn't work with him, Father. Maybe because he was already dead. Hector was only dying, not yet gone, but Ernesto was dead. Did you notice odd marks in your hands, on your palms? Red rings of swollen flesh? Oh, nothing like that. What would it have meant if there'd been rings? I don't know, Father Vikazik said. But they appear in Brendan's hands when these things happen. They were silent again, and then went and said, Is Brendan, is Father Cronin, some kind of saint? Father Vikazik smiled. He's a good man, but he's no saint. Then how did he heal me? I don't know precisely, but surely it's a manifestation of the power of God, somehow, for some reason. But how did Brendan pass along this power to heal? I don't know, Winton. If he did pass it along, maybe the power isn't yours. Maybe it's just God acting through you. First through Brendan and then through you. At last, Winton let go of Father Vikazik's hands. He turned his palms up and stared at them. No. The power's still here. Still in me, I know that. Somehow I feel it, and not just the power to heal. There's more. Father Vikazik raised his eyebrows. More? What else? Winton frowned. I don't know yet. It's all so new, so strange. But I feel more. It'll take time for it to develop. He looked up from the pale palms of his calloused black hands, awe-stricken and fearful. What is Father Cronin? And what has he made of me? Winton, get rid of the notion there's anything evil or dangerous about this. It's entirely a wondrous thing. Think of Hector, the child you saved. Remember what it was like to feel life regaining its hold in his small body. We're players in a divine mystery, Winton. We can't understand the meaning of it until God allows us to understand. Father Vikazik said he wanted to have a look at the boy, Hector Mendoza, and went and said, I'm not ready to go out there and face that crowd. Even though they're mostly my people, I'll stay here a while. You'll come back? I got other rather urgent business this morning, Winton. I have to get on with it soon. But I'll be in touch with you. Oh, you can be sure of that. And if you need me, just call St. Bet's. When Stefan left the bedroom, the waiting crowd of policemen and lab technicians fell silent as before. They parted in his path as he crossed to the dinette table, where little Hector was now perched on his mother's lap, nibbling happily at a Hershey bar with almonds. The boy was small, even for a 6-year-old, with delicate facial bones. His eyes were bright and full of intelligence, proof that he'd suffered no brain damage in spite of losing most of his blood. But even more astonishing was the fact that his lost blood had evidently been replaced, without need of transfusions, which made the boy's recovery even more miraculous than Toke's. The power in Winton's hands seemed greater than it had been in Brendan's. When Father Vikazik stooped down to be at eye level with Hector, the child grinned at him. How are you feeling, Hector?
Okay,
the boy said shyly. Do you remember what happened to you, Hector? The child licked chocolate from his lips and shook his head. No. Is that a good candy bar? The boy nodded and offered Father Vikazik a bite. The priest smiled. Thank you, Hector, but that's all yours.
Mama might give you one, Hector said, but don't drop any on the carpet. That's big trouble.
Stefan looked up at Mrs. Mendoza. He really doesn't remember?
No. God lifted the memory from him, Father.
You're Catholic, Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes, Father,
she said, crossing herself with her free hand. Do you attend Our Lady of Sorrow? Yes, well, That's Father Nilo's parish. Have you called him?
No, Father. I didn't know if...
Father Bikazik looked up at Mr. Mendoza, who stood on the other side of his wife's chair. Call Father Nilo. Tell him what's happened. Ask him to come. Explain that I'll be gone when he gets here, but that I'll talk to him later. Explain that I've much to tell him, that what he sees here isn't the whole story. Mr. Mendoza hurried to the telephone. Looking up at one of the detectives who had come close, Stefan said, "Have you taken pictures of the boy's throat wound?" The detective nodded. "Yeah, standard procedure." He laughed nervously. "What am I saying? There's nothing standard about this." "Just so you have photographs to prove this happened," Father Bikazik said. "Because I think soon there will be little or no scar." He turned to the boy again. "Now, Hector, if it's okay, I'd like to touch your throat. I'd like to feel that mark." The boy lowered the candy bar. Father Bikazik's fingers were trembling when they touched the fiery scar tissue and moved slowly around the boy's neck from one end of the wound to the other. A strong pulse beat in the carotid arteries on each side of the slender young throat, and Stefan's heart leapt when he felt the miracle of life. Death had been defeated here, and Stefan believed he had been privileged to witness a fulfillment of the promise which was at the root of the Church's existence. Death shall not last. Unto you shall be given life everlasting. Tears rose in the priest's eyes. When at last Stefan reluctantly took his hand away from the boy and stood, one of the policemen said, "What's it mean, Father? I heard you tell Mr. Mendoza this wasn't the whole story. What's happening?" Stefan turned to look upon the assembly, which now numbered 20. In their faces he saw a longing to believe, not particularly in the truths of Catholicism or Christianity, for not all were Catholics or Christians, but a deep-seated longing to believe in something greater and better and cleaner than humankind, an intense yearning for spiritual transcendence. "What's it mean, Father?" one of them asked again. "Something's happening," he told them. "Here, elsewhere. A great and wonderful something. This child is part of it. I can't tell you for sure what it means, or that we've seen the hand of God here, though I believe we have. Look at Hector on his mother's lap, eating candy, and remember God's promise. There shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. In my heart of hearts, I feel that the former things are about to pass away. Now I must go. I've urgent business." Somewhat to his surprise, even though his explanation had been vague, they parted to make way for him and did not detain him further, perhaps because the miracle of Hector Mendoza had not been vague, had in fact been emphatically specific, and had already given them more answers than they could handle. But as Stefan went, some reached out to touch him, to squeeze his hand or shoulder, not with religious fervor, but with an emotional camaraderie. Stefan was overcome by the need to touch them as well, to share a profound sense of the community of humankind, which had filled everyone in the room, to share the conviction that they were being swept towards some great destiny. In Boston, at 10 o'clock, Alexander Christopherson, former United States Senator and Ambassador to Great Britain, former Director of the CIA, now retired for a decade, was reading the morning newspaper when he received a telephone call from his brother Philip, the antiques dealer in Greenwich, Connecticut. They spoke for 5 minutes about nothing important, just two brothers keeping in touch, but the conversation had a secret purpose. At the end, Philip said, "Oh, by the way, I spoke with Diana just this morning. You remember her?" "I certainly do," Alex said. "How's she doing?" "Oh, she has her troubles," Philip said. "Too boring to discuss. But she says hello." Then he changed the subject, recommending 2 new books that Alex might enjoy, as if Diana were of no real importance. Diana was the code word that meant Ginger Weiss had phoned Philip and needed to speak with Alex. The moment he had seen Ginger at Pablo's funeral, her silver blonde hair a shimmer as if with a light of its own, she had made him think of Diana, the goddess of the moon. After he said goodbye to Philip, he told his wife, Elena, that he intended to drive to the mall. "I want to stop at the bookstore and pick up a couple of novels that Philip recommended." He actually went to the mall, but before he bought the books, he found a public phone booth and, using his AT&T credit card, called Philip to get the number that Ginger Weiss had left.
"She says it's a payphone in Elko, Nevada,"
Philip told him. When Alex put the Nevada call through, Ginger Weiss did not answer until the 5th ring.
"Sorry," she said. "I was in the car, parked beside the booth. It was just too cold to stand here and wait."
"What are you doing in Nevada?" Alex asked.
"If I understood you correctly at Pablo's funeral, you really don't want me to answer questions like that."
"Right. Less I know, the better. What did you want to ask me?" She explained, with a minimum of detail, that she had found others suffering from memory blocks similar to hers, some with different false memories covering the same time span. Since Alex was the expert on brainwashing, Ginger wanted to know if implanting fake memories that included threads of reality was more difficult than implanting entirely false recollections, and he was able to assure her that indeed it was.
"That's what we figured," Ginger said. "But it's good to hear you confirm it. Shows we're on the right track. Now, one more thing. I want you to get some information for us. We need to know whatever you can learn about a Colonel Leland Falkirk, an officer in one of the Army's elite Dero companies. I also need—"
Wait, Alex said, looking nervously through the glass door of the booth at shoppers walking past in the mall, as if he were already under observation or even targeted for removal. "At the cemetery, I said I'd provide advice or background on mind control techniques, but I warned you I wouldn't dig up information. I explained my position."
"Well, even though you've been retired for years, you must still know people in many of the right places."
"Didn't you hear me, Doctor? I will not get actively involved in your problems. I simply can't afford to. I've got too much to lose."
"Now, don't worry about digging up anything exotic or highly classified. We don't expect that," she said, as if she had not heard him. "Just the bare details of Falkirk's service record might help us understand him and form an idea of what to expect from him."
"Please,
But she was indefatigable. "I also need to know about the Thunderhill Depository, an Army facility here in Elko County."
"No."
"It's supposed to be an underground storage facility, and maybe that's all it was for a long time, or maybe it's always been something else, but I know it's not just an underground warehouse these days."
"Doctor, I won't do this for you."
"Colonel Leland Falkirk and Thunderhill Depository. It's not so much to ask. No deep snooping, just what details you can glean. Talk to your old friends who are still in the game. Then report to either Dr. George Hannaby there in Boston or to Father Stefan Vikazik, a priest in Chicago." She gave him phone numbers. "I can get in touch with them, and they won't mention your name when they tell me what you've reported. That way, you don't have to call me direct and you stay in the clear."
He tried and failed to control the palsied shaking of his hands. "Doctor, I'm sorry I volunteered even limited assistance. I'm an old man who's afraid to die."
"You're also worried about sins you might have committed in the name of duty," she said, repeating what he had told her at the cemetery. "And you'd probably like to do something to atone for some of those sins, real or imagined. This would be atonement of a sort, Mr. Christofson."
She repeated the telephone numbers for Hannaby and Vikazik. "No. If you're interrogated, remember I said no. Emphatically no."
With maddening good cheer, she said, "Oh, and it would help if you had something for me within the next 6 or 8 hours. I know that's a tall order, but then again, I'm only asking for basic information, whatever's in the unclassified files."
"Goodbye, Doctor," he said pointedly.
"I'll look forward to hearing from you."
"You will not hear from me."
"Toodaloo," she said, and hung up on him first.
"Christ," he said, slamming the receiver down. She was an attractive woman, personable, intelligent, appealing in so many ways, but her absolute conviction that she would always get what she wanted. This was a trait he sometimes admired in a man, seldom or never in a woman. Well, she'd be disappointed this time. This time she'd not get what she wanted. Damned if she would. Yet, with his cross pen, he had made note of the telephone numbers for Hannaby and Vikazik, which she had given him. Dom and Ernie set out early Tuesday morning to reconnoiter at least part of the perimeter of Thunderhill Depository. They went in Jack Twist's new Jeep Cherokee. Jack himself was sleeping back at the motel, having gone to bed only a few hours ago, after spending half the night driving around Elko, staying on the move with Brendan Cronin and Georgia Monatella. Both the Cherokee and the motel's Dodge van had four-wheel drive, but the Jeep was tougher, more maneuverable. The foothill and mountain roads up toward Thunderhill might be icy in spots, and as the day promised new snow, they wanted the most reliable transportation. Dom did not like the look of the sky. Thick, dark clouds hung low over the high plains, lower over the foothills, and obscured the tops of the mountains. The weather forecast called for the first big storm of the year, later than usual this season, as much as 14 inches of snow in the higher elevations. Not a single flake had fallen yet. The raised and threatening lash of winter did not induce a pensive mood in Dom or Ernie. They were in high spirits upon setting out from the motel. They were finally doing something. Acting, not just reacting. In addition, there was the pleasant fellowship that exists when men who like each other set out on an adventure together. A fishing trip, or an expedition to a ballpark, or a scouting trip to explore the perimeter defenses of a military installation. In no little measure, their excellent mood grew from the unexpected peacefulness of the night just past. For the first time in weeks, Dom's sleep hadn't been disturbed by nightmares or sleepwalking. He had dreamed only of an undetailed chamber filled with golden light, evidently the same place that featured in Brendan's dreams. Likewise, instead of lying awake in fear of the shadows beyond the glow of the bedside lamp, Ernie had drifted off to sleep at once. The others also said it was the most restful night in recent memory. Ginger's theory, put forth over a quick cup of coffee this morning, was that their worst dreams had been related not to the mysterious events they had witnessed on the night of July 6th, but to the subsequent brainwashing. Therefore, now that they had an idea of what they'd endured at the hands of the mind control experts, the subconscious pressure related to those experiences was relieved, eliminating the source of those particular bad dreams. And Dom had a reason of his own to feel good about the day. This morning, no one had looked warily at him or treated him with deference because of his telekinetic power. At first he was baffled by their quick adjustment to his new status. Then he realized what must be going through their minds. Since they had shared his experiences of the summer before last, it was logical that they would also share his strange power, sooner or later. They must believe their own development of paranormal abilities was merely lagging behind his. Eventually, if they did not acquire the power, they might build the emotional, intellectual, and psychological walls between them and him that would isolate him, as he feared. But for the moment, anyway, they were acting as if no gulf separated them from him, and he was grateful. Now, humming softly, Ernie drove north on the two-lane county road, leaving the motel and the interstate behind them. They climbed some of the same rugged hills down which Jack Twist had come last night when making his clandestine approach to the tranquility, although Jack had traveled overland, and Dom studied the changing terrain with interest. The rising land seemed leaner the higher it rose, revealing less flesh and more rocky bones that poked up everywhere in clavicles and scapulae and sternums of limestone, in fibulae and femurs of crumbling shale, in occasional ribs and spines of formidable granite. As if in awareness of the colder air of higher altitudes, the land wore more clothes, thicker petticoats of grass, more lavish skirts of sage and other bushes, then trees. Trees, more trees, mountain mahogany, tall pines, cedar, quaking aspen, and on eastern slopes an occasional spruce or fir. They had gone only 3 miles when they reached the snow line. A thin mantle flanked the road at first, but in the next 2 miles it deepened to 8 inches. Although a winter drought had held sway from September until early December, and although no major storm had swept the area yet this season, a few light snows had put down a respectable ground cover, also frosting the bristled boughs of the evergreens. But for a few small, scattered patches of ice, the county road was cleared for easy travel.
"They always keep it clean as far as Thunder Hill, even in killing weather," Ernie explained. "But up beyond the depository, the road crews don't do as thorough a job."
In no time they had gone 10 miles, always following the crest of the valley that fell away on the east, and always with rising mountains on the west. They passed several dirt and gravel lanes leading to isolated homes and ranches in the eastward-sloping lands to their right, and at the 10-mile point they reached the guarded entrance road to Thunder Hill Depository, also on the right. Ernie slowed the Cherokee but did not turn into the entranceway.
"Haven't been this far up here in a long time. They've made changes since I saw the place last. Didn't used to look this formidable."
A sign announced the depository. Beside the sign, another paved road branched off the county lane, leading away between towering pines of such a dark green hue they seemed nearly black in the somber pre-storm light. 15 feet in from the turnoff, the lane was blocked by long metal spikes that speared up from the pavement, precisely angled to puncture the tires of any vehicle that tried to proceed farther, but also large enough to catch on the axle of a hurtling truck or car and instantly arrest its progress. 20 feet beyond the spikes, there was a massive steel gate, crowned with spears, painted red. A concrete block guardhouse, 20 feet by 10, stood inside the gate, and its black metal door looked capable of withstanding a bazooka barrage. Ernie pulled to the edge of the main road and slowed almost to a full stop as they eased past the entrance to Thunder Hill. He pointed to a yard-square post at the verge of the entrance lane, just this side of the wicket spikes.
"Looks like an intercom to the guardhouse. Not just a voice link, either. One of those systems like they have in drive-in banks, with a video monitor so they can see you in your car. The man in the guardhouse approves a visitor before the road spikes lower and the gate opens. Even then, I'll bet there are permanently in-place machine guns to take you out if the guard decides he's been duped after he's already opened the gates."
From each end of the gate, an 8-foot-high chain-link fence with a barbed wire overhang disappeared into the trees, and Dom noted a white sign with red lettering that warned, "Danger, electrified." Although the perimeter fence led into the forest, no trees overhung it. From the small sections that he could see flanking the main gate, there appeared to be a 20-foot-wide no-man's land on each side. Dom's good mood faded. He had thought that the security along the perimeter of the facility would be minimal. After all, once you got onto the grounds, the actual entrance to Thunder Hill was through 8 or 10-foot thick blast doors set in the hillside. That barrier was so impregnable that it seemed wasteful to install maximum security around the entire outer edge of the property. Yet that was what they had done, which meant the secret they were guarding was so important that they did not even trust nuclear-proof doors and subterranean limestone vaults to keep it safe.
"The spikes in the road are new," Ernie said, "and the gate they had a couple of years ago was pretty flimsy by comparison. The fence was always here, but it wasn't electrified before."
"We've no hope at all of getting a look inside." Although no one had said as much, for fear of sounding foolish, they all hoped they might get as far as the blast doors of the facility, have a look around the newly expanded grounds that had been taken from ranchers Brust and Dirksen, and be fortunate enough to stumble across another piece of the puzzle they were committed to solve. Dom had never imagined they would actually get inside the underground rooms of Thunder Hill.
That was an improbable scenario. But from the comfort of the Tranquility Motel, getting onto the grounds and snooping around had not seemed like an impossible dream. Until now. Dom wondered if his newly discovered telekinetic powers might be used to circumvent the depository's fortifications, but he dismissed that thought as quickly as it occurred to him. Until he could control the gift, it was of little use. It scared him. He sensed that the power was sufficient to cause tremendous destruction and death if he lost control of it, and he would not take the chance again, except under very tightly controlled conditions.
"Well," Ernie said, "it was never our intention to try waltzing through the front gate. Let's have a look along some of the perimeter fence."
He touched his foot lightly on the accelerator. Looking in the rear-view mirror, he said,
"Oh, and by the way, we're being followed."
Startled, Dom turned and looked through the rear window of the Cherokee. Less than 100 yards behind was a pickup truck, an all-terrain job, loftily perched on tires twice as wide and more than twice as high as ordinary tires. Spotlights, currently unlit, were mounted on the roof, and a snowplow, currently raised off the road, was fitted to the front. Although Dom was certain that private citizens living in the mountains might own similar trucks, this one had the look of a military vehicle. The windshield was tinted, the driver unrevealed. He said, "You sure they're following us? When did they show up?" Piloting the Cherokee up the county road, Ernie said,
"I noticed them about half a mile after we left the motel. When we slow down, they slow down too. When we speed up, so do they."
"You think there's going to be trouble?"
"There will be if they ask for it. They're probably only army pussies,"
Ernie said. He grinned. Dom laughed. "Don't get me in a war just to prove leathernecks are tougher than GIs. I'll happily accept your word for it." The road became steeper. The somber, ashen sky grew lower. The dark trees drew closer on both sides. The pickup stayed behind them. Mrs. Hallberg, Emmy's mother, answered the door, letting a puff of warm air out of the house into the frigid Chicago morning. Father Vikazik said, "Sorry to come unannounced like this, but the most extraordinary thing is happening, and I had to find out if Emmy—" He stopped in mid-sentence when he realized that Mrs. Hallberg was in terrible distress. Her eyes were wide with shock, with fear, too. Before he could ask what was wrong, she said, "My God, it's you, Father. From the hospital, I remember, but how did you know to come? We haven't called anyone yet. How'd you know to come? What's happened?" Rather than answer, she took him by the arm, ushered him inside, slammed the door, and hurried him upstairs. "This way, quickly." Coming directly from the Mendoza's apartment uptown, he expected to find something odd at the Hallberg place, but not this state of crisis. When they reached the second-floor hallway, Mr. Hallberg was there with one of Emmy's older sisters. They were standing halfway down the hall at an open door, staring into a room at something that seemed equally to attract and repel them. In the room, something thumped, rattled, then thumped twice again, followed by a musical burst of girlish laughter. Mr. Hallberg turned, a ghastly expression on his face, and blinked in surprise at Stefan. "Father, thank God you're here. We didn't know what to do. Didn't want to make complete fools of ourselves by calling for help and then maybe nothing's happening when help gets here, you know. But now you've come, so it's settled, and I'm relieved." Stefan looked warily through the open doorway and saw the usual accoutrements of a bedroom occupied by a girl of 10 going on 11, the changeling age, between childhood and adolescence. Half a dozen teddy bears, big posters of the current teenage idols, boys utterly unknown to Stefan. A wooden hat rack hung with a collection of exotic chapeaux, probably purchased from thrift shops. Roller skates, a tape deck, a flute lying in an open case. Emmy's other sister, in a white sweater, tartan plaid skirt, and knee socks, was standing a few feet inside the room, pale and half-paralyzed. Emmy was standing up in bed, pajama-clad, looking even healthier than on Christmas Day. She was hugging a pillow
grinning at the same astonishing performance, a poltergeist at play, that riveted her sister and frightened the rest of her family. As Father Bikasik stepped into the room, Emmy laughed delightedly at the antics of two small teddy bears waltzing in midair. Their movements were nearly as precise and formal as those of real dancers. But the bears were not the only inanimate objects infused with magical life. The roller skates were not standing still in a corner, but were moving about on separate courses. This one past the foot of the bed and then to the closet door, that one to the desk, this one to the window, moving fast, then slow. The hats jiggled on the rack. A Care Bear on a bookshelf bounced up and down. Stefan went to the foot of the bed, careful to avoid the roller skates, and looked up at Emmy, who still stood on the mattress. "Emmy?" The girl glanced down at him.
"Pudgy's friend. Hello, Father. Isn't it terrific? Isn't it wild?"
"Emmy, is this you?" he asked, gesturing at the capering objects.
"Me?"
she said, genuinely surprised.
"No, not me."
But he noticed that the flying, waltzing bears faltered when she turned her attention away from them. They did not drop to the floor, but bobbled and turned and bumped against one another in a clumsy and aimless manner quite different from their previous measured grace. He also saw indications that the previous phenomena had not all been this harmless. A ceramic lamp had been knocked to the floor and broken. One of the posters was torn. The dresser mirror was cracked. Seeing the direction of his gaze, Emmy said,
"It was scary at first, but it's calmed down, and now it's just fun. Isn't it fun?"
As she was speaking, the flute rose out of the open carrying case, up and up until it was about 7 feet off the floor, only a few feet to the left of the floating teddy bears. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl caught a glimpse of the rising instrument. When she turned to look directly at the flute, sweet music began to issue from it. Not just random notes, but a well-executed tune. Emmy jumped up and down on the bed excitedly.
"That's Hanny's song! I used to play that."
"You're playing it now," Stefan said.
"Oh, no,"
she said, still staring at the flute.
"My hands got so bad, my knuckle joints, that I had to give up the flute a year ago. I'm cured now, but my hands still aren't good enough to play."
Stefan said, "But you aren't using your hands to play it, Emmy." His meaning finally penetrated. She looked down at him.
"Me?"
Deprived of her focused attention, the flute produced only a few more poorly executed notes and fell silent. It still hung in the air, but now it bobbled and dipped erratically. Emmy returned her attention to the instrument. It steadied in the air and began to play again.
"Me?"
she said wonderingly. She turned to her sister, who was still paralyzed by fear and amazement.
"Me?"
Emmy said, then looked at her parents, who were standing in the doorway.
"Me?"
Stefan appreciated what the child must be feeling, and his throat was pinched so tightly with emotion that he had difficulty swallowing. A month ago, she'd been a cripple, unable to dress herself, with nothing to look forward to except further deterioration, pain, and death. Now, she was not only cured and her damaged bones reknit, but she was also in possession of this spectacular gift. Father Bikasik wanted to tell her that somehow this gift had been given to her unwittingly by Brendan Cronin, her Pudge, but then he would have to explain where Brendan had gotten his gift, and he could not do that. Besides, he hadn't time even to tell them what he did know. It was 9:15. He should have been in Evanston by now. Time was of the essence, for Stefan was beginning to suspect that he would be catching a flight for Nevada before the day ended. Whatever was happening in Elko County was bound to be even more incredible than what was happening here, and he was determined to be a part of it. Emmy looked at the floating bears, and they resumed their formal dance once more. She giggled. Stefan thought about what Winton Toke had said only a short while ago in the Mendoza's uptown apartment. The power's still here, still in me. I know. I feel it. And not just the power to heal. There's more. Winton had not known what powers he might possess in addition to the healing touch, but Stefan suspected that the policeman was in for some surprises similar to those that had thrown the Hallberg household into turmoil. "Father, will you do it yourself?" Mr. Hallberg asked from the doorway, where he stood with his wife, his voice sharp with anxiety. Mrs. Hallberg said, "Please, we want it to be done as soon as possible. Immediately. Can't you begin at once?" Baffled, Stefan said, I'm sorry, but what is it you want done?" Mr. Hallberg said, "An exorcism, of course." Stefan stared at them incredulously, only now fully realizing why they had been in such distress when he had arrived, and why they had greeted him with such relief. He laughed. "Oh, there won't be any need for an exorcism. This isn't Satan at work. Oh, no, my heavens, no." From the corner of his eye, Stefan saw movement on the floor. He looked down at a 2-foot-high teddy bear that was tottering past him on stiff little stuffed legs. Winton Toke had said that he sensed he would need a long time to learn what his powers were, and to be able to control them. Either he was wrong, or the task was far easier for Emmy than for him. That might be the case. Children were much more adaptable than adults. Emmy's parents and her other sister edged into the room, fascinated but wary. Stefan understood their wariness. All seemed, well, the power benign, but the situation was so awesome, so profoundly affecting on a primitive level that even an unfaltering optimist like Stefan Bikazik felt a tingle of fear. After using a payphone at a Shell service station in Elko to get in touch with Alexander Christophson in Boston, Ginger accompanied Faye to Elroy and Nancy Jameson's ranch in the Lamoille Valley, 20 miles from Elko. The Jamesons were the block's friends who had been visiting on the evening of July 6th, the summer before last. They had surely been caught up in the unknown events of that night, and had been detained at the motel for brainwashing with everyone else, though they remembered differently, of course. According to their program of false memories, they had been allowed to evacuate the danger zone, taking Ernie and Faye with them. They believed they had returned to their small ranch, where they and the blocks had passed the next few days. That was also what Faye and Ernie had believed, until recently. Ginger and Faye were paying a visit to the Jamesons, not to inform them of what had actually happened, but to determine, as indirectly as possible, if the Jamesons were having troubles of the kind afflicting Ginger, Ernie, Dom, and some of the others. If they were suffering, they would be brought into the mutually supportive community at the motel, the members of which had come to think of themselves as the Tranquility family, and would join the search for answers. But if the brainwashing had been effective, the Jamesons would not be told anything. To tell the Jamesons would be to endanger them. Besides, given the urgent strategy developed last night with Jack Twist, if the Jamesons were not already suffering, there was no point wasting a lot of time convincing them that they'd been brainwashed. Time was precious, and every passing hour carried the Tranquility family deeper into danger. Jack believed, and convinced Ginger, that their enemies would soon move against them. The drive from Elko in the motel's van was quick and scenic. The picturesque Lamoille Valley, 15 miles long, 4 miles wide, began at the foot of the Ruby Mountains. Wheat, barley, and potato farms occupied the lowlands, though the fields were unplanted now, slumbering under scattered patches of snow. Between the valley floor and the mountains, the higher lands and foothills offered lush pasturage, and that was where the Jamesons had their ranch. At one time, they owned hundreds of acres on which they raised cattle, but eventually they sold off much of their property, which had risen substantially in value, and got out of the livestock business. Now, in their early 60s and retired, they owned about 50 acres in the foothills, employed no ranch hands, and kept only 3 horses and a few chickens. As Faye turned off the main valley road onto a lane leading into the highlands, she said, "I think someone's following us." The back doors of the van had no windows, so Ginger looked at the side-mounted mirror. A nondescript sedan was about 100 feet behind them.
How do you know? Same car's been back there since the Union 76 in town. Maybe it's coincidence?
Ginger said. When they had followed the lane over halfway up the valley wall, they reached the long, narrow driveway to the Jamesons' ranch, which led half a mile back through deep shadows thrown by flanking rows of big piñons. Faye pulled into the driveway and slowed to see what the other car would do. Instead of going past, farther up into the hills, it pulled to a stop and parked along the outer lane, directly across from the entrance to the Jamesons' property. In the side view mirror, Ginger could see that the car was a late-model Plymouth, painted a flat, ugly brown-green.
Obviously a government heap, Faye said. Pretty bold, aren't they?
Well, if they've been eavesdropping on us, the way Jack says, through our own telephones, then they know we're onto them, so maybe they figure there's no point in playing coy with us. Faye took her foot off the brake and headed up the driveway. Watching the unmarked Plymouth dwindle in the side mirror, Ginger said,
Or maybe they're getting in position to take us into custody. Maybe they've put tails on all of us, and maybe they're just waiting for the order to snatch us all at the same time.
On the narrow gravel driveway, the interlacing shadows of the overarching piñons wove a darkness nearly as deep as night. As they drove up the two-lane road through the broad, snow-covered meadow toward the massive blast doors, Colonel Falkirk sat in the front passenger's seat of the Wagoneer, thinking about the catastrophe that would ensue from the revelation of Thunder Hill's secret. From a political perspective, this would make the Watergate mess look like a tea party. An unprecedented number of competing government institutions were involved in the cover-up, organizations that often operated in jealous opposition to one another. The FBI, CIA, National Security Agency, the United States Army, the Air Force, and others. It was a testament to the degree of potential danger that these groups could work together with nary a hitch and without a single leak in more than 18 months. But if the cover-up were uncovered, the scandal would extend throughout so much of the government that the faith of the American people in their leaders would be severely shaken. Of course, very few in any of those organizations knew what had happened. No more than 6 in the FBI, fewer in the CIA. Most of their men involved in the cover-up didn't know what they were covering up, which was why there had been no leaks. But the numero uno of each organization, the director of the FBI, the director of the CIA, the chief of staff of the Army, was completely in the know. Not to mention the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Secretary of State, and the President, his closest advisers, the Vice President. A lot of prominent men might fall from grace if this affair was not kept under lock and key. The political destruction wrought by the release of the secret would be only a small part of the devastation. The CISG, a think tank of physicists, biologists, anthropologists, sociologists, theologists, economists, educators, and other learned people, had pondered precisely this crisis at great length and depth years before it had arisen here in Nevada. The CISG had issued a 1,220-page top-secret report on its conclusions, a document that offered some disturbing reading. Leland knew that report by heart, for he was the military representative to the CISG and had helped write several position papers included in the final text. Within the CISG, the opinion was unanimous that the world would never be the same if such an event were to occur. All societies, all cultures would be radically changed forever. Projected deaths over the first 2 years ranged in the millions. Lieutenant Horner, who was driving the Wagoneer, braked 20 feet in front of the giant blast doors that were set in the sudden, steep upper slope of the meadow. He didn't wait for the huge barriers to open, for he was not driving directly into Thunder Hill. Horner turned right into a small parking lot where 3 minibuses, 4 Jeep wagons, a Land Rover, and several other vehicles stood side by side. The twin blast doors, each 30 feet high and 20 feet wide, were so thick they could be opened only at a ponderous pace, producing a rumble that could be heard a mile away and felt in the air and in the ground at least half as far. When a truck, loaded with ammunition, weapons, or supplies, pulled up in front of the drive-in entrance, the doors required 5 minutes to roll apart. Opening those hangar-sized portals every time a lone man needed to walk in or out was unthinkably inefficient. So a second, man-sized door, nearly as formidable, was set in the hillside 30 feet to the right of the main entrance. There was no better vault than Thunder Hill in which to keep the secret of July 6th. It was an impregnable fortress. Leland and Lieutenant Horner hurried through the bitter air to the walk-in entrance. The small steel door, almost as blast-proof as the massive versions to the left, had an electronic lock that could be disengaged only by tapping the proper 4 numbers on a keyboard. The code changed every 2 weeks, and those entrusted with it were required to commit it to memory. Leland punched in the code, and the 14-inch thick lead-core door slid aside with a sudden pneumatic whoosh. They stepped into a 12-foot-long concrete tunnel about 9 feet in diameter and brightly lit. It angled to the left. At the end was another door identical to the first, but it could not be opened until the outer door was closed. Leland touched a heat-sensitive switch just inside the tunnel entrance, and the outer door hissed shut behind him and Lieutenant Horner. Immediately, a pair of video cameras mounted on the ceiling at opposite ends of the chamber clicked on. The cameras tracked the 2 men as they walked to the inner door. No human eyes were watching the colonel and lieutenant on any video display, but the system was operated entirely by Vigilant, the security computer, as a precaution against the possibility that a traitor within Thunder Hill's own guard unit might open the facility to hostile forces. Vigilant was not linked to the installation's main computer or to the outside world. Therefore, it was invulnerable to saboteurs seeking to take control of it by means of a modem or other electronic tap. The guard at the perimeter fence had notified Vigilant that Colonel Leland Falkirk and Lieutenant Thomas Horner would be arriving. Now, as they approached the inner door under the gazes of video cameras, the computer compared their appearance to stored holographic images of them, rapidly matching 42 points of facial resemblance. It was impossible to deceive Vigilant either with makeup or with a look-alike for an approved visitor. If Leland or Horner had been an impostor or unauthorized visitor, Vigilant would have sounded an alarm, simultaneously filling the entrance tunnel with a sedative gas. The lock on the inner door had no keyboard. No code would open it. Instead, a 1-foot square panel of glass was set in the wall beside the door. Leland almost pressed his right hand palm down against the panel, hesitated, then used his left, and the glass lit, and a faint humming arose. Vigilant scanned his palm print and fingerprints, comparing them to the prints in its files. Lieutenant Horner said, "Almost as hard to get in here as into heaven."
"Harder,"
Leland said. The light behind the milky glass winked out, and Leland took his hand away. The inner door opened. They stepped into a huge, natural tunnel that had been improved by human hands. The domed rock overhead was lost in darkness because the lighting fixtures were suspended from black metal scaffolding, creating the illusion of a ceiling perhaps 20 or 30 feet below the true ceiling. The tunnel was 60 feet across and led into the mountain about 120 yards. In some places, the rock walls had natural contours, but in other places they carried the imprints of dynamite blasts and jackhammers and other tools that had been used to widen the narrow portions of the passageway. Incoming trucks could drive along the concrete floor to unloading bays beside immense cargo elevators that went down into deeper regions of the facility. A guard sat at a table beyond the door by which Leland and Horner entered. Considering the remoteness of Thunder Hill, the extent of sophisticated defenses, and the thoroughness with which Vigilant examined all visitors, a lone sentry seemed superfluous to Leland. Evidently, the sentry was of that same opinion, for he was not prepared for trouble. His revolver was holstered. He was eating a candy bar. Reluctantly, he looked up from an old novel by Jack Finney. He wore a coat because the open areas of the depository were never heated. Only the enclosed living quarters and work areas were kept warm. An enormous power supply was provided by a mini hydroelectric plant that harnessed an underground river, plus backup diesel generators, but there was not enough to warm the mammoth caverns. The subterranean temperature was a stable 55 degrees, quite bearable if one dressed for long work periods in the chilly air, as the guard had done. He saluted. "Colonel Falkirk, Lieutenant Horner, you're cleared to see Dr. Bennell. You know how to find him, of course."
"Of course,"
Falkirk said. 10 feet to the left, the burnished steel surface of the giant blast doors glimmered softly in the fluorescent light, looking rather like the sheer face of a great glacier. Leland and Lieutenant Horner turned right, away from the big doors, and walked deeper into the mountain toward the elevators. Thunder Hill Depository was equipped with hydraulic lifts of 3 sizes, the largest of which rivaled the enormous elevators on aircraft carriers. A carrier's lifts were used to bring planes from the ship's hold onto the flight deck, and Thunder Hills also lowered and raised planes, among other things. In addition to $2.4 billion of equipment and materiel, freeze-dried food, medicine, portable field hospitals, clothing, blankets, tents, handguns, rifles, mortars, field artillery, ammunition, light military vehicles such as jeeps and armored personnel carriers, and 20 backpack nukes. The vast storage dump contained a variety of useful aircraft. First, the helicopters. 30 Sikorsky S-67 Black Hawk anti-tank gunships, 20 Bell King Cobras, 8 Anglo-French Westland Pumas, general-purpose transports, and 3 big medevac choppers. No conventional aircraft were stored at Thunder Hill, but there were 12 vertical takeoff jets of the type manufactured in England by Hawker Siddeley and known there as Harriers, but which were called AV-8As when in U.S. service. Because the Harriers were equipped with powerful vectored thrust engines, the craft could land and take off vertically, without need of a runway. In a grave crisis, for example, subsequent to a limited nuclear strike and a land invasion by enemy troops, the aircraft of Thunder Hill, both choppers and Harriers, could be lifted to the top level, rolled out through the massive blast doors, and sent hurtling into the sky. However, the current crisis did not involve war or require the unleashing of the depository's aircraft, so Leland and the lieutenant bypassed the 2 immense elevators. They also passed the 2 smaller but still oversized cargo elevators, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls, and took one of the 3 smallest cabs, about the size of a standard lift in a hotel, down into the bowels of Thunder Hill. Medical supplies, food, guns, and all ammunition were stored on the 3rd level, the bottom floor of the complex, in a network of chambers which had been caulked, equipped with pressure-release bores, and fitted with doors for the purpose of blast containment. On the 2nd, the middle level, all the vehicles and aircraft were kept in other huge caverns, and it was there, too, that the staff lived and worked. Leland and Lieutenant Horner got off the lift at the 2nd level. They stepped into a lighted, circular, rock wall chamber 300 feet in diameter. It served as a hub. In fact, personnel called it the hub, from which 4 other caverns opened, and still more rooms lay beyond those 4. The larger of those deep vaults contained, among other things, the aircraft, jeeps, and armored personnel carriers. There were no doors on 3 of the 4 caverns which led off the hub, for there was no serious danger of fire or explosion on that level. But the 4th chamber did, indeed, have doors, for it contained the secret of July 6th, which Leland and many others had conspired to conceal. He stopped now, a few steps out of the elevator, to study those portals, which were 26 feet high and 64 feet wide. They were made of cross-braced 2x4s rather than steel, because they had been jerry-built to meet an emergency situation. There had been no time to order a fabricated metal door to close off the cavern. They reminded the colonel of the enormous wooden doors in the wall that had protected the frightened natives from the beast on the other half of their island in the original King Kong. Considering what lay behind these doors, that horror movie image did not inspire confidence. Leland shuddered. Lieutenant Horner said, "Still gives you the creeps, huh?"
"You mean you're comfortable with it now?"
"Hell no, sir. Hell no." Inset in the bottom of one of those huge wooden barriers was a much smaller, man-sized door through which researchers entered and exited the room beyond. An armed guard was positioned there to allow entrance only to those with the proper pass. The activities in that forbidden chamber had nothing to do with the other, primary, functions of the depository, and 90% of the personnel were not permitted access to the area. Indeed, 90% did not know what was in that cavern. Around the circumference of the hub, between the openings to other caverns, buildings had been erected along the walls and anchored to the rock. The structures dated to the first year of the depository's construction back in the early 1960s. Then, they had served as offices for engineers, superintendents, and the Army's project officers. Over the years, an entire subterranean town had been erected in other caverns: sleeping quarters, cafeteria, recreation rooms, laboratories, machine shops, vehicle service center, computer rooms, even a PX, among other things. They were now occupied by the military and government personnel who were doing 1- and 2-year tours of duty at Thunder Hill. In the buildings, there was heat, better lighting, inside and outside telephone lines, kitchens, bathrooms, and all the myriad comforts of home. They were constructed of metal panels coated with baked blue or white or gray enamel, with only small windows and narrow metal doors. Though they had no wheels, they somewhat resembled motorhomes or house trailers drawn in a circle, as if they were the property of a modern-day encampment of gypsies who had found their way to this snug haven, 240 feet below the winter snows. Now, turning from the forbidden chamber with the wooden doors, Leland walked across the hub toward a white metal structure, Dr. Miles Bennell's offices. Lieutenant Horner fell in dutifully at his side. The summer before last, Miles Bennell, whom Leland Falkirk loathed, had moved into Thunder Hill to head all scientific inquiry into the events of that fateful July night. He had only been out of the depository on 3 occasions since then, never for longer than 2 weeks. He was obsessed with his assignment, or something worse than obsessed. A dozen officers, enlisted men, and civilians were in sight within the hub, some crossing from one adjoining cavern to another, some just standing in conversation with one another. Leland looked them over as he passed them, unable to understand what kind of person would volunteer to work underground for weeks and months at a stretch. They were paid a 30% hardship bonus, but to Leland's way of thinking, that was inadequate compensation. The depository was less oppressive than Schenkfield's small, windowless warrens, but not by much. Leland supposed he was slightly claustrophobic. Being underground made him feel as if he were buried alive. As an admitted masochist, he should have relished his discomfort, but this was one kind of pain he did not seek or enjoy. Dr. Miles Bennell looked ill. Like nearly everyone in Thunder Hill, he was pasty-faced from being too long beyond the reach of sunlight. His curly black hair and beard only made his pallor more pronounced. In the fluorescent glare of his office he looked almost like a ghost. He greeted Leland and Lieutenant Horner curtly, and he did not offer to shake hands with either of them. That suited the colonel fine. He was no friend of Bennell's. A handshake would have been sheer hypocrisy. Besides, Leland was half afraid that Miles Bennell had been compromised, that the scientist was no longer who or what he appeared to be, was no longer entirely human. And if that crazy, paranoid possibility was in fact true, he wanted no physical contact with Bennell, not even a quick handshake. "Dr. Bennell," Leland said coldly, using the hard tone of voice and icy demeanor that always elicited quaverous obedience. "Your handling of this security breach has been either criminally inept, or you're the traitor we're looking for. Now hear me, loud and clear. This time, we're going to find the bastard who sent those Polaroid snapshots. No more broken lie detectors, no more botched interrogations, and we're going to find out if he's the one who teased Jack Twist into returning, and we're going to count down on him so hard he'll wish he'd been born a fly and spent his life in a stable sucking up horse shit." Utterly unruffled, Miles Bennell smiled and said, "Colonel, that was the best Richard Jekyll impression I've ever seen, but entirely unnecessary. I'm as anxious as you to find the leak and plug it." Leland wanted to punch the son of a bitch. This was one reason he loathed Miles Bennell. The bastard could not be intimidated. Calvin Charkle lived on O'Bannon Lane in a pleasant, middle-class residential neighborhood in Evanston. Father Vikozic had to stop twice at service stations to ask directions. When he got to the corner of O'Bannon and Scott Avenue, only 2 blocks from Charkle's address, he was turned back by policemen manning an emergency barricade formed by 2 black-and-white cruisers and 1 paramedic van. There were also television crews running around with minicams. He also knew at once that the trouble on O'Bannon Lane was not merely coincidental. Something was happening at the Charkle house. In spite of temperatures in the mid-20s and wind gusting to 30 miles an hour, a crowd of about 100 had gathered outside the police barricade, on the sidewalks and on the lawns of the corner houses. Passing traffic on Scott Avenue was slowed by gawkers, and Stefan had to drive almost 2 blocks at a frustratingly slow pace before he found a parking space. When he walked back to the crowd and became part of it, seeking information from the well-bundled onlookers, Father Vikozic found that they were for the most part a friendly and strangely excited group. But creepy, too. Not blatantly weird. In fact, they were ordinary people, except for their totally insensitive fascination with the tragedy unfolding before them, as if it were as legitimate a source of thrills as a football game. It was definitely a tragedy, and one of a particularly horrible nature, which Father Vikozic discovered a minute after he joined the crowd and began to ask questions. A florid-faced, mustachioed man in a plaid hunting jacket and toboggan hat said, "Jesus, man, don't you watch the goddamn TV?" He was not the least restrained because he did not know he was talking to a priest. Stefan's topcoat and scarf concealed all evidence of his holy office. "Christ, fella, that's Charkle down there. Charkle the Shark, man. That's what they're calling him. Guy's a dangerous loony. Been sealed up in his house there since yesterday, man. He shot him, 2 of his neighbors, and 1 cop already, and he's got him 2 goddamn hostages who, if you ask me, got about as much chance as a fucking cat at a Doberman convention." Tuesday morning, via Pacific Southwest Airlines, Parker Fane flew into San Francisco from Orange County, then caught a connecting West Air flight to Monterey. It was an hour's trip up the California coast on PSA, a 1-hour layover in San Francisco, and then only 35 minutes to Monterey. The journey seemed shorter because one of the other travelers, a pretty young woman, recognized his name, liked his paintings, and was in the mood to be enthralled by his burly charms. In Monterey, at the small airport rental agency, he hired a vomit-green Ford Tempo. It was an offense to his refined sense of color. The Tempo's tempo was satisfyingly allegro on flat roads, but a bit adagio on the hills. Nevertheless, it required less than half an hour to find the address Dom had given him for Gerald Salco, the man who had stayed at the Tranquility Motel with his wife and 2 daughters on the night of July 6th, and who had thus far been unreachable by both phone and Western Union. It was a big, southern colonial manor house, hideously out of place on the California coast, set on a prime half-acre in the shade of massive pines, with enough elaborately tended shrubbery to employ a gardener 1 full day a week, including beds of impatiens that blazed with red and purple flowers even now, in January. Parker swung the tempo into the majestic circular driveway and parked in front of broad, flower-bordered steps that led up to a deep, pillared veranda. In the shadows of the trees there was sufficient gloom to require lights indoors, but he saw none at the front windows. All of the drapes were tightly shut, and the house had a vacant look. He got out of the tempo, hurried up the steps, and crossed the wide veranda, voicing his objection to the chilly air as he went. Brrr! The area's usual morning fog had cleared from the airport, permitting landings, but it was still clinging to this part of the peninsula, bearding the pines, weaving tendrils between their trunks, muting the impatiens' brilliant blooms. Winter in Northern California was a more bracing season than in Laguna Beach, and with the added damp chill of fog it was not at all to Parker's taste. He had come dressed for it, however, in heavy corduroy slacks, a green plaid flannel shirt, a green pullover that mocked Izod Lacoste by featuring a goofy-looking appliqued armadillo on the breast instead of an alligator, and a 3/4-length navy peacoat with sergeant's stripes on one sleeve. Quite an outfit, especially when accented by day-glow orange running shoes. As he rang the doorbell, Parker looked down at himself and decided that maybe sometimes he dressed too eccentrically, even for an artist. He rang the doorbell 6 times, waiting half a minute between each ring, but no one came. Last night, when a man named Jack Twist had called him at 11 o'clock from a payphone in Elko, claiming to have a message from Dom, and had asked him to go to a specific payphone in Laguna for a callback in 20 minutes, Parker had still been working on a new and exciting painting that he had begun at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Nevertheless, deeply involved as he was with the work, he had hastened to the booth as directed, and he had agreed to the trip to Monterey without hesitation. The fact was that he had plunged into work as a means of taking his mind off Dom and the unfolding events in Elko County, for that was where he really wanted to be, neck-deep in the mystery. When Twist told him about Dom's and the priest's psychic demonstration, floating salt and pepper shakers, levitating chairs, nothing short of World War III could have prevented Parker from going to Monterey. And now he was not going to be defeated by an empty house. Wherever the Salcos were, he would find them, and the best place to start was with the neighbors. Because of the half-acre lots and walls of intervening shrubbery, he could not easily walk next door. Back in the tempo, as he put the car in gear, he glanced at the house again, and at first he thought he saw movement at one of the downstairs windows, a slightly parted drape falling back into place. He sat for a moment, staring, then decided the movement had been a trick of fog and shadows. He popped the handbrake and drove around the second half of the circular driveway out to the street, delighted to be playing spy again. Ernie and Dom parked the Jeep Cherokee at the end of the county road, and the pickup with the tinted windshield halted 200 yards behind them. Perched on its high, all-terrain tires, with goggle-eyed spotlights on its roof, it looked, Dom thought, like a big insect poised alertly on the downsloping lane, ready to skitter toward a hidey-hole if it saw someone with a giant economy-sized can of Raid. The driver did not get out, nor did the passenger, if there was one. "Think there's going to be trouble here?" Dom asked, getting out of the Cherokee and joining Ernie at the side of the road. "If they'd meant trouble, they'd already have made it," Ernie said. His breath steamed in the frigid air. "If they want to tag along and watch, that's all right by me. To hell with them." They got 2 hunting rifles, a Winchester Model 94 carbine loaded with 32 special cartridges, and a .30-06 Springfield from the back of the Jeep Cherokee, handling the weapons conspicuously, in the hope that the men in the pickup would be encouraged to remain peaceable by the realization that their quarry could fight back. The mountains still rose on the western side of the lane, and forest still clothed those slopes, but the land that fell away to the east had become a broad, treeless field, the northern end of the series of meadows that lay along the valley wall. Although snow had not yet begun to fall, the wind was picking up. Dom was thankful for the winter clothes he had purchased in Reno, but he wished he had an insulated ski suit like Ernie was wearing, and a pair of those rugged lace-up boots instead of the flimsy zippered pair he now wore. Later today, Ginger and Fay would stop at a sporting goods store in Elko with a list of gear needed for tonight's operation, including suitable clothes for Dom and everyone else who did not already have them. At the moment, however, the insistent wind found entrance at Dom's coat collar and at the unelasticized cuffs of his sleeves. Leaving the Cherokee, he and Ernie went over the side of the road down into the sloping meadow, continuing their inspection of the Thunder Hill perimeter on foot. The high, electrified chain-link fence with the barbed wire overhang led out of the pines farther back. It ceased to parallel the northward course of the county road, turning east and down toward the valley floor. The snow in the meadow was 10 inches deep, but still below the tops of their boots. They slogged 200 yards to a point along the fence from which they could see in the distance the enormous steel blast doors set in the side of the valley wall. Dom saw no signs of human or canine guards. The snow on the other side of the fence was not marked by footprints or paw prints, which meant no one walked the perimeter on a regular schedule.
"A place like this, they're not going to be sloppy," Ernie said. "So if there aren't any foot patrols, there must be one hell of a lot of electronic security on the other side of this fence."
Dom had been glancing toward the top of the meadow, a little worried that the men in the all-terrain truck might be up to something with the Cherokee. This time, when he looked back, he saw a man in dark clothes, starkly silhouetted against the snow. The guy wasn't around the Cherokee and seemed to have no interest in it, but he had come down from the edge of the county road, descending a few yards into the inclined meadow. He was standing up there, unmoving, maybe 180 yards above Dom and Ernie, watching them. Ernie noticed the observer, too. He tucked his Winchester under his right arm and lifted the binoculars he had been carrying on a strap around his neck.
"He's Army. At least that looks like a regulation Army greatcoat he's wearing. Just watching us."
"You'd think they'd be more discreet."
"Can't follow anyone discreetly, not in these wide-open spaces. Might as well be forthright. Besides, he wants us to see what he's carrying, so we'll know our rifles don't worry him."
"What do you mean? What's he carrying?"
"A Belgian FN submachine gun. Damn fine weapon. It can fire up to 600 rounds a minute."
If Father Bikazik had watched television news, he would have heard about Calvin Sharkle last night, for the man had been a hot story for 24 hours. However, he had stopped watching TV news years ago, for he had decided that its relentless simplification of every story into stark black-and-white issues was intellectually corrupt, and that its gleeful concentration on violence, sex, gloom, and despair was morally repellent. He also might have read about the tragedy on O'Bannon Lane on the front pages of this morning's Tribune and Sun-Times, but he had left the rectory in such a hurry that he'd had no time for newspapers. Now, he pieced the story together from information provided by those in the crowd behind the police barricades. For months, Cal Sharkle had been acting odd. Ordinarily cheerful and pleasant, a bachelor who lived alone and was well-liked by everyone on O'Bannon Lane, he had become a brooder, dour, and even grim. He told neighbors he had a bad feeling about things and believed something important and terrible was going to happen. He read survivalist books and magazines and talked about Armageddon, and he was plagued by vivid nightmares. December 1st, he quit trucking, sold his rig, and told neighbors and relatives the end was imminent. He wanted to sell his house, buy remote property in the mountains, and build a retreat like those he had seen in the survivalist magazines. "But there isn't time," he told his sister, Nan Gilchrist, "so I'll just prepare this house for a siege." He didn't know what was going to happen, did not understand the source of his own fear, though he said he was not concerned about nuclear war, Russian invasion, economic collapse, or anything else that alarmed most survivalists. "I don't know what, But something strange and horrible is going to happen, he told his sister. Mrs. Gilchrist made him see a doctor who found him fit, suffering only from job-related stress. But after Christmas, Calvin's previously garrulous nature gave way to a closed-mouth suspicion. During the first week of January, he had his phone disconnected, cryptically explaining, "Who knows how they'll get at us when they come? Maybe they can do it over the phone." He was unable or unwilling to identify they. No one considered Cal really dangerous. He had been a peaceful, kind-hearted man all his life. In spite of his new eccentric behavior, there was no reason to think he would turn violent. Then, yesterday morning at 8:30, Cal visited the Wilkersons, the family across the street, with whom he had once been close, but from whom he had recently kept his distance. Edward Wilkerson told reporters that Cal said, "Listen, I can't be selfish about this. I'm all prepared, and here you are defenseless. So when they come for us, Ed, it'll be okay if you and your family hide out at my place." When Wilkerson asked who they were, Cal said, "Well, I don't know what they'll look like, or what they'll call themselves, but they're going to do something bad to us. Maybe turn us into zombies." Cal Sharkle assured Wilkerson that he had plenty of guns and ammunition in his house, and had taken steps to make a fortress of the place. Alarmed by talk of weapons and shootouts, Wilkerson had humored Cal, and as soon as the man left had called his sister. Nan Gilchrist had arrived at 10:30 with her husband, and had told the worried Wilkerson that she would handle it, that she was sure she could persuade Cal to enter the hospital for observation. But after she and Mr. Gilchrist went into the house, Ed Wilkerson decided they might need some backup, so he and another neighbor, Frank Krelke, went to the Sharkle house to provide what assistance they could. Wilkerson expected Mr. or Mrs. Gilchrist to answer the bell, but Cal himself came to the door. He was distraught, nearly hysterical, and armed with a 20-gauge semi-automatic shotgun. He accused his neighbors of being zombies already. "You've been changed!" he shouted at Wilkerson and Krelke. "Oh, God! I should have seen it! I should have known! When did it happen? When'd you stop being human? My God, now you've come to get us all in one swoop!" Then, with a wail of terror, he opened fire with the shotgun. The first blast took Krelke in the throat at such close range that it decapitated him. Wilkerson ran, was hit in the legs as he reached the end of Sharkle's front walk, fell, rolled, and played dead, a ruse that saved his life. Now, Krelke was in the morgue, and Wilkerson was in the hospital, in good enough condition to talk to reporters. And Father Vikazik was at the entrance to O'Bannon Lane, where a young man in the crowd behind the police line was eager to fill in the last of it for him. The man's name was Roger Hasterwick, a temporarily unemployed beverage concoctionist, which Stefan suspected was an out-of-work bartender. He had a disturbing gleam in his eyes that might have been a sign of intoxication, drug use, lack of sleep, psychopathy, or all four. But his information was detailed and apparently accurate. "So see, the cops close the block, evacuate the people out their houses, then they try to talk with this Sharkle the Shark, but he don't have a phone, see, and when they use a bullhorn, he won't answer him. The cops figure his sister and brother-in-law are in there alive, hostages, so nobody wants to do nothing rash." "Wise," Father Vikazik said bleakly, feeling even colder than the winter day in which he stood. "Wise, wise, wise," Roger Hasterwick said impatiently, making it clear he preferred not to be interrupted. "So finally, with a half-hour daylight left, they decide they'll send in the SWAT guys to dig him out, maybe save his sister and brother-in-law. So they lob tear gas in there, see, and the SWAT guys rush the place, but when they get in, they hit trouble. Sharkle must have been working on the house for weeks, setting traps. The cops start falling over these thin wires he's strung everywhere, and one gets brained by a deadfall, which don't kill him but sure does some damage. Then, Christ, Sharkle opens fire on him because he's wearing a gas mask same as they are, and just waiting, like a cat. The dude was prepared. So he blows one cop away, utterly, and wounds one. Then he heads down into the cellar and pulls the door shut, and nobody can get in after him, because there's not any regular cellar door but a steel door he's put in special. Not only that, but the outside cellar door around back is steel too,
And what he's done is he's put heavy sheet metal shutters over the insides of the cellar windows. So it's your typical stalemate, see? By Stefan's calculations, 2 people were dead, 3 wounded. Hesterwick said, "So the cops, they pulled in their horns real fast and figured to wait him out through the night. This morning, Sharkle the shark slides open one of them sheet metal shutters on a basement window, see, and he shouts a bunch of stuff, really crazy stuff, and they figure something more is going to go down, but then he closes the shutter again, and since then, nothing. I sure hope he does something soon, 'cause it's cold and I'm beginning to get bored." "What did he shout?" Stefan asked. "Huh? This morning, what crazy stuff did he yell from the basement?" Well, see, what he says—" Roger Hesterwick stopped when he realized that a piece of news passing in from the edge of the crowd had electrified everyone. People hurried away from the barricade, some walking fast and some running south on Scott Avenue. Appalled by the prospect of missing new bloodshed, Hesterwick grabbed frantically at a blotchy-faced man in a deerstalker cap, the flaps of which were down but flapping loose. What's happening?" Trying to pull away from Hesterwick, the man in the deerstalker cap said, "Guy down here has a van with his own police band radio. He's tuned in on the cops, the SWAT team. They're getting ready to wipe that fucking Sharkle off the map." He wrenched loose of Hesterwick and rushed away, and Hesterwick hurried after him. Father Vikovic stared after the departing throng for a moment. Then he glanced around at the 10 or 12 onlookers who had remained, at the officers manning the barricade, past the barricade. More death. Murder. He could sense it coming. He should do something to stop it. But he could not think. He was numb with dread. Until now he had seen, and been able to see, only a positive side to the unfolding mystery. The miraculous cures and other phenomena had engendered only joy and an expectation of divine revelations to come, but now he was seeing the dark side of the mystery, and he was badly shaken by it. Finally, hoping he would not be mistaken for just another ghoul in the bloodthirsty crowd, Stefan hurried after Roger Hesterwick and the others. They had gathered almost a block south of O'Bannon Lane, around a recreational van, a metallic blue Chevrolet with a California beach mural on the side. The owner, a huge and hugely bearded man sitting behind the wheel, had opened both doors and turned up the volume on the police band radio so everyone could hear the cops in action. In a minute or two, the essentials of their attack plan were clear. The SWAT team was already moving into place, back into the first floor of Sharkle's house. They would use a small, precisely shaped charge of plastic explosives to blow the steel cellar door off its pins, not enough to send shrapnel cutting through the basement. Simultaneously, another group of officers would blow off the exterior cellar door with a similar, carefully gauged charge. Even as the smoke was clearing, the 2 groups would storm into the basement and catch Cal Sharkle in a pincer attack. That strategy was terribly dangerous for the officers and the hostages, though the authorities had decided that they would be in far greater danger if action was delayed any further. Listening to the radio-relayed voices crackle in the cold January air, Father Vikovic suddenly knew he must stop the attack. If it was carried out, the slaughter would be worse than anyone imagined. He had to be allowed to go past the barricade, to the house, and talk to Cal Sharkle. Now. Right away. Now. He turned from the Chevy van and raced back toward the entrance to O'Bannon Lane, a block away. He was not sure what he would say to Sharkle to get through his paranoia. Perhaps, "You are not alone, Calvin." He'd think of something. His abrupt departure from the van apparently gave the crowd the idea that he had heard or seen something happening up at the barricade. He was less than halfway back to the entrance to O'Bannon Lane when younger and fleeter onlookers began to pass him, shouting excitedly, plunging off the sidewalk and out into the street, bringing a complete halt to the already crawling traffic on Scott Avenue. Brakes barked, horns blew. There was the thud of one bumper hitting another. Stefan was jostled by runners and struck so hard that he fell to his hands and knees on the pavement. No one stopped to help him. Stefan got up and ran on. The air seemed to have thickened with animal madness and bloodlust. Stefan was horrified at the behavior of his fellow men, and his heart was pounding, and he thought, "This
is what it might be like in hell, running forever in the midst of a frantic and gibbering mob. By the time Stefan reached the police blockade, more than half the frenzied crowd had returned ahead of him. They were jammed against the sawhorses and police cars, craning to see into the forbidden block of O'Bannon Lane. He pushed in among them, desperate to get to the head of the mob so he could speak to the police. He was pushed, shoved, but he shoved back, telling them he was a priest, but no one was listening, and he felt his fedora knocked off his head, but he persisted, and then at last he was through to the front of the surging multitudes. The policeman angrily ordered the mob to move back, threatened arrest, drew batons, lowered the visors on their riot helmets. Father Vikazik was prepared to lie, to tell the police anything that might get them to postpone the imminent attack on the house, tell them that he was not just a priest, but Sharkle's own priest, that he knew what was wrong, knew how to get Sharkle to surrender. Of course, he didn't really know how to obtain Sharkle's surrender, but if he could buy time and talk to Sharkle, he might think of something. He caught the attention of an officer who ordered him to step back. He identified himself as a priest. The cop wasn't listening, so Stefan tore open his topcoat and pulled off his white scarf to reveal his Roman collar. "I'm a priest!" But the crowd surged forward, pushing Stefan against a sawhorse, and the barrier fell over and the cop shoved back angrily, in no mood to listen. An instant later, 2 small explosions shook the air, one a split second after the other, low and flat, but hard. The 100 voices of the crowd gasped as one, and everybody froze, for they knew what they had heard, the SWAT team blowing the steel doors off the cellar. A third explosion followed the first 2, an immense and devastating blast that shook the pavement, that hurt the ears, that vibrated in bones and teeth, that shot slabs and splinters of Sharkle's house into the wintry sky, that seemed to shatter the day itself and cast it down in a billion broken pieces. Again, with a single voice, the crowd cried out. Instead of pressing toward the blockade this time, they scrambled back in fear, suddenly realizing that death could be not just an interesting spectator sport, but a participatory activity. "He had a bomb!" one of the barricade cops said. My God, Sharkle had a bomb in there!" He turned to the emergency medical van in which 2 paramedics were waiting, and he shouted, "Go! Go!" The red beacons flashed atop the paramedics' wagon. It pulled out of the barricade, speeding toward the middle of the block. Shaking with horror, Father Vikazik tried to follow on foot, but one of the cops grabbed him and said, "Hey, get the hell back there! I'm a priest. Someone may need comforting, last rites. Father, I wouldn't care if you were the Pope himself. We don't know for sure that Sharkle's dead." Numbly, Father Vikazik obeyed, though the tremendous power of the explosion left no doubt in his mind that Cal Sharkle was dead. Sharkle and his sister, and his brother-in-law, and most members of the SWAT team. How many altogether? Maybe 5? 6? 10? Moving aimlessly back through the crowd, absent-mindedly tucking his scarf in place, and buttoning his coat, partially in a state of shock, murmuring a pater noster, he saw Roger Hasterwick, the unemployed bartender with the queerly gleaming eyes. He put a hand on Hasterwick's shoulder and said, "What did he shout to the police this morning?" Hasterwick blinked. "Huh? What?" "Before we got separated, you told me Calvin Sharkle slid open the metal shutter on one of the cellar windows and shouted a lot of weird stuff this morning, and you thought something was going to happen, but then nothing did. What exactly did he say?" Hasterwick's face brightened with the memory. "Oh, yeah. It was real weird, see? Straight-out crazy stuff." He scrunched up his face, striving to recall the madman's exact words. When he had them, he grinned, rolled his mouth as if savoring the revelation, then repeated Sharkle's ravings for Stefan's enjoyment. Stefan not only failed to enjoy the performance, but second, by dreadful second, he became increasingly convinced that Calvin Sharkle had not been insane. Confused, yes, baffled and afraid because of the tremendous stress generated by his brainwashing and by the collapse of his memory blocks, badly confused, but not insane. Roger Hasterwick and everyone else thought Sharkle's shouted accusations and declarations and imprecations flung at the world through the shielded window of a jerry-built fortress, were obviously the lunatic fantasies of a demented mind. But Father Vikazik had an advantage over everyone else. He saw Sharkle's statements in the context of events at the Tranquility Motel, in the context of miracle cures and telekinetic phenomena, and he wondered if there might be some truth in the claims and accusations that the poor frightened man had shouted through the basement window. And wondering, he felt the fine hairs rise on the back of his neck. He shivered. Seeing that reaction, Hasterwick said, "Hey, ain't no point taking it serious, for Christ's sake. You don't think what he said was true? Hell, the guy was a nut. He blowed himself up, didn't he?" Father Vikazik ran north along Scott Avenue to the parish car. Even before he had arrived in Evanston and discovered the unfolding tragedy at Calvin Sharkle's house, Stefan Vikazik had half expected to be on a flight to Nevada before the day was through. The events at the Mendoza's apartment and at the Hallberg's place had set a fire of wonder and curiosity burning in him, and the blaze would not be quenched unless he plunged into the activities of the troubled group in Elko County. Now, because of what he had just learned from Hasterwick, the urge to go to Nevada had become a burning need. If only half of what Sharkle had shouted through the basement window was true, Stefan had to go to Nevada, not only to witness a miracle, but to do what he could to protect those who had gathered at the Tranquility. All his life, he had been a rescuer of troubled priests, a shepherd bringing lost souls back into the fold. This time, however, he might be called upon to save minds and lives as well. The threat of which Calvin Sharkle had spoken was one that might put body and brain in as much jeopardy as the spirit. He slipped the car in gear again. He drove out of Evanston. He decided not to return to the rectory to pack. There was no time. He would head straight to O'Hare International Airport and take the first available seat on the first available flight west. Dear God, he thought, what have you sent us? Is it the greatest gift for which we could have asked? Or a plague, to make all biblical plagues pale by comparison? Father Stefan Vikazik put the pedal to the metal and drove south and then west toward O'Hare like a bat out of hell. Ginger and Fay spent the larger part of the morning with Elroy and Nancy Jameson, under the pretense that Ginger, supposedly the daughter of an old friend of Fay's, was moving west for unspecified health reasons and was interested in learning about Elko County. The Jamesons were local history buffs, eager to talk about the county, especially about the beauty of the Lamoille Valley. Actually, indirectly and directly, Ginger and Fay were seeking indications that Elroy and Nancy were suffering from the effects of collapsing memory blocks. They found none. The Jamesons were happy, untroubled. Their brainwashing had been as successful as Fay's. Their false memories were firmly rooted. Bringing them into the Tranquility family would put them in jeopardy while serving no great purpose. In the motel van, as they pulled away from the Jameson house, with Elroy and Nancy waving from the front porch, Ginger said, "Good people. Really nice people." "Yes," Fay said, "reliable. Wish they were standing beside us in this thing. On the other hand, I'm happy they're well out of it." Both women were quiet then, and Ginger figured Fay's thoughts were the same as her own. They were wondering if the government car was still parked along the county road, near the entrance to the Jamesons' place, and if the men in it would still be content merely to follow them. Ernie and Dom had armed themselves for their expedition into the mountains around Thunderhill Depository. However, considering the unprovocative nature of Fay's and Ginger's errands, no one had thought that they might be in special danger too. Ginger, like many attractive women living alone in a city, knew how to use a handgun, and Fay, a good Marine wife, was something of an expert, but their knowledge and expertise was of no use when they were not armed. Having driven only a quarter-mile along the Jamesons' half-mile driveway, Fay stopped the van in one of the deepest pools of shadows cast by the overhanging pinyons. "I'm probably being melodramatic," she said. She slipped open a few buttons on her coat and reached under her sweater. "And these won't be much good if they point guns at our heads." Grimacing, she withdrew 2 steak knives and put them on the seat between her and Ginger. Surprised, Ginger said, "Where'd you get these?" "This is why I insisted on drying the breakfast dishes while Nancy washed them. Putting away the silverware, I swiped these. Didn't want to ask straight out for a weapon. That would have meant bringing Nancy and Elroy into it, which it was clear we weren't going to have to do. I can return them later when this is over." She picked up one of the knives. "The end's nicely pointed, the blade sharp and serrated. Like I said, not much help if they've got a gun at your head. But if they were to run us off the road and try to force us into their car, you keep the knife a secret until you get your opening, then stab the bastard." "Got it," Ginger said. She grinned and shook her head. "Someday I hope you'll get a chance to meet Rita Hannaby." "Your friend in Boston?" "Yes. You and Rita are a lot alike, I think." "Me and a high society lady?" Faye said doubtfully. "Can't imagine what we'd have in common." "Well, for one thing, you both have such equanimity, such serenity, regardless of what's happening." Putting the knife back on the seat, Faye said, "Oh, when you're a service wife, you either learn to go with the flow or you go crazy. And both you and Rita look so feminine, soft and dependent on the outside, but inside each of you is, in your own way, tough as nails." Faye smiled. "Honey, you got a bit of that yourself." They drove the last quarter-mile of the pinyon-shaded driveway, out of the shadows and into the midday gloom of the pending storm. The brown-green, stripped-down government car was still parked along the county road. 2 men were in it. They looked impassively at Ginger. Impulsively, she waved at them. They did not wave back. Faye drove down toward the floor of the Lamoille Valley. The car followed. Miles Bunnell slumped in the big chair behind his gray metal desk and looked bored, and Miles Bunnell ambled around his office while answering questions in a tone of voice that was sometimes indifferent and sometimes amusedly ironic. But Miles Bunnell never fidgeted, groveled, looked frightened, or became angry, as almost any other man would have done in the same situation. Colonel Leland Falkirk hated him. Sitting at a scarred table in one corner of the room, Leland worked slowly through a stack of personnel files, one for each of the civilian scientists who were conducting studies and experiments in the cavern with the immense wooden doors, where the secret of July 6th was contained. He was hoping to narrow the field of possible traitors by determining which men and women could have been in New York City during the time the 2 notes and Polaroid snapshots had been mailed to Dominic Corvasis in Laguna Beach. He had told Thunder Hill's military security staff to do this work on Sunday, and they professed to have completed the inquiries and to have found nothing to pinpoint the leak. But in light of the screw-ups in their investigation thus far, including 2 sabotaged lie detectors, he no longer trusted them any more than he trusted Bunnell or the other scientists. He had to do it himself. But right away, Leland ran into problems. For one thing, during the past 18 months, too damn many civilians had been brought into the conspiracy. 37 men and women, representing a broad spectrum of scientific disciplines, had possessed both high-security clearances and specialized knowledge essential to the research program Bunnell had devised. 38 civilians, counting Bunnell. It was a miracle that 38 eggheads, utterly lacking in military discipline, could have kept any secret so long, let alone this one. Worse, only Bunnell and 7 others were engaged in the research full-time, to the exclusion of all other professional pursuits, and to the extent that they actually lived in Thunder Hill. The other 30 had families and university positions they could not leave for long periods of time, so they came and went as their schedules permitted, sometimes staying a few days, maybe a few weeks, rarely as long as a few months. Therefore, it would be a long and arduous job to investigate each and determine if and when he or she had been in New York. Worse still, of the 8 members of the full-time investigatory team, 3 had been in New York in December, including Dr. Miles Bunnell himself. In short, the list of suspects currently numbered at least 33 among the scientific research staff alone. Leland was also suspicious of the entire depository security staff, though Major Fugata and Lieutenant Helms, the head of security and his right-hand man, were supposedly the only security personnel who knew what was happening in the Forbidden Cavern. On Sunday, soon after Fugata began questioning the full-time research staff and those part-time researchers currently in residence, he discovered that the polygraph was damaged and could not produce reliable results. Yesterday, when a new machine was sent up from Schenkfield, it also proved defective. Fugata said that the second machine was already damaged when it arrived from Schenkfield, but that was bullshit. Someone involved in the project had seen reports that the witnesses' memory blocks were breaking down. Deciding to exploit that opportunity, he egged some of them along with cryptic notes and Polaroids stolen from the files. The bastard had nearly gotten away with it, and now that the heat was coming down on him, he had sabotaged the lie detectors. Pausing in his perusal of the personnel files, Leland looked at Miles Bennell, who was standing in the small window.
Doctor, give me the benefit of your insight into the scientific mind.
Turning away from the window, Bennell said,
Certainly, Colonel. Everyone working with you knows about the classified CISG report that was done 7 years ago. They know the terrible consequences that might result if we went public with our discoveries. So why would any of them be so irresponsible as to undermine project security? Dr. Bennell assumed a tone of earnest helpfulness, but Leland heard the acid-sharp disdain beneath the surface. Some disagree with CISG's conclusions. Some think going public with these discoveries wouldn't result in a catastrophe, that the CISG was fundamentally wrong, too elitist in its viewpoint. Well, I believe the CISG was correct. And you, Lieutenant Horner?
Horner was sitting near the door.
I agree with you, Colonel. If the news is broken to the public, they'll have to be prepared slowly, over maybe 10 years. And even then—
Leland nodded.
To Bennell, he said, I have a low but realistic opinion of my fellow men, Doctor, and I know how poorly most would cope with the new world that would follow the release of these discoveries. Chaos, political and social upheaval, just like the CISG report said.
Bennell shrugged.
You're entitled to your view.
But his tone said, even if your view is ignorant and arrogant and narrow-minded. Leaning forward in his chair, Leland said,
How about you, Doctor? Do you believe the CISG was right?
Evasively, Bennell said,
I'm not your man, Colonel. I didn't send those notes and Polaroids to Corvasis and the blocks. Okay, Doctor. Then will you support my effort to have everyone in the project interrogated with the assistance of drugs? Even if we get the polygraph fixed, the answers we obtain will be less reliable than those we'd get with sodium pentothal and certain other substances.
Bennell frowned.
Well, there are some who'd object, strenuously. These are people of superior intellect, Colonel. Intellectual life is their primary life, and they won't risk subjecting themselves to drugs that might, as a side effect, have even the slightest permanent detrimental effect on their mental function. These drugs don't have that effect. They're safe. They're safe most of the time, maybe, but some of my people will have moral objections to using drugs for any reasons, even safe drugs, even for a worthwhile purpose. Doctor, I'm going to push for drug-assisted interrogation of everyone in Thunder Hill, those who know the secret and those who don't. I'm going to demand General Alvarado approve. Alvarado was commanding officer of the Thunder Hill Depository, a pencil-pushing desk jockey who had spent his career on his backside. Leland liked Alvarado no more than he liked Bennell. If the General approves drug-assisted interrogation, and if any of your people refuse, I'll come down hard on them, hard enough to break them. That includes you, if you refuse. You understand me?
"Oh, perfectly," Bennell said, still unruffled. Disgusted, the colonel pushed the remaining personnel files aside. "This is too damn slow. I need the trader quickly, not a month from now. We'd better repair the polygraph." He started to get up, then sat down as if he'd just thought of what he was about to ask, though it had been on his mind since he entered the depository. "Doctor, what do you think of this development with Cronin and Corvasis, these miraculous cures, the other bizarre phenomenon? What do you make of it?" Finally, Bennell showed strong, genuine emotion. He unfolded his hands from behind his head and leaned forward in his chair. "I'm sure it scares the hell out of you, Colonel. But there could be another, less cataclysmic explanation than the one on which you've fixated. Fear is your only reaction, while I think it might be the greatest moment in the history of the human race. But whatever the case, we've absolutely got to talk with Cronin and Corvasis, tell them everything, and seek their cooperation to discover exactly how they obtained these wonderful powers. We can't simply eliminate them or put them through another memory wipe without knowing all the answers. If we bring everyone at the Tranquility into this, tell them the secret, and then don't wipe their memories again, the cover-up can't be maintained." "Possibly not," Bennell said. "And if that's the case, then the public will just have to be told." "Damn it, Colonel! Because of these recent developments, studying Cronin and Corvasis takes precedence over everything else, including the cover-up. Not only studying them, but letting them have a chance to develop whatever strange talents they may have. In fact, when will you take them into custody?" "This afternoon, at the latest." "Then we can expect you to bring them to us sometime tonight?" "Yes." Leland rose from his chair again. He picked up his coat and walked to the office door, where Lieutenant Horner was waiting. He paused. "Doctor, how will you know if Cronin and Corvasis are changed or not? You think there's no real chance of possession. But if you're wrong, if they're not entirely human anymore, and if they don't want you to know the truth, how would you possibly discover it? Obviously, they could defeat a lie detector or any truth serums we have." "That's a puzzler, all right." Miles Bennell stood up, jammed his hands into the pockets of his lab coat, and began to pace energetically. "My God, it's a real challenge, isn't it? We've been working on the problem ever since we learned about their new powers from you on Sunday. We've been through ups and downs, despair, but now we think we can deal with it. We've devised medical tests, psychological tests, some tricky damn stuff, and we think that all of it taken together will accurately determine whether or not they're infected, whether or not they're human anymore. I think your fears are utterly unfounded. We thought possession was a danger at first, but it's been more than a year since we learned we were wrong. I think they can be entirely human and still have these powers. Are entirely human." "I don't agree. My fears are well-founded. And if Corvasis and Cronin and the others have changed, and if you believe you can get the truth out of them, you're kidding yourself. If they've changed, they're so superior to you that deceiving you would be child's play. You haven't even heard what we've— And something else, Doctor? Something you haven't thought of, but which I must consider. Maybe this will help you appreciate my position, with which you've thus far had little sympathy. Don't you realize I have to be suspicious and scared of more than just the people at the Tranquility? Ever since we've learned of these recent developments, these paranormal powers, I've been scared of you as well." Bennell was thunderstruck. "Me? You've been working here with it, Doctor. You're in that cavern nearly every day, doing lab work every day, probing, testing every damn day for 18 months, with only 3 brief vacations. If Corvasis and Cronin were changed in a few hours of contact, why shouldn't I suspect you've been changed after 18 months? For a moment Bennell was too shocked to speak. Then he said, "But this isn't the same at all. My studies here were after the fact. I'm essentially a fire marshal. A guy who came in after the blaze to sift through the ashes and figure out what happened. The potential for possession or infection, if it ever existed, was at the beginning, in the first hours, not later.
How can I be sure of that?
Leland asked, staring at him coldly. But under these lab conditions, with safety precautions,
we're dealing with the unknown, Doctor. We can't foresee every problem that might arise. That's the very nature of the unknown. And you can't take precautions against something you can't foresee.
Bennell shook his head violently in denial of the very possibility. No. Oh, no.
If you think I'm exaggerating my concern just to irritate you, Leland said, then you might ask yourself why Lieutenant Horner sat in that chair so alertly during our long conversation. After all, as you know, he's an expert in polygraphs, and he could have gone and repaired yours while you and I talked. But I didn't want to be in a room with you alone, Dr. Bennell. Not alone. No way.
Blinking, Bennell said, You mean because I might have somehow...
Leland nodded. Because if you have been changed, then you might have been able to change me, too, by some process I can't even begin to imagine. Alone, you might have used the opportunity to attack me, infect me, arrange for me to be possessed, pour the human spirit out of me and pour something else in. Leland shuddered. Hell, I don't know how to put it best, but we both know what I mean.
We even wondered if two of us were enough to ensure our safety, Lieutenant Horner said, his voice rumbling through the low-ceilinged room and vibrating vaguely in the metal walls. I kept a close eye on you, Doctor. You didn't notice my hand was always near my revolver.
Bennell was too astonished to speak.
Leland said,
Doctor, you may think I'm a suspicious bastard who's too quick on the trigger, an unregenerate, xenophobic fascist, but I've been put in charge of this not merely to keep the truth from the public, but also to protect them, and it's part of my job to think of the worst and then to act as if it will inevitably happen.
Jesus H. Christ, Bennell said. You're total, off-the-wall paranoids, both of you.
I'd expect you to react that way, Leland told him, whether or not you're still a full-fledged member of the human race.
To Horner he said,
Let's go. You have a polygraph to repair.
Horner went out into the hub, and Leland started after him. Bennell said, Wait.
Please.
Leland looked back at the pale, black-bearded man. All right, Colonel. Okay. Maybe I can see why you've got to be suspicious, why it's just part of your job. It's crazy, nonetheless. There's no chance that I or any of my people could have been inhabited by something else. No chance. But if you were ready to kill me, if I aroused your suspicion, would you also kill everyone working under me if you decided they'd all been taken over?
Without hesitation, Leland said bluntly.
But if I and my people could have been changed, if that much was possible, and it isn't possible, then don't you realize that the entire staff in Thunder Hill could have been changed too? Not just the people who know what's in that cavern, but everyone, military as well as civilians, all the way up to and including General Alvarado.
Well, sure, I realize that.
And you'd be willing to kill everyone in the facility?
Yes.
Jesus!
If you've decided to split, Leland said, you can forget about leaving for the duration. 18 months ago, looking ahead to this possibility, I secretly had a special program entered into Vigilant, the security system. At my direction, Vigilant can institute a new policy that makes it impossible for anyone to leave Thunder Hill without a special code. I'm the only one with the code, of course.
Bennell's posture was the essence of indignation and righteous outrage. You mean you'd imprison us out of some misguided... He fell silent as the truth hit him then. My God! You wouldn't have told me this if you hadn't already activated Vigilant's new program. That's right, Leland said. When I came in, I identified myself with my left hand on the ID plate instead of my right. That was the signal to Vigilant to institute the new order. No one but Lieutenant Horner and I can get out of Thunderhill until I decide it's safe. Leland Falkirk left the office, walked out into the hub, as pleased with himself as was possible under these disturbing conditions. It had taken 18 months, but he had at last shattered Miles Bennell's infuriating composure. If he had chosen to make one more revelation, he could have brought the scientist all the way to his knees. But there was one secret the Colonel had to keep to himself. He had already devised a plan to kill everyone and everything in Thunderhill in the event that he decided they were infected and only masquerading as human. He had the means to reduce the installation to molten slag and stop the plague right here. The hitch was that he would have to kill himself along with everyone else. But he was prepared for that sacrifice. After sleeping only 5.5 hours, Georgia showered, dressed, and went to the Block's apartment, where she found Marcy sitting at the kitchen table with Jack Twist. She stopped at the end of the living room, just outside the kitchen doorway, and watched them for a moment while they remained unaware they were being observed. Last night, at 4:40 a.m., after Georgia and Jack and Brendan had rendezvoused at the Minimart with the second team of Outriders and had returned from Elko, Jack had slept on the floor in the Block's living room, so Marcy would not be alone in the morning after Faye and Ernie had gone off on their respective tasks. Georgia had wanted to move the girl to their own room, but Jack had insisted that he did not mind doing a little babysitting after Marcy woke. "Look," he said, "she's sleeping with Faye and Ernie in their bed. If we try to move her now, we'll wake all of them, and everyone needs whatever sleep he can get tonight." Georgia said, "But Marcy's been sleeping for hours, so she'll be up and around before you are in the morning. She'll wake you." And he said, "Better me than you. Really, I don't need much sleep. Never have." And she said, "You're a nice guy, Jack Twist," he said, self-mockingly. "Oh, I'm a saint." And she said with great seriousness, "You may be the nicest guy I've ever met." She had firmly settled on that opinion during the hours they had cruised through the night-clad streets of Elko in his Cherokee. He was smart, witty, perceptive, gentle, and the best listener she'd ever encountered. At 1:30 in the morning, Brendan pleaded exhaustion and curled up in the back of the Cherokee, instantly falling asleep. Georgia, dismayed that the priest had come with them, had not really understood her dismay until Father Cronin went to sleep. Then she realized that her feelings had nothing to do with the priest, but resulted from her desire to have Jack Twist to herself. With Brendan out of the way, she got what she unconsciously wanted, and she fell entirely under Jack's spell, telling him more about herself than she had told anyone since her old-time closest friend had moved away when they were both 16. In almost 7 years of marriage, she had never had a conversation with Alan that was half as profound as that she had with Jack Twist, a man she'd known less than 12 hours. Now, as she stood just outside the kitchen doorway in the Block's apartment and watched Jack with Marcy, Georgia saw another good side of him. He could talk comfortably with a child, without the slightest note of condescension or boredom, something few adults could manage. He joked with Marcy, questioned her about her favorite songs, foods, and movies, helped her color one of the last untinted moons in her album. But Marcy was in a deeper and even more frightening trance than she had been yesterday. She did not answer Jack. She rewarded his attention with nothing more than an occasional blank or puzzled look. But he was not discouraged. Georgia realized that he had spent 8 years talking to a comatose wife who had never responded, so he would not lose patience with Marcy any time soon. Georgia stood in the shadows just beyond the doorway for several minutes, unannounced, torn between the pleasure of watching Jack be Jack and the agony of watching her daughter descend even farther into a state increasingly similar to some of the behavior of an autistic child.
"Good morning,"
Jack said, looking up from the Book of Red Moons, spotting Georgia.
"Sleep well? How long have you been standing there?"
"Not long,"
she said, entering the kitchen.
"Marcy, say good morning to your mother,"
Jack told the girl. But Marcy did not look up from the moon that she was coloring. Georgia met Jack's eyes and saw sympathy and concern in them. She said,
"Well, it's not really morning anymore. Almost noon."
She went to Marcy, put a hand under her chin, lifted her head. The child's gaze focused on her mother's eyes, but only for a moment, then turned inward. It was a terrible and empty look. When Georgia let go, Marcy turned immediately to the image of the moon before her and began to scrub hard at the paper with her last red crayon. Jack pushed his chair back, got up, and went to the refrigerator.
"Hungry, Georgia? I'm starved. Marcy ate earlier, but I've been waiting breakfast on you."
He pulled open the refrigerator door.
"Eggs and bacon and toast? Or I could whip up an omelet with some cheese, herbs, just a touch of onion, a few slivers of green peppers."
"You cook, too,"
Georgia said.
"I'll never win any prizes, but it's usually edible, and at least half the time you can even tell what it is when I put it on your plate."
He pulled open the freezer door.
"They have frozen waffles. I could toast a few of those to go along with the omelet."
"Whatever you're having."
She was unable to look away from Marcy, and as she watched her stricken daughter, her appetite faded. Jack loaded his arms with a carton of milk, another of eggs, a package of cheese, a green pepper, and a small onion, and carried the fixings to the cutting board beside the sink. When Jack began cracking eggs into a bowl, Georgia joined him at the counter. Although she did not think Marcy would hear her, even if she shouted, she spoke sotto voce to Jack.
"Did she really eat breakfast?"
He whispered too.
"Sure.
Some cereal, a piece of toast with jelly and peanut butter. I had to help her a little, that's all." Georgia tried not to think about what Dom had told her of Zebediah Lomack, or about how Lomack tied in with what had happened to Alan. But if two grown men had been unable to cope with the sick obsessions that had evolved from what they'd seen on July 6th and from the subsequent brainwashing, what chance did Marcy have of coping, living? Hey, Jack said softly.
"Don't cry, Georgia. Crying won't help anything."
He took her in his arms.
"She'll be all right, I promise you. Listen, just this morning the others were saying they had a terrific night last night. No dreams for a change. And Dom didn't sleepwalk, and Ernie wasn't half as afraid of the dark as usual. Know why? Because just being here, pulling together like a family, it's already making the memory blocks crumble, relieving the pressure. All right, yes, Marcy's a bit worse this morning, but that doesn't mean it's all downhill for her. She'll improve. I know she will." Georgia was not expecting the embrace, but she welcomed it. God, how she welcomed it. She leaned against him and allowed herself to be held, and instead of feeling weak and foolish, she felt a new strength flowing into her. She was tall for a woman, and he was not tall for a man, so they were almost the same height. Yet she had the atavistic feeling of being protected, guarded. She was reminded of what she'd been thinking yesterday on the flight north from Las Vegas. Human beings were not meant for solitude, lonely struggles. The very essence of the species was its need to give and receive friendship, affection, love. Right now, she needed to receive, and Jack needed to give, and the confluence of their needs gave new purpose and determination to both of them. "An omelet with cheese, herbs, a little bit of chopped onion, and slivers of green pepper," he said softly, his lips against her ear, as if sensing that she had regained her footing and was ready to go on. "Does that sound all right?" "Sounds delicious," she said, reluctantly letting go of him. "And one other ingredient," he said. "I warned you I wouldn't win any cooking prizes.
I always get one little chip of eggshell in every omelet, no matter how careful I am."
"Oh, that's the secret of a good omelet," she said. "One bit of eggshell for texture. The finest restaurants make omelets that way."
"Yeah? Do they also leave one bone in every fish?
"And a bit of hoof in every order of beef bourguignon."
"One antler in every chocolate mousse?
"And one shoemaker's nail in every apple cobbler."
One old maid in every apple pan dowdy?"
"Oh, God, I hate puns."
"Me too. Truce?"
"Truce. I'll grate the cheddar for the omelet."
Together they made breakfast. At the kitchen table, Marcy colored moons, and murmured that one word in monotonous, mesmeric, rhythmic chains. In Monterey, California, Parker Fane had almost fallen into the lair of a trapdoor spider. He counted himself fortunate to have gotten out alive. A trapdoor spider. That was how he thought of the Salco's neighbor, a woman named Essie Craw. The trapdoor spider constructed a tubular nest in the ground and fixed a cleverly concealed, hinged lid at the top. When other hapless insects, innocent and unsuspecting, crossed the perfectly camouflaged lid, it opened and dropped them down to the rapacious arachnoid beast below. Essie Craw's tubular nest was a lovely, large Spanish home, far more suited to the California coast than the Salco's southern colonial manse, with graceful arches and leaded glass windows and flowers blooming in large terracotta pots on the portico. One look at the place, and Parker was prepared to encounter charming and exquisitely gracious people. But when Essie Craw answered the door, he knew he was in deep trouble. When she discovered that he was seeking information about the Salcos, she virtually seized him by his sleeve and dragged him inside and slammed the lid of her tubular nest behind him. For those who sought information often had information to give in return, and Essie Craw fed on gossip as surely as the trapdoor spider fed on careless beetles, centipedes, and pillbugs. Essie did not look like a spider, but rather like a bird. Not a scrawny, thin-necked, meager-breasted sparrow, more like a well-fed seagull. She had a quick, bird-like walk, and she held her head slightly to the side in the manner of a bird, and she had beady little avian eyes. After leading him to a seat in the living room, she offered coffee, but he declined, and she insisted, but he protested that he did not want to be a bother. She brought coffee anyway, plus butter cookies, which she produced with such alacrity that he suspected she was as perpetually prepared for drop-in guests as was the trapdoor spider. Essie was disappointed to hear that Parker knew nothing about the Salco family and had no gossip. But since he was not their friend either, he offered a fresh pair of ears for her observations, tales, slanders, and mean-spirited suppositions. He did not even have to ask questions in order to learn more than he wanted to know. Donna Salco, Gerald's wife, was, Essie said, a brassy sort, too blonde, too flashy, phony sweet. Donna was so thin she was surely a problem drinker who survived on a liquid diet. Or maybe she was anorexic. Gerald was Donna's second husband, and although they had been married 18 years, Essie did not think it would last. Essie made the 16-year-old twin girls sound so wild, so unrestrained, so nubile and licentious, that Parker pictured packs of young men sniffing around the Salco house like dogs seeking bitches in heat. Gerald Salco owned 3 thriving shops, an antiques store, 2 art galleries in nearby Carmel, though Essie could not understand how any of these enterprises showed a profit when Salco was a hard-drinking libertine and a thick-headed boob with no business sense. Parker drank only 2 sips of his coffee and didn't even nibble at the butter cookies, because Essie Craw's enthusiasm for malicious gossip went beyond the limits of ordinary behavior into a realm of weirdness that made him uncomfortable and unwilling to turn his back on her, or consume much of what she provided. But he learned a few useful things as well. The Salcos had taken an impromptu vacation, 1 week in the wine country, Napa and Sonoma, and had been so desperate to escape the pressures of their various enterprises that they had not wanted to reveal the name of the hotel where they could be reached, lest it get back to the very business associates from whom they needed a rest.
He called me Sunday to tell me they were off and wouldn't be back until Monday the 20th, Essie said. Asked me to keep a watch over the place, as usual. They're terrible gadabouts, and it's such a bother to be expected to look out for burglars and God knows what. I have my own life to live, which of course concerns them not at all.
You didn't speak with any of them, face to face?
I guess they were in a hurry to be off.
Did you see them leave?
No, though I looked out a couple of times, but I must have missed them.
The twins went with them? Parker asked. Isn't school in?
It's a progressive school. Too progressive, I say. And travel is thought to be as broadening as classroom work. Did you ever hear such—
How did Mr. Salco sound when you spoke with him on the phone?
Impatiently, Essie said, Well, he sounded like he always sounds. What do you mean?
Not at all strained? Nervous?
She pursed her tight little mouth, cocked her head, and her bird-bright eyes glittered at the prospect of potential scandal. Well, now that you mention it, he was a bit odd. Stumbled over his words a few times, but until now I didn't realize he'd probably been drinking. Do you think, that he's had to go off to some clinic to dry out, or—
Parker had heard enough. He rose to leave, but Essie got between him and the doorway, trying to delay him by making him feel guilty that he had not finished his coffee or even tasted a cookie. She suggested tea instead of coffee, some strudel, or
perhaps an almond croissant.
By dint of the same indomitable will that had made him a great painter, he managed to get to the front door, through it and onto the portico. She followed him all the way to the rental car in her driveway. The little vomit-green temple looked, for that one moment, as beautiful as a Rolls-Royce, for it offered escape from Essie Craw. As he sped away, he quoted Coleridge aloud, an apt passage. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. He drove around for half an hour, working up the courage to do what must be done. Finally, upon his return to the Salco house, he parked boldly at the head of the circular driveway in the shadows of the massive pines. He went to the front door again, insistently pressed the bell for 3 minutes. If anyone was home and merely unwilling to see visitors, he would have answered that unrelenting ring out of sheer desperation. But no one responded. Parker walked along the veranda, studying the front windows, being nonchalant, acting as if he belonged there, though the property was so shrouded by trees and lush landscaping that he could not be spotted easily from the street or from Essie Craw's windows. The drapes were shut, preventing a glimpse of the interior. He expected to see the telltale electricity-conducting tape of an alarm system on the glass, but there was no tape and no other indication of electronic security. He stepped off the end of the veranda and went around the western side of the house, where the morning sun had not shrunk the long, deep shadows of the pines. He tried 2 windows there. They were locked. In back of the house were more shrubs, flowers, and a large brick patio with a lattice cover, outdoor wet bar, expensive lawn furniture. He used his coat-protected elbow to smash in a small pane on one of the French doors. He unlocked the door and went inside, pushing through the drapes into a tile-floored family room. He stood very still, listening. The house was silent. It would have been uncomfortably dark if the family room had not opened onto a breakfast area, and the breakfast area onto the kitchen where light entered through the glass in that uncurtained door to the patio. Parker moved past a fireplace, billiards table, and froze when he spotted the motion detection alarm unit on the wall. He recognized it from when he had investigated security systems for his Laguna house. He was about to flee when he recalled that a small red light should have been visible on the unit if it was in operation. The bulb was there, but dark. Apparently the system had not been activated when the Salcos had left. The kitchen was roomy, with the best appliances. Beyond that was a serving pantry, then the dining room. The light from the kitchen did not reach that far, so he decided to risk turning on lights as he went. In the living room, he stood very still again, listening. Nothing. The silence was deep and heavy, as in a tomb. When Brendan Cronin entered the block's kitchen after rising late and taking a long, hot shower, he found little Marcy coloring moons and murmuring eerily to herself. He thought of how he had mended Emmeline Hallberg with his hands, and he wondered if he could cure Marcy's psychological obsession by the application of that same psychic power. But he dared not try, not until he learned to control his wild talent, for he might do irreparable harm to the girl's mind. Jack and Georgia were finishing omelets and toast, and they greeted him warmly. Georgia wanted to make breakfast for Brendan, too, but he declined. He only wanted a cup of coffee, black and strong. As Jack ate, he examined 4 handguns that were lying on the table beside his plate. 2 of them were Ernie's. Jack had brought the other 2 with him from the east. Neither Brendan nor anyone else referred to the firearms, for they knew their enemy might be listening right now. No point revealing the size of their arsenal. The guns made Brendan nervous, maybe because he had a prescient feeling that the weapons would be used repeatedly before day's end. His characteristic optimism had left him, largely because he had not dreamed last night. He'd had his first uninterrupted sleep in weeks, but for him that was no improvement. Unlike the others, Brendan had been having a good dream every night, and it had given him hope. Now the dream was gone, and the loss made him edgy.
"I thought it would be snowing by now," he said, as he sat down at the table with a cup of coffee.
"Soon," Jack said. The sky looked like a great slab of dark gray granite. Ned and Sandy Sarver, serving as the second team of outriders, had driven into Elko to rendezvous with Jack, Georgia, and Brendan at the Arco Minimart at 4 in the morning, then had cruised around town until 7:30, by which time some of those back at the Tranquility would have set out on their tasks for the day. They returned to the motel at 8 o'clock, ate a quick breakfast, and went back to bed to get a few more hours of rest in order to cope with the busy day ahead. Ned woke after little more than 2 hours, but he did not get out of bed. He lay in the dimness of the motel room for a while, watching Sandy sleep. The love he felt for her was deep and smooth and flowing like a great river that could bear them both away to better places and times, beyond all the worries of the world. Ned wished he was as good a talker as he was a fixer. Sometimes he worried that he had never been able to tell her exactly how he felt about her. But when he tried to put his sentiments into words, he either became tongue-tied or heard himself expressing his emotions in hopelessly inarticulate sentences and leaden images. It was good to be a fixer, with the talent to repair everything from broken toasters to broken cars to broken people. Yet sometimes Ned would have traded all his mending skills for the ability to compose and speak one perfect sentence which would convey his deepest feelings for her. Now, watching her, he realized that she was no longer sleeping. "Playing possum?" he asked. She opened her eyes and smiled. "I was scared, the way you were watching me, that I was going to get eaten alive, so I played possum." "You look good enough to eat, that's for sure." She threw aside the covers and, naked, opened her arms to him. They fell at once into the familiar, silken rhythms of love-making at which they had become so sensuously adept during the past year of her sexual awakening. In the afterglow, as they lay side by side holding hands, Sandy said, "Oh, Ned, I must be the happiest woman on earth. Since I met you down in Arizona all those years ago, since you took me under your wing, you've made me very happy, Ned. In fact, I'm so crazy happy now that if God struck me dead this minute, I wouldn't complain."
"Don't say that," he told her sharply.
Rising up on one elbow, leaning over her, looking down at her, he said, "I don't like you saying that. It makes me superstitious. All this trouble we're in, it's possible some of us will die, so I don't want you tempting fate. I don't want you saying things like that."
"Ned, you're about the least superstitious man I know."
"Yeah, well, I feel different about this. I don't want you saying you're so happy you wouldn't mind dying. Nothing like that. Understand? I don't want you even thinking it." He slipped his arms around her again, pulling her very tightly against him, needing to feel the throb of life within her. He held her so close that after a while he could no longer detect the strong and regular stroking of her heart, which was only because it had become synchronized with and lost in his own beat. In the Selko family's Monterey house, Parker Fane was looking primarily for two things, either of which would fulfill his obligation to Dom. First, he hoped to find something to prove they had actually gone to Napa, Sonoma. If he found a brochure for a hotel, he could call and confirm that the Selkos had checked in safely, or if they went to the wine country regularly, perhaps an address book would contain the telephone number of the place where they stayed. But he half expected to find the other thing instead: overturned furniture, bloodstains, or other evidence that the Selkos had been taken against their will. Of course, Dom had only asked him to come talk with these people. He would be appalled to know that Parker had gone to these illegal lengths when the Selkos had been unlocatable. But Parker never did anything by halves, and he was enjoying himself, even though his heart had begun to pound and his throat had clutched up a bit. Beyond the living room was a library. Beyond that, a small music room contained a piano, music stands, chairs, 2 clarinet cases, and a ballet exercise bar. Evidently, the twins liked music and dance. Parker found nothing amiss on the first floor, so he slowly climbed the stairs, staying in the runner of plush carpet between oak inlays. The light from the first floor reached just to the top step. Above, the second-floor hallway was dark. He stopped on the landing. Stillness. His hands were clammy. He did not understand why he was clutching up. Maybe instinct? It might be wise to pay attention to his more primitive senses. But if anyone had wanted to ambush him, there had been plenty of places on the first floor ideal for the purpose, yet the rooms had been deserted. He continued upward, and when he reached the second-floor hallway, he finally heard something. It was a cross between a beep sound and a blip sound, and it came from rooms on both ends of the hall. For a moment he thought the alarm system was about to go off, after all, but an alarm would have been 1,000 times louder than these beep-blips. The sounds came in counterpointed, rhythmic patterns. He found a switch at the head of the stairs and snapped on the overhead lights in the hall. Standing motionless once more, he listened for noises other than the curious beep-blips. He heard none. There was something familiar about the sound, but it eluded him. His curiosity was greater than his fear. He had always been compelled by a chronic curiosity, with frequent acute attacks of same, and if he had not allowed it to drive him in the past, he'd never have become a successful painter. Curiosity was the heart of creativity. Therefore, he looked both ways along the hall, then turned right and walked cautiously toward one source of the beep-blips. At the end of the hallway, there were 2 distinct sets of beeping sounds, each with a slightly different rhythm, both coming from a dark room where the door was 3/4 shut. Poised to flee, he pushed the door all the way open. Nothing leaped at him out of the darkness. The beeping became louder, but only because the door was out of the way now. He saw that the room was not entirely dark. On the far wall, Thin ribbons of pale gray light outlined drapes that were drawn across a very large window, or perhaps a pair of balcony doors. The Salco's Southern Colonial had lots of balconies. In addition, around the corner from the doorway, out of sight, were two sources of eerie, soft green light that did little to dispel the gloom. Parker eased forward, clicked the light switch, entered the room, saw the Salco twins, and thought for an instant that they were dead. They were lying on their backs in a queen-sized bed, covers drawn up to their shoulders, unmoving, eyes open. Then Parker realized that the beeping and the green light came from EEG and EKG monitors to which both girls were connected, and he saw the IV racks trailing lines to spikes inserted in their arms, so he knew they were not dead but merely in the process of being brainwashed. The chamber had none of the quality of a teenaged girl's room. From the lack of personal mementos or any stamp of individuality, he assumed it was a guest room, and that the girls had been put here in a single bed simply to make it easier to monitor them. But where were their captors and tormentors? Were the mind control experts so certain of the effectiveness of their drugs and other devices that they could leave the family alone and dash out for a Big Mac and fries at McDonald's? Was there no risk at all that one of the Salcos, in a moment of lucidity, might tear out his IV line, rise up, and flee? Parker went to the nearest girl, looked into her blank eyes. For a few seconds she peered up, unblinking, then suddenly blinked furiously. 10, 20, 30 times, then stared unblinking again. She did not see Parker. He waved a hand across her eyes and got no reaction. He saw that she was wearing a pair of earphones connected to a tape recorder that lay on the pillow beside her head. He leaned close to her, lifted one earphone an inch, and listened to a soft, melodic, and very soothing voice. A woman's voice.
On Monday morning, I slept in late. It's a wonderful hotel for sleeping late because the staff is so quiet, so respectful. It's actually a country club as well as a hotel, so it's not like other places where maids make a racket in the halls as soon as the sun rises. Oh, don't you just love the wine country? I'd like to live there someday. Anyway, after we finally got up, Chrissy and I took a long walk around the grounds, sort of hoping we'd run into some neat boys, but we couldn't find any.
The hypnotic rhythms of the woman's voice spooked Parker. He put the earphones back in place. Evidently, one or more of the Salcos had remembered what they had experienced at the Tranquility Motel the summer before last, so those memories had again been repressed. Now, to cover the time span of this current brainwashing session, new, false memories were being implanted, a process that included the repeated playing of a tape recording that undoubtedly had subliminal as well as audible messages to impart. Dom had explained some of it to Parker on the telephone, Saturday and Sunday nights, but Parker had not fully appreciated the hideousness of the conspiracy until he heard that insidious whisper in the Salco girl's ear. He moved to the foot of the bed and studied the other twin, whose eyes also alternated between blinkless stares and abrupt, machine-gun bursts of blinks. He wondered if he would do any physical or mental harm to them if he pulled out their IV lines, disconnected them from the machines, and moved them out of the house before their captors returned. Better to find a phone, call the police. How long they were watching him he did not know, but suddenly he was aware that he and the twins were not alone. He jumped and whirled toward the door where two men had entered the room. They were wearing dark slacks, white shirts with the sleeves rolled up and the collars unbuttoned, neckties loosened and askew. At the doorway behind them was another man, bespectacled and in a suit with his tie in place. They had to be government agents, for no one else would bother to wear business clothes while engaged upon activities of such a dubious nature. One of them said, "And who the fuck are you?" Parker did not attempt to jibe them, did not foolishly claim his rights as a U.S. citizen, did not bother to say anything at all. He just took 3 running steps toward the drawn drapes, praying that a big window or sliding glass balcony door lay beyond them, that it would shatter on impact, that the drapes would protect him from serious cuts, and that he would be outside and gone before they knew what happened. If the drapes were a lot wider than the window, covering more blank wall than glass, he was in big trouble. Behind him, the men shouted in surprise just as he hit the drapes, for they had obviously believed they had trapped him. He went through the material with the unstoppable power of a locomotive. The impact was tremendous, sending a devastating shock across his shoulder and through his chest, but something gave way with a crack and a screech and a crash of glass, and he was through into daylight, vaguely aware that the doors had been French rather than sliding panels, and that he had been lucky the lock was flimsy. He found himself on a second-floor balcony with a pair of redwood lounge chairs and a glass-topped table over which he fell. Even as he was going down on top of chairs, banging knees and barking shins, he was already coming up again, up and over the balcony rail, leaping out into space, praying he would not land in a particularly woody shrub and be castrated by a sharp, sturdy branch. He fell only 12 feet onto bare lawn, jarring his other shoulder and his back, but breaking no bones. He rolled, scrambled to his feet, and ran. Suddenly, in front of his eyes, foliage snapped, fluttered, shredded, and he didn't know what was happening, and then, as he continued to run, pieces of bark exploded off a tree, and he realized they were shooting at him. He heard no gunfire, silencer-equipped weapons. He zigzagged toward the perimeter of the property, fell in an azalea bed, scrambled up, ran on, reached a hedge, threw himself over it, and kept on running. They had been ready to kill him, to stop him from spreading the news of what he had seen in the Salco house. Right now, they were probably hastily moving or killing the Salcos. If he found a phone and called the police, and if the killers were agents of the U.S. government, whose side would the police be on? And who would they believe? One eccentric and rather curiously dressed artist with a woolly beard and flyaway hair? Or 3 neatly attired FBI men claiming they were in the Salco house on a legitimate stakeout of some kind, and that Parker Fane was, in fact, the felon they had attempted to arrest? If they demanded custody of him, would the police cooperate? Jesus! He ran. Abandoning the tempo, he sprinted down the sloped wall of a shallow glen, along the rocky course of a narrow brook, between trees, through underbrush, up another wall of the same glen, into someone's backyard, across that lawn and into another yard, alongside a house, out onto a street, from that street to another. He slowed to a fast walk to avoid drawing attention to himself, but he continued to follow a twisty route away from the Salco house. He knew what he had to do. The horror he had just seen had made the extremity of Dom's plight clearer than ever. Parker had known his friend was in danger, deep in a conspiracy of monumental proportions, but knowing it in his mind was not the same as knowing it in his guts. There was nothing for him to do but go to Elko County. Dom Corvasis was his friend, perhaps his best friend, and this was what friends did for each other, shared their trouble, fought back the darkness together. He could walk away, go back to Laguna Beach to continue work on the painting that he had begun yesterday, but if he chose that course he would never like himself very much again, which would be an intolerable circumstance, for he had always liked himself immensely. He had to find a ride back to the Monterey airport, catch a flight to San Francisco International, and head east from there toward Nevada. He was not concerned that the men in the Salco's house would be looking for him at the airport. The only words any of them had spoken in his presence were, "And who the fuck are you?" If they did not know who he was, they would most likely figure he was a local. The keys to the tempo had a rental company tag on them, but they were in his pocket. In an hour or two, of course, the bad guys would trace the car to the airport, but by then he should have taken off for San Francisco. He kept walking. On a quiet, residential street he saw a young man about 19 or 20 in the driveway of a more modest house than the Salcos, carefully scrubbing the white walls on the tires of a meticulously restored banana-yellow 1958 Plymouth Fury, one of those long jobs with a plenitude of grill and big sharky fins. The kid had a slicked-back duck-tail haircut, to match the era of his vehicle. Parker went up to him and said, "Listen, my car broke down, and I've got to get to the airport. I'm in a big hurry, so would you drive me out there for $50? The kid knew how to hurry. If he had not been a superb driver, he would have fish-tailed out of control and spun them off the road into trees or ditches on a half-dozen tight turns, for he got all possible speed out of the big fury. After they came through the third sharp turn alive, Parker knew he was in good hands, and he finally relaxed a bit. At the airport, he bought a ticket for one of 2 remaining seats on a West Air flight leaving for San Francisco in 10 minutes. He boarded the plane, half expecting it to be halted by federal agents before it could take off. But soon they were airborne, and he could worry about something else, getting another flight from San Francisco to Reno before they tracked him that far. Jack Twist went through the block's apartment from north to west to south to east-facing windows, surveying the vast landscape for signs of the enemy's observation post, or posts. At least one surveillance team would be watching the motel and diner, and no matter how well concealed they were, he had a device that would pinpoint their location. He'd brought it from New York with the other gear, an instrument the armed forces called the HS-101 Heat Analyzer. It was shaped like a sleek, futuristic ray gun from the movies, with a single 2-inch diameter lens instead of a barrel. You held it by the butt and looked through the eyepiece as if peering into a telescope. Moving the viewfinder across the landscape, you saw 2 things: an ordinary magnified image of the terrain and an overlaid representation of heat sources within that terrain. Plants, animals, and sun-baked rocks radiated heat, but thanks to microchip technology, the HS-101's computer could differentiate among types of thermal radiation and screen out most natural background sources. The device would show only heat from living sources larger than 50 pounds, animals bigger than house dogs, and human beings. Even if they were out there in insulated ski suits that trapped a lot of body heat, enough would escape their garments to give him a fix on them. Jack spent a considerable length of time studying the land north of the motel, through which he had approached the place last night, but finally he decided no one was watching from that direction, and he moved to the west-facing windows in other rooms. The west also looked clear, so he went next to the windows on the south side of the apartment. Marcy had colored the last moon in her album, and when Jack set out with the HS-101 to look for surveillance teams, she came with him, staying close by his side. Maybe she had taken a liking to him, because he'd spent hours talking to her in spite of her failure to respond. Or maybe she was scared of something and felt safer in his presence. Or another reason, too strange to imagine. He could do nothing for her, except keep talking softly to her as she accompanied him. Georgia followed along as well, and though she did not interrupt with questions, she was considerably more distracting than her daughter. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, but more importantly, he liked her a lot. He thought she liked him, too, although he didn't suppose she was attracted to him, not in the man-woman sense. After all, what would a woman like her see in a guy like him? He was an admitted criminal, and he had a face like an old battered shoe, not to mention one cast eye. But they could be friends, at least, and that was nice. At the living room windows, he finally spotted what he was seeking. Points of body heat out there in the cold barrens. Across the top of the image that filled the lens, Nevada plains and overlaid heat patterns, came a digital readout of data that told him there were 2 sources of heat, that they were due south of his position, and that they were approximately 0.4 of a mile away. That information was followed by numerals that represented an estimation of the size of each source's radiant surface, which told him he had found 2 men. He switched off the HS-101's heat analysis function and turned up the magnification, using the device as a simple telescope, zeroing in on the area in which the heat had been detected. He had to search for a couple of minutes, for they were wearing camouflage suits. Bingo, he said at last. Georgia did not ask what he saw, for she had learned well the lesson he had taught them last night. Everything spoken in the apartment was sucked directly into the enemy's electronic ears. Out there on the barrens, the two observers were prone on the cold ground. Jack saw that one man had a pair of binoculars, but the guy was not using the glasses at the moment, so he was not aware of Jack watching him from the window. He moved to the east windows and surveyed that landscape as well, but it was uninhabited. They were being watched only from the south, which the enemy figured was sufficient because the front of the motel and the only road leading to it could be seen from that single post. They were underestimating Jack. They knew his background, knew that he was good, but they didn't realize how good. At 1:40, the first snowflakes fell. For a while they came down only as scattered flurries, with no particular force. At 2 o'clock, when Dom and Ernie returned from their scouting trip around the perimeter of the Thunderhill Depository, Jack said, "You know, Ernie, when the storm really hits later, there might be some people on the interstate who'll see our wheels out front and pull in here looking for shelter, even if we leave the sign and other lights off. Better move my Cherokee, the Sarver's truck, and the cars around back. We don't want a lot of people rapping at your door wanting to know why you're giving rooms to some people and not to them." Actually, certain that the enemy was even now listening to them, Jack was using the specter of weary, snow-bound motorists as a plausible excuse to move the pickup truck and the Cherokee, the two four-wheel drive vehicles, out of sight of the observers south of I-80. Later, when heavier snow and the early darkness of the storm settled in, the entire Tranquility family would surreptitiously leave the motel from the rear, heading overland in the truck and the Cherokee. Ernie sensed Jack's real purpose, equally aware of eavesdroppers. He played along. He and Dom went outside again to move all the vehicles around back. In the kitchen, Ned and Sandy had nearly finished preparing and packaging the sandwiches that everyone would be issued for dinner. Now, they only had to wait for Faye and Ginger. The snow flurries intermittently surrendered to furious but short-lived squalls. The day dimmed. By 2:40, the squalls turned to steady snow that, in spite of a complete cessation of wind, reduced visibility to a few hundred feet. Out on the barrens, the camouflaged observers were probably picking up their gear and moving closer to the motel. Jack checked his watch more frequently. He knew time was running out, but he had no way of knowing how fast it might be running out. While Lieutenant Horner repaired the sabotaged polygraph in the security office, Falkirk lectured the depository's chief of security and his assistant, Major Fugata and Lieutenant Helms, letting them know they were on his list of possible traitors. He made 2 enemies, but that didn't matter. He did not want them to like him, only to respect and fear him. He had not yet finished chewing out Fugata and Helms when General Alvarado arrived. The general was a lard-ass with a pot gut, fingers like sausages, and jowls. He stormed into the security office in a red-faced outrage, having just heard the bad news from Dr. Miles Bennell. "Is it true, Colonel Falkirk? By God, is it true? Have you actually taken control of Vigilant and made prisoners of us all?" Sternly, but in a tone that could not be construed as disrespectful, Leland informed Alvarado that he had the authority to include the secret program in the security computer and to activate it at his discretion. Alvarado demanded to know whose authority, and Leland said, "General Maxwell D. Ridenour, Chief of Staff for the Army and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs." Alvarado said he knew perfectly well who Ridenour was, but he did not believe that the colonel's mentor in this matter was the Chief of Staff himself. "Sir, why don't you call him and ask?" Leland suggested. He took a card out of his wallet and gave it to Alvarado. "That's General Ridenour's number." "I have the staff headquarters number," Alvarado said scornfully. "Sir, that's not Staff HQ. That's General Ridenour's unlisted home line. If he's not in his office, he'd want you to contact him on the unlisted phone. After all, This is a deadly serious matter, sir. Burning a brighter red, Alvarado stalked out, the card pinched between thumb and forefinger, and held away from his side as if it were an offensive object. He was back in 15 minutes, no longer flushed, but pale. "All right, Colonel. You have the authority, you claim. So, I guess you're in command of Thunderhill for the time being."
"Not at all, sir," Leland said. "You're still the CO.
"But if I'm a prisoner—"
Leland interrupted. "Sir, your orders take precedence, as long as they don't directly conflict with my authority to guarantee that no dangerous persons, no dangerous creatures, escape from Thunderhill."
Alvarado shook his head in amazement. "According to Miles Bennell, you have this crazy idea that we're all some kind of monsters." The general had used the most melodramatic word he could think of, with the intent of belittling Leland's position.
"Sir, as you know, one or more people in this facility attempted, by indirection, to bring some of the witnesses back to the Tranquility, evidently with the hope that the witnesses will remember what they've been made to forget, and will create a media circus that'll force us to reveal what we've hidden. Now, these traitors are probably just well-intentioned men, most likely members of Bennell's staff, who simply believe the public should be informed, but the possibility also exists that they've got other and darker motives."
"Monsters," Alvarado repeated sourly. When the polygraph was repaired, Leland charged Major Fugata and Lieutenant Helms with interrogating everyone in Thunderhill who had knowledge of the special secret harbored there for more than 18 months.
"If you screw up again," Leland warned them, "I'll have your heads."
If they failed again to find the man who'd sent the Polaroids to the witnesses, he would view their failure as one more bit of evidence that rot had spread widely through the Thunderhill staff, and that it was not ordinary human corruption, but the result of an extraordinary and terrifying infection. Their failure would cost them their lives. At 1:45, Leland and Lieutenant Horner returned to Schenkfield, leaving the depository's entire staff locked deep in the bosom of the earth. Upon his return to his windowless office in that other underground facility, the colonel received several doses of bad news, all courtesy of Foster Polnicheff, the head of the Chicago office of the FBI. First, Sharkle was dead out in Evanston, Illinois, which should have been good news, but he had taken his sister, brother-in-law, and an entire SWAT team with him. The siege of Sharkle's house had become national news due to the extreme violence of its conclusion. The blood-hungry media would be focused on O'Bannon Lane until endless rehashing of the story drained it of thrills. Worse, among Sharkle's mad ravings, there had been enough truth to lead a perceptive and aggressive reporter to Nevada, to the Tranquility, and perhaps all the way to Thunderhill. Worst of all, Foster Polnicheff reported that something almost, supernatural is happening here. A stabbing and shooting in an uptown apartment involving a family named Mendoza had caused such a sensation within the city's police department that newspaper reporters and television crews had virtually set siege to the tenement house hours ago. Evidently, Winton Toke, the officer whose life had been saved by Brendan Cronin, had brought a stabbed child back from near death. Incredibly, Brendan Cronin had passed his own amazing talents to Toke. But what else had he passed on to the black policeman? There might be only a wondrous new power in Winton Toke, or something dark and dangerous, alive and inhuman, living within the cop. The worst possible scenario was, after all, unfolding. Leland was half sick with apprehension as he listened to Polnicheff. According to the FBI agent, Toke was giving no interviews to the press and was, in fact, now in seclusion in his own house, where another mob of reporters had gathered. Sooner or later, however, Toke would agree to speak with the press, and he would mention Brendan Cronin, and from there they would eventually find the link to the Hallberg girl. The Hallberg girl? That was another nightmare. Upon receiving this morning's news of Toke's unexpected healing powers, Polnicheff had gone to the Hallberg's home to determine if Emmy had acquired unusual powers subsequent to her own miraculous recovery. What he found there beggared description, and he immediately isolated the entire Hallberg family from the press and public before their secret was discovered. Now, all 5 Hallbergs were in an FBI safe house under the watchful eyes of 6 agents who had been informed only that the family was as much to be feared as protected, and that no agent was to be alone with any member of the family at any time. If the Hallbergs made threatening or unusual moves, they would all be killed instantly. "But I think it's all pointless now," Polnicheff said on the phone from Chicago. "I think we've lost control of it. It's spread, and we've no hope of containing it again. So we might as well call an end to the cover-up, go public."
"Are you mad?"
Leland demanded. "If it's come to the point where we have to kill people, lots of people, like the Hallbergs and the Tokes and all the witnesses there in Nevada, in order just to keep the story contained, then the cost of containment has gotten too damn high." Leland Falkirk was furious.
"You've lost sight of what's at stake here. My God, man, we're no longer merely trying to keep the news from the public. That's almost immaterial. Now we're trying to protect our entire species from obliteration. If we go public, and if then we decide to use violence to contain the infection, every goddamn politician and bleeding heart will be second-guessing us, interfering, and before you know it, we'll have lost the war."
"But I think what's being proven here is that the danger isn't that great," Polnicheff said. "Sure, I've told the men guarding the Hallbergs to regard them as a threat, but I don't really believe they're a danger to us. That little Emmy, she's a darling, not a monster. I don't know how the power got in Cronin, or how he conveyed it to the girl, but I'm almost willing to bet my life that the power is the only thing inside the child. The only thing inside any of them. If you could meet Emmy and watch her, Colonel, she's a delight. All evidence points to the fact that we should regard what's happening as the greatest event in the history of mankind."
"Of course," Leland said coldly. "That's what an enemy like this would want us to believe. If we can be convinced that accommodation and surrender are a great blessing, we'll be conquered without a fight."
"But, Colonel, if Cronin and Corvasis and Toke and Emmy have been infected, if they're no longer human, or at least no longer like you and me, they wouldn't advertise by performing miraculous cures and feats of telekinesis. They'd keep their amazing abilities secret in order to spread their infection to more people without detection."
Leland was unmoved by that argument. "We don't know exactly how this thing works. Maybe a person, once infected, surrenders control to the parasite, becomes a slave. Or to answer the point you've just made, maybe the relationship between the host and parasite is benign, mutually supportive. And maybe the host doesn't even know the parasite is inside him, which would explain why the Hallberg girl and the others don't know where their power comes from. But in either case, that person is no longer strictly human. And in my estimation, Polnicheff, that person can no longer be trusted. Not an inch. Now, for God's sake, you've got to take the entire Toke family into custody, too. Isolate them at once."
"As I told you, Colonel, journalists surround the Toke house. If I go in there with agents and take the Tokes into custody in front of a score of reporters, our cover-up is blown. And although I no longer believe in the cover-up, I'm not going to sabotage it. I know my duty."
"You've at least got agents watching the house?"
"Yes."
"What about the Mendozas? If Toke infected the boy the way Cronin apparently infected him—"
"We're watching the Mendozas," Polnicheff said. "Again, we can't make a bold move because of the reporters." The other problem was Father Stefan Vikazik. The priest had been to the Mendozas' apartment and then to the Hallberg house before Foster Polnicheff had known what was going on at either location. Later, an FBI agent had seen Vikazik at barricades near the Sharkle house in Evanston at the very moment when Sharkle had detonated his bomb. But no one knew where he had gone. No one had seen him in almost 6 hours. "Obviously, he's putting it together, piece by piece,
One more reason to call off the cover-up and go public before we're all caught in the act anyway.
Leland Falkirk suddenly felt that everything was flying apart, out of control, and he had trouble breathing, for he had dedicated his life to the philosophy and principles of control, unremitting, iron control in all things. Control was what mattered more than anything else. First came self-control. You had to learn to exert unfaltering control over your desires and ignoble impulses, or otherwise you risked destruction by one vice or another. Alcohol, drugs, sex. He had learned that much from his ultra-religious parents, who had begun drumming the lesson into him before he was even old enough to understand what they were saying. And you also had to control your intellectual processes. You had to force yourself to rely always on logic and reason, for it was human nature to drift into superstition, into patterns of behavior based on irrational assumptions. That was a lesson he had learned in spite of his parents, from attending Pentecostal services with them and watching in shock and fear as they fell to the floor of the church or revival tent where they screamed and thrashed in wild abandon, transported by what they claimed was the Spirit of God, though it was actually just hysterical holy rollerism. You had to control your fear, too, or you could not hold on to sanity for long. He had taught himself to conquer his fear of his parents, who had routinely beat and punished him, while claiming it was for his own good because the devil was in him and must be driven out. One way of learning to control fear was by subjecting yourself to pain, and thereby increasing your tolerance for it, because you couldn't be afraid of anything if you were sure you could bear the pain it might cause you. Control. Leland Falkirk controlled himself, his life, his men, and any assignment that he was given. But now he felt control of this situation slipping quickly out of his grasp, and he was closer to panic than he had been in more than 40 years.
"Bolnichev," he said, "I'm going to hang up, but you stand by your phone. My man will set up a scrambled conference call between me, you, your director, Ridenour in Washington, and our White House contact. We're going to agree on a tough policy and the best way of implementing it. Damned if I'll let you gutless wonders fall apart on this. We'll keep control. We're going to eradicate the infected people if that's necessary, even if some of them are cute little girls and priests, and we're going to save our asses. By God, I'm going to make sure we do."
When Fay and Ginger returned from Elko at 2:45 in the motel van, the green-brown car followed them down the exit ramp from I-80. Ginger was half convinced it would swing into the motel lot and park beside them, but it stopped along the county road 100 feet short of the Tranquility and waited in the slanting snowfall. Fay parked in front of the motel office door, and Dom and Ernie came out to help them unload the purchases they had made in Elko: ski suits, ski masks, boots, and insulated gloves for those who didn't already have them, based on sizes everyone had provided last night. 2 new semi-automatic 20-gauge shotguns, ammunition for those weapons and the others, backpacks, flashlights, 2 compasses, a small acetylene torch with 2 bottles of gas, and a number of other items. Ernie embraced Fay, and Dom embraced Ginger. Simultaneously, both men said, "I was worried about you," and Ginger heard herself saying, "I was worried about you too," even as Fay said it. Ernie and Fay kissed. With snowflakes frosting his eyebrows and melting into jeweled beads of water on his lashes, Dom lowered his face to Ginger's, and they kissed too. A sweet, warm, lingering kiss. Somehow, it was as right for her and Dom to greet each other in such a fashion as it was for Fay and Ernie, husband and wife. That rightness was part of everything Ginger had felt for him since arriving in Elko 2 days ago. When everything had been unloaded from the van and stashed in the block's apartment, all 10 members of the Tranquility family adjourned to the diner. Jack, Ernie, Dom, Ned, and Fay brought guns. As she pulled some chairs up to the table where Brendan and Dom had tested their powers last night, Ginger noticed that the priest regarded the weapons with a mixture of displeasure and fear, that he seemed far less optimistic than yesterday, when his discovery of his amazing gift had sent his spirit soaring.
"No dream last night,"
he explained, when she asked the reason for his grim mood.
"No golden light.
No voice calling to me. You know, Ginger, I told myself all along that I didn't believe I was being called here by God, but deep down that is what I believed. Father Vikazik was right. There was always a core of faith in me. Recently I've been edging back to an acceptance of God. Not only acceptance, I need him again. But now, no dream, no golden light, as if God's abandoned me."
"No, you're wrong,"
Ginger said, taking his hand as if she could absorb his distress by osmosis and leave him feeling better.
"If you believe in God, he never abandons you, right? You can abandon God, but never the other way around. He always forgives, always loves. Isn't that what you tell a parishioner?"
Brendan smiled wanly. "Sounds like you went to seminary."
"The dream was probably just a memory surging against the block that's holding it down in your subconscious. But if it was really God summoning you here, well, the reason you no longer have the dream is because you've arrived. You've come as he wanted, so there's no need for him to send you the dream anymore. See?"
The priest's face brightened a little. They took up seats around the table. With dismay, Ginger saw that Marcy's condition had worsened since last night. The girl sat with her head bent, face half hidden by her thick black hair, staring at her tiny hands which lay limply in her lap. She mumbled,
"Moon, moon, the moon, moon."
She was in all-out pursuit of those memories of July 6th, which remained teasingly on the edge of her awareness, and which, by their tantalizing inaccessibility, had drawn her into obsessive contemplation of their half-glimpsed forms.
"She'll come out of it,"
Ginger told Georgia, knowing how empty and foolish the statement was, yet unable to think of anything else to say.
"Yes,"
Georgia said, apparently not finding it empty or foolish, but reassuring. "She has to come out of it. She has to." Jack and Ned stood the plywood panel against the door and braced it with a table again, assuring freedom from eavesdroppers. Quickly, Fay and Ginger told of their visit to the Jamesons' ranch and of being followed by the two men in the Plymouth. Ernie and Dom had been followed too. This news made Jack edgy. "If they're coming out in the open to keep tabs on us, that means they're almost ready to grab us again." Ned Sarver said, "Maybe I'd just better stand watch. Make sure nobody's moving in on us already." Jack agreed, and Ned went to the door and put one eye against the narrow crack between the plywood and the door frame, looking out at the snow-swept parking lot. At Jack's request, Dom and Ernie explained what they had found on their tour of the Thunderhill Depository's perimeter fence. Jack listened carefully, asking a number of questions for which Ginger could not always discern the purpose. Were any thin, bare wires woven through the chain-link fence? What were the fence posts like? Finally, he asked, "No guard dogs? Men on patrol?" Dom said, "No. There'd have been prints in the snow along the fence. Must be heavy electronic security. I had hoped we'd be able to get on the grounds, but not after I got a close-up view of the place." "Oh, we'll get on the grounds, all right," Jack said. "The tricky part will be getting inside the depository itself." Dom and Ernie looked at him with such astonishment that Ginger knew Thunderhill must have looked formidable indeed. "Get inside?" Dom said. "No can do," Ernie said. "If they rely on multiple electronic systems for the perimeter security," Jack said, "they'll very likely also rely on electronics at the main entrance. That's the way it is these days. Everyone's dazzled by high tech. Oh, sure. Thunderhill will have a guard at the front gate,
but he'll be so used to depending on computers, video cameras, and other gadgets that he'll be lax. So we might be able to surprise him, get by him. Once inside, though, I don't know how far we can go or what we might be able to get a peek at before we're nailed.
Ginger said, "But how can you be so sure?"
For 8 years, Jack reminded her, getting into and back out of difficult places was my line of work, and it was the government that originally trained me, so I know their routines and tricks. He winked his misaligned eye. I have some tricks of my own. Georgia spoke up, obviously more than a little distressed.
"But you've as much as said you'll be caught in there."
"Oh, yes."
"But then what's the point of going in?" Georgia asked.
He had it all planned out, and Ginger listened, at first in utter bafflement, and then with growing admiration for his sense of strategy. Jack laid out the details of his plan as if it were a foregone conclusion that the other 9 members of the group would agree to do precisely what he told them, regardless of the risks involved. He employed every trick of coercion and leadership that he knew, not because he was unwilling to consider alternatives to his strategy or modifications of it, but because there simply was no time to explore other courses of action. His intellect and his instinct had the same message for him. Time is running out. So he explained to the rest of the Tranquility family that within the next hour, everyone, except Dom, Ned, and Jack himself, would pile in the Cherokee, leave overland from the rear of the motel, and drive into Elko by a roundabout route, thereby slipping the waiting tails. In Elko, the group would split up. Ernie, Fay, and Ginger would drive the Cherokee north to Twin Falls, Idaho, then to Pocatello. From there they would arrange to fly to Boston, where they would stay with Ginger's friends, the Hanapys. They should get to Boston late Thursday or early Friday. Immediately upon their arrival, they would tell the Hanapys every detail of what they had discovered. Then, within an hour or two, Ginger would call together as many of her colleagues at Boston Memorial as possible, and she and the Blocks would tell those physicians what had been done to a lot of innocent people in Nevada 2 summers ago. Meanwhile, George and Rita Hanaby would contact influential friends and arrange meetings at which Ginger and the Blocks could spread their tale. Only then would Ginger, Fay, and Ernie go to the press, and only after they had gone to the press would they go to the police with a statement contesting the heretofore accepted wisdom that Pablo Jackson had been murdered by an ordinary burglar 8 days ago. "The trick," Jack said, "is to get your story into wide circulation among some important people, so if you have an accident before you've convinced the press to take up your cause, there will be a whole lot of powerful folks demanding to know who killed you and why. That's the special value you have for us now, Ginger, your associations with a spectrum of important people in one of the country's most influential cities. If you can electrify those people with your story, you'll be creating an imposing group of advocates. Just remember, when you get back there, you're going to have to move fast before the conspirators discover you've gone home and decide to grab you or blow you away." Outside, the wind suddenly rose, keening at the plywood-covered windows. Good. If the storm worsened, cutting visibility farther, they would have a better chance of slipping away from the motel unobserved. "After Ginger, Fay, and Ernie leave Elko in the Cherokee, heading up toward Pocatello," Jack said, using a tone of voice that implied these steps were not suggestions but immutable necessities, "you other 4, Brendan, Sandy, Georgia, and Marcy, will go to the local Jeep dealership and buy another 4-wheel-drive vehicle with cash that I'll give you before you leave the Tranquility. Immediately after signing the papers, you'll head out of Elko in a different direction from Ginger and the Blocks, east toward Salt Lake City, Utah. The snow will slow you down, of course, but you should be able to reach Salt Lake, get a flight out as soon as the storm subsides, and be in Chicago by Thursday afternoon or evening." He turned to the priest. "Brendan, when you touch down at O'Hare, you'll contact your rector, this Father Vikazik you've told us about. He must use his pull to arrange an immediate emergency meeting with whoever's head of the Chicago Archdiocese."
Richard Cardinal O'Callaghan, Brendan said. But I don't know if even Father Vikazik could arrange an immediate meeting with him.
He has to, Jack said firmly. Brendan, you gotta move fast, just as Ginger will be moving fast in Boston. We've got to assume our enemies will be quick about spotting you when you turn up in Chicago. Anyway, at the meeting with Cardinal O'Callaghan, you and Georgia and Sandy will explain what's happened in Elko County, and Brendan, you'll give a demonstration of your newly discovered telekinetic ability. Pull out all the stops, okay? Do Cardinals wear pants under their robes?
Brendan blinked in surprise. What? Well, of course they wear pants.
Then I want you to scare the pants off your Cardinal O'Callaghan. Give him a show that'll let him know he's part of the biggest story since they found the stone rolled away from the mouth of that tomb 2,000 years ago. And I don't mean to be blasphemous, Brendan. I really think it is the biggest story since.
So do I, Brendan said.
Though he had been glum all morning, he seemed to take heart from Jack's tone of authority and quiet excitement. Now, the wild wind was vibrating the sheets of plywood at the windows, filling the restaurant with a low and ominous thrumming. Ernie Block cocked his gray-bristled head, listening, and said, "With winds like this already, so soon after the snow hits, it's going to be a roof raiser later on."
Jack didn't want the weather to deteriorate too rapidly, for if the enemy was going to strike within the next few hours as he anticipated, they might accelerate their schedule to avoid the messy complications of conducting the roundup in a full-scale blizzard.
"Okay, Brendan," Jack said. "Convince Cardinal O'Callaghan and get him to arrange quick meetings with the mayor, city councilmen, social and financial leaders. You might have as much as 24 hours to spread your story before your life is in danger. The farther you spread it, the less danger you're in. But in any case, you shouldn't risk spending more than 12 hours putting together a network of powerful advocates before you ask them to arrange a press conference. Just picture it. The city's most prominent citizens forming a backdrop for you, reporters wondering what the hell is about to happen, and then you display your telekinetic ability by levitating a chair and sending it on a nice, slow trip around the room."
Brendan grinned broadly. "That'll put an end to their cover-up for sure. No way they can continue it after that."
"Let's hope so. Because while the rest of you are off on your various missions, Dom and Ned and I will be inside Thunder Hill, perhaps under military arrest, and our only chance of getting out in the same condition we went in is if you blow this wide open."
Georgia said, "I don't like that part of it. The three of you going into the mountain? Why is it necessary? I asked you that same question 15 minutes ago, and you still haven't answered me, Jack. If we can slip out of here, back to Boston and Chicago, use Ginger's and Brendan's connections to blast this story wide open, then there's no need to go poking around in the depository. Once we've set the wheels of the press in motion, the Army and whatever government agencies are involved will eventually have to come clean. They'll have to tell us what happened that summer and what they've been doing in Thunder Hill." Jack took a deep breath, for this was the part at which they might balk, especially Ned and Dom.
"Sorry, Georgia, but that's naive. If we all split and tell our stories, there'll be enormous pressure on the military and government to reveal the truth, yes, but they'll delay. They'll drag their feet and spread contradictory stories for weeks, months. That'll give them time to devise a convincing lie to explain everything yet reveal nothing. Our only hope of exposing the truth is to make them open up fast. And to speed things along, the rest of you have to be able to tell the world that three of your friends, Dom, Ned, and me, are being held against our will inside the mountain. Hostages. The element of a hostage drama, with agencies of our own government in the role of terrorists, will be the final ingredient that might make it impossible for the Army to stonewall more than a day or two."
He could see that this revelation startled everyone. Ernie and Fay regarded him with a mixture of shock and sadness, as if he were already dead, or mind-wiped. Fear had risen like a dark moon in Georgia's face. She said, "But you can't. No, you simply can't sacrifice yourselves
If the rest of you do your jobs properly, Jack said quickly, we won't be sacrificing ourselves. You'll pry us out of Thunderhill with the lever of public protest that you create. That's why it's so important we all do exactly what we're supposed to.
But, Georgia said, what if, by some chance, you get inside the mountain and manage to see something that explains what happened to us that July? And what if you could snap a few pictures of it and get back out alive? Surely in that case you'd try to escape. You're not saying that the hostage drama has to be part of it, are you?
Jack said, no, of course not.
He was lying. Though there was at least a small chance of getting deep into the depository, Jack knew there was little hope of getting all the way back out again undetected. As for finding something in there that would immediately explain what they had seen the summer before last, there was no hope whatsoever. For one thing, they had no idea what they were looking for. It was possible, even probable, that they would pass right by the thing they were after without knowing what they had seen. Furthermore, if dangerous experiments had been taking place in Thunder Hill, and if one of those experiments had gotten out of hand that July night, the answer to the mystery was likely to lie in paper or microfilm files or in lab reports. Even if they could gain access to the labs, he and Dom and Ned would not have time to pore leisurely through tons of paperwork looking for the few pertinent ounces that would shed light upon their experience. He did not say any of this to Georgia or the others. He could not permit the meeting to degenerate into debate about potential risks and other options. Outside, the wind howled. Georgia said,
And if you absolutely insist on going in there, why couldn't the rest of us stay as near to you as possible? I mean, the 7 of us could just go into Elko, to the offices of the Sentinel, and Brendan could demonstrate his power to the local press. We could start exposing the conspiracy here instead of in Chicago and Boston.
No. Jack was moved, but also frustrated by her concern for him. The hands on his wristwatch seemed to be spinning, for God's sake.
The national media wouldn't pay quick enough attention to a small-town newspaper's report that it had turned up a man with psychic powers and a major government conspiracy. It would be viewed as just another jerkwater story in the same league as reports of abominable snowmen and UFOs. Our enemies would find you and squash you. Squash any local reporters you spoke with long before the national media would bother sending anyone to check it out. You've got to go, Georgia. The way I've outlined it, that's our best hope.
She slumped in her chair with a defeated look.
Dom,
Jack said.
Are you with me?
Yeah, I guess I am, the writer said, as Jack had known he would. Corvasis was one of those stand-up types you could rely on, though he probably didn't see himself that way. He smiled ironically and said, But, Jack, mind telling me why the honor fell on my shoulders?
Sure. Ernie's still not entirely over his nyctophobia, so it's hard enough on him just to ride all night to Pocatello. He isn't up to making a night assault on the depository, which leaves you and Ned. And frankly, Dom, it won't hurt our case if one of the hostages in Thunder Hill is a novelist, a celebrity of sorts. That adds one more bit to the kind of sensationalism the press thrives on.
Ginger Weiss had been frowning as Jack outlined his plan. Now she spoke.
You're a great strategist, Jack, but you're also chauvinistic. You're only considering men for the expedition into Thunder Hill. I think the 3 who go should be you, Dom, and me.
But
hear me out,
she said, getting up, moving around to the far end of the table, drawing everyone's attention from Jack to her. Jack was aware of how she focused her intellect, will, and beauty upon him, for her techniques were similar to his own methods of compelling everyone to accept his plans without argument.
Ned and Sandy could go to Chicago, which would still give Brendan 2 adults to back up his story. Georgia and Marcy could go with Faye and Ernie to the Hannabys in Boston, with a note from me. George and Rita will take them seriously, get them an audience. My note alone will assure they're welcome and listened to. But their reception is doubly assured because in 10 minutes, Rita will recognize herself in Faye, and they'll be like sisters, and Rita will go to the mat for her. My presence is not essential there. I'm needed more here. For one thing, The infiltration of the depository will be a dangerous undertaking. Either of you, Dom, Jack, might be hurt and need emergency medical attention. We don't know for sure that Dom has the same healing power as Brendan, and even if he has it, he might not be able to control it. So a doctor might come in handy, huh? Second, if it'll help having a famous author, all right, Dom, moderately famous, as a hostage, then we'll get even more press attention if a woman's held in Thunder Hill. God damn it, you really need me, Jack.
You're right, he said, startling her by his quick agreement. But what she said made sense, and there was no point wasting time debating it. Ned, you'll go with Sandy and Brendan to Chicago.
I don't mind going to the depository with you if that's what you think's best, Ned told him. I know, Jack said. I did think it was best, but now I don't. Georgie, you and Marcy will go to Boston with Ernie and Faye. Now, if we don't get the hell out of here soon, the whole question of who goes where won't matter anyway, because we'll be back in the hands of the people who had us drugged senseless the summer before last.
Ned pulled the table away from the door. Ernie removed the panel of plywood standing there, and beyond the glass the world was a whirling white wall of wind and snow.
Terrific, Jack said. Good cover.
As they stepped out into the driving snow, they could see only as far as the place where the green-brown government Plymouth had been parked out by the county road. It was gone. That made Jack uneasy. He preferred the watchers out in the open, where he could also watch them. The conference call did not progress as Colonel Leland Falkirk had foreseen. He intended to seek agreement that the witnesses at the motel must be rounded up at once and conveyed to the Thunder Hill Depository. He expected that he and General Ridenour would be able to convince the others that the threat of a spreading infection was both real and acute, and that he should be permitted to destroy everyone in the Tranquility Group, as well as the entire staff of Thunder Hill, the moment he put his hands on proof that those individuals were no longer human, proof he fully expected to obtain. But from the moment he picked up the phone, nothing went his way. The situation deteriorated. Emil Foxworth, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had news of yet another disastrous development. The team making new memory modifications in the Salco family in Monterey, California, had been visited by a persistent intruder. They had thought they'd cornered him, a burly, bearded man, but he had made a spectacular escape. The four Salcos were quickly transferred to a medical van and moved to a safe house for continuation of memory modifications. A registration check on the bearded intruder's abandoned car identified it as a rental from the local airport agency, and the lessee was not merely a burglar, but Parker Fane, Corbacis's friend.
Subsequently, the director said, we traced Fane on a flight out of Monterey to San Francisco, but there we've lost him. We have no idea where he's been or what he's been up to since his West Air flight landed at SFX.
Foster Polnichev, in the FBI's Chicago office, was already of the view that maintaining the cover-up was impossible, and news of Fane's escape confirmed that opinion. The two political appointees, Foxworth of the FBI and James Hurton, National Security Advisor to the President, were in agreement with him. Furthermore, with oily skill, Foster Polnichev argued that every development, the miraculous cures effected by Cronin and Toke, the wondrous telekinetic powers of Corbacis and Emmy Hallberg, indicated that the ultimate effects of the events of July 6th were going to be beneficial to mankind, not detrimental.
And we know that Dr. Bennell and most of the people working with him are of the opinion that there is no threat whatsoever, and never was. They've been convinced of it for many months now. Their arguments are quite persuasive.
Leland tried to make them see that Bennell and his people might be infected and unreliable. No one inside Thunder Hill could be trusted anymore. But he was a military leader, not a debater, and in a contest with Foster Polnichev, Leland knew he sounded like a raving paranoid. Leland did not even get much support from the one source on which he had counted most, General Maxwell Ridenour. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs was non-committal at first, listening carefully to every point of view, playing the role of mediator, for his position put him somewhere between a political appointee and a career soldier. But it soon became clear that he agreed more with Polnicheff, Foxworth, and Hurton than he did with Leland Falkirk. "I understand your instincts in this situation, Colonel, and I admire them," General Ridenour said. "But I believe the matter has gone beyond the scope of our authority. It requires the input not just of soldiers, but of neuropathologists, biologists, philosophers, and others before precipitous action can be taken. Upon disclosure of any evidence of an imminent threat, I will of course change my mind. I'll favor the roundup of the witnesses at the motel, order the quarantine on Thunder Hill continued indefinitely, and take most of the other strong measures you now favor. But for the moment, in the absence of a grave and obvious threat, I believe we should move a bit more cautiously and leave open the possibility that the cover-up will have to be undone."
"With all due respect," Leland said, barely able to control his fury, "the threat seems both grave and obvious to me. I don't believe there's time for neuropathologists or philosophers, and certainly not for the spineless equivocating of a bunch of gutless politicians."
That honest appraisal brought a stormy reaction from Foxworth and Hurton, the mealy spawn of politicians. When they shouted at Leland, he lost his usual reserve and shouted back at them. In an instant, the conference call degenerated into a noisy, verbal brawl that ended only when Ridenour exerted control. He forced a quick agreement that no moves would be made against the witnesses or any steps taken to further cement the cover-up, while at the same time no steps would be taken to weaken the cover-up either. "I'll seek an emergency meeting with the President the instant I end this call," Ridenour said. "In 24 hours, 48 at the latest, we'll try to have a plan that satisfies everyone from the Commander-in-Chief to Bennell and his boys out there in Thunder Hill."
"That," Leland thought sourly, "is impossible."
When Leland hung up, the ill-fated conference call having concluded in unanticipated humiliation, he stood for at least a minute at his desk in the windowless room at Schenkfield, seething with such pure anger that he did not trust himself to summon Lieutenant Horner. He did not want Horner to know that the tide had gone against him, did not want Horner to have any reason to suspect that the operation he was about to launch was an absolute contradiction of General Ridenour's orders. His duty was clear, grim, terrible, but clear. He would order the closure of I-80 under the pretense of a toxic spill in order to isolate the Tranquility Motel. He would then take the witnesses into custody and transport them directly to the Thunder Hill Depository. When they were all underground with Dr. Miles Bennell and the other suspect workers staffing the depository, trapped behind massive blast doors, Leland would take them, and himself, out, with a pair of the 5 megaton backpack nukes that were stored among the munitions in the subterranean facility. A couple of 5 megatonners would incinerate everyone and everything inside the mountain, reduce them all to ash and bone fragments. That would eliminate the primary source of this hideous contamination, the home nest of the enemy. Of course, other potential sources of contamination would remain: the Toke family, the Hallberg family, all remaining witnesses whose brainwashing had not developed holes and who had not returned to Nevada, others. But Leland was confident that, once he had taken the courageous action required to eliminate the largest and primary source of contamination, Ridenour would be shamed by his example of self-sacrifice and would find the backbone to do what was necessary to finish the work and scrub every trace of contagion from the face of the earth. Leland Falkirk was trembling, not with fear. It was pride that made him tremble. He was enormously proud to have been chosen to fight and win the greatest battle of all time, thus saving not just one nation, but all the world from a menace with no equal in history. He knew he was capable of the sacrifice required. He had no fear. As he wondered what he would feel in the split second it took him to die in a nuclear blast, a thrill coursed through him at the prospect of pitting himself against the most intense pain of which the human mind could conceive. Oh, it would be cruelly intense, and yet so short in duration that there was no doubt he'd prove capable of enduring it as stout-heartedly as he had endured all other pain to which he had subjected himself. He was calm now, perfectly calm, serene. Leland savored the sweet anticipation of the blistering pain to come. That brief, atomic agony would be of such exquisite purity that the endurance of it would ensure the reward of heaven, which his Pentecostal parents, seeing the devil in every aspect of him, had always sworn he would not attain. Stepping out of the Tranquility Grill behind Ginger, Dom Corvasis looked up into the maelstrom of driving, whirling, spinning snow, and for an instant he saw and heard and felt what was not there. Behind him rang out the atonal music clatter of demolished glass, still falling from the explosion of the windows, and ahead lay the glow of the parking lot lights and the hot summer darkness beyond, and all around the thunder roar and earthquake shudder of mysterious source, his heart pounding, his breath like taffy that had stuck in his throat, and as he ran out of the grill he looked around, and then up. "What's wrong?" Ginger asked. Dom realized that he had staggered across the snowy pavement, skidding not on that surface but on the slippery recollection that had escaped his memory block. He looked around at the others, all of whom had come out of the diner. "I saw, like I was there again, that July night." 2 nights ago, in the diner, when he had come close to remembering, he had unconsciously recreated the thunder and shaking of July 6th. This time, there was no such manifestation. Maybe because the memory was no longer repressed and was breaking through, and needed no help. Now, unable to adequately convey the intensity of the memory, he turned away from the others and peered up into the falling snow, and the roar was so loud that it hurt his ears, and the vibrations so strong that he felt them in his bones and in his teeth, the way thunder sometimes reverberated in window glass, and he stumbled out across the macadam, looking up into the night sky, and there! An aircraft, flying only a few hundred feet above the earth, red and white running lights flashing across darkness, so low that the glow from within the cockpit was visible. A jet, judging by the speed with which it rocketed past, a fighter jet, judging by the powerful scream of its engines, and there! Another one, sweeping past and wheeling up across the field of stars that filled the clear black sky in a panoramic speckled splash. But the roar and the shaking that had shattered the diner's windows and had set small objects a-dance on the tables now grew worse instead of better, even though he would have expected it to subside once the jets were past. So he turned, sensing the source behind him, and he cried out in terror when a third jet shot over the grill at an altitude of no more than 40 feet, so low that he could see the markings, serial numbers, and an American flag on the bottom of one wing, illuminated by the parking lot light bouncing up from the macadam. Jesus! It was so low that he fell flat on the ground in panic, certain that the jet was crashing, that debris would be raining over him in a second, perhaps even a shower of burning jet fuel. "Dom!" He found himself lying face down in the snow, clutching the ground in a reenactment of the terror he had felt on the night of July 6th, when he had thought the jet was crashing on top of him. "Dom, what's wrong?" Sandy Sarver asked. She was kneeling beside him, a hand on his shoulder. Ginger was kneeling at his other side. "Dom, are you all right?" With their support, he got up from the snow. "The memory block is going. Crumbling." He turned his face up toward the sky again, hoping that the white, snowy day would flash away as before, and be replaced by a dark summer night, hoping that the recollections would continue to pour forth. Nothing. Wind gusted. Snow lashed his face. The others were watching him. He said, "I remember jets. Military fighter craft. 2, at first, swooping by a couple of 100 feet above, and then a third one so low that it almost took the roof off the diner."
"Jets!"
Marcy said. Everyone looked at her in surprise, even Dom, for it was the first word, other than moon, that she had spoken since dinner the previous night. She was in her mother's arms, bundled against the weather. She had turned her small face to the sky. In response to what Dom had said, she seemed to be searching the stormy heavens for some sign of the long-departed jets of a summer lost.
"Jets," Ernie said, looking up as well. "I don't recall."
"Jets! Jets!"
Marcy reached up with one hand toward the heavens. Dom realized that he was doing the same thing, although with both hands, as if he could reach up beyond the blinding snow of time present into the hot, clear night of time past and pull the memory down into view. But he could not bring it back, no matter how hard he strained. The others were not able to recall what he described, and in a moment their tremulous expectation turned to frustration again. Marcy lowered her face. She put a thumb in her mouth and sucked earnestly on it. Her gaze had turned inward again.
"Come on," Jack said. "We've got to get the hell out of here."
They hurried toward the motel to dress and arm themselves for the journeys and battles ahead of them. Reluctantly, with the smell of July heat still in his nose, with the roar of jet engines still echoing in his bones, Dom Corvasis followed. Part 3. Night on Thunder Hill. Courage, love, friendship, compassion, and empathy lift us above the simple beasts and define humanity. The Book of Counted Sorrows. By foreign hands thy humble grave adorned, by strangers honored, and by strangers mourned. Alexander Pope. Chapter 6. Tuesday night, January 14th. 1. Strife. Father Stefan Vikazik flew Delta from Chicago to Salt Lake City, then caught a feeder flight into the Elko County Airport. He landed after snow had begun to fall, but before the rapidly dropping visibility and the oncoming false dusk of the storm had curtailed air traffic. In the small terminal, he went to a public phone, looked up the number of the Tranquility Motel, and dialed it. He got nothing, not even a ring. The line hissed emptily. He tried again with no success. When he sought help from an operator, she was also unable to ring the number.
"I'm sorry, sir, there seems to be trouble with the line."
Taking that as very bad news, Father Vikazik said, "Trouble? What trouble? What's wrong?"
"Well, sir, I suppose the storm. We're getting really gusty wind."
But Stefan was not as certain as she was. The storm had hardly begun. He could not believe telephone lines had already succumbed to the first tentative gusts, which he had experienced on his way into the terminal. The isolation of the Tranquility was an ominous development, more likely to be the handiwork of men than of the impending blizzard. He placed a call to St. Bet's Rectory in Chicago, and Father Girano answered on the second ring. "Michael, I've arrived safely in Elko, but I haven't gotten Brendan. Their phone isn't working."
"Yes,"
Michael Girano said, "I know." "You know? How could you possibly know?" "Just minutes ago," Michael said, "I received a call from a man who refused to identify himself, but who said he was a friend of this Ginger Weiss, one of those people out there with Brendan. He said she called him this morning and asked him to dig up some information for her. He found what she wanted, but he couldn't get through to the Tranquility. She'd apparently foreseen that problem, so she'd given him our number and the number of friends of hers in Boston, told him to tell us what he'd found, and she'd call us at her convenience." "Refused to give his name?"
Father Bukowski said, puzzled. And you say she asked him to dig up information?
Yes, Michael said. About 2 things. First, this place called the Thunder Hill Depository. He says to tell her that, as far as he could determine, the depository is what it's always been. An elaborate, blast-proof storage depot, one of 8 virtually identical underground facilities situated across the country, and not the largest one. She also asked him to get her some background on an Army officer, Colonel Leland Falkirk, who's with something called the Domestic Emergency Response Organization. As he stared at one glimmering and bejeweled moment of the storm framed in the terminal window, Father Bukowski listened to Michael rattle off a service biography of the colonel. Just as Stefan was beginning to sweat with the strain of remembering all the details, his curate told him none of that was important. Michael said, Mr. X seemed to feel that only one part of Colonel Falkirk's background might have a bearing on what's happened to the people at the Tranquility Motel.
Mr. X? Father Bukowski said.
Since he wouldn't give me his name, X will have to do.
Go on, Father Bukowski said.
Well, Mr. X believes the key fact here is that Colonel Falkirk was the military's representative to a government committee, the CISG, that undertook some important think tank-type research starting about 9 years ago. The reason Mr. X thinks the key is CISG is because, while poking around, he discovered 2 odd things. First, many of the same scientists who served on that committee are now, or have recently been, on long and unusual vacations, leaves of absence, or unexplained furloughs. Second, a new level of security restrictions was put on the CISG files on July 8th, 2 summers ago, exactly 2 days after Brendan and the others had trouble out there in Nevada.
What does CISG stand for? What was that committee studying?
Michael Girano told him.
Father Bukowski said, My God, I thought that might be it.
You did? Father, you're hard to surprise. But this? Surely you can't have foreseen this was what lay behind Brendan's problems. And, you mean, that's really what might have happened out there?
Could still be happening. But I must admit, I can't claim to have deduced it sheerly by the application of my gigantic intellect. This is part of what Calvin Sharkle was shouting at the police just this morning, before he blew himself to smithereens.
Michael said, Dear God. Father Bukowski said, We may be teetering on the brink of a whole new world, Michael.
Are you ready for it?
I don't know. Are you ready, Father?
Oh, yes, Stefan said. Oh, yes, very ready. But the way to it might be filled with danger.
Ginger was aware of Jack Twist's growing agitation as the minutes passed. He was operating on a hunch that told him the last few grains of sand were dribbling through the neck of the hourglass. As Jack assisted with the tasks required for their departure, he kept glancing at windows and doors as if he expected to see hostile faces. They needed almost half an hour to suit up for the bitter winter night ahead, load all the guns and spare ammunition clips, and transfer the gear to the Sarver's pickup and to Jack's Cherokee behind the motel. They did not work in silence, for that might have given warning of their imminent departure to the eavesdroppers. Instead, they chattered about inconsequential things as they hurried through their preparations. Finally, at 4:10, turning on a radio very loud, hoping to cover their absence for a while, they left by the rear door of the maintenance room. They milled around in the wind and snow, hugging one another and saying, Goodbye, and take care of yourself, and I'll pray for you, and it's going to be all right, and we'll beat the bastards. Ginger noticed that Jack and Georgia spent an especially long time together, embracing, and when he kissed Marcy and hugged her goodbye, it was as if she were his own child. It was worse than the end of a family reunion, for in spite of protestations to the contrary, the members of this family were more than half convinced that some of them would not survive to attend another gathering.
Squeezing back her tears, Ginger said, "All right, enough already. Let's get the hell out of here." With Ned driving, the 7 who would go to Chicago and Boston left first, crammed in the Cherokee. The fine snow was falling so fast and heavy that the Cherokee was half lost to sight within 100 feet, and became only a ghostly form within 150. Nevertheless, it did not head straight up the hills, for fear of being spotted by the observers Jack had located with his heat-reading device. Instead, the Cherokee entered the sloping folds of land by way of a narrow glen. Ned would stay in glens, vales, and gullies as long as he could. The sound of the engine was swallowed up in the greater howl of the wind, even before the Jeep began to vanish in the snow. Ginger, Dom, and Jack climbed into the cab of the Sarver's pickup and followed in the tracks of the Cherokee. But with its head start, the Jeep soon disappeared into the white turmoil that claimed the land. As they thumped, jolted, tilted, and rocked upward through the glen, Ginger sat between Jack and Dom, looking through the windshield and past the beating wipers, wondering if she would ever see those in the Jeep again. In a few days, Ginger had come to love them all. She was afraid for them. We care. That is what differentiates us from the beasts of the field. That's what Jacob had always said. Intellect, courage, love, friendship, compassion, and empathy, each of those qualities was as important to the human species as all the others, Jacob had said. Some people thought only intellect counted, knowing how to solve problems, knowing how to get by, knowing how to identify an advantage and seize it. All were important factors that had contributed to the ascendancy and supremacy of humankind, yes, but the many functions of intellect were insufficient without courage, love, friendship, compassion, and empathy. We care. It is our curse. It is our blessing. At first, Parker Fane was afraid that the pilot of the 10-seat feeder flight would not descend through the storm front and attempt a landing, but would instead divert to another airfield farther south in Nevada. When, after all, the plane descended through the leading edge of the storm, Parker almost wished they had diverted. The buffeting wind and blinding snow seemed too hazardous even for a veteran pilot accustomed to instrument landings. Then they were safely on the ground, one of the last planes in before the Elko County Airport shut down. The small airport provided no covered ramp for debarkation. Parker hurried across the snow-patched macadam toward the door of the small terminal, wincing as his bare face was stung by wind-driven snow like thousands of tiny, cold needles. After his Air West flight from Monterey had landed in San Francisco earlier today, he bought scissors and an electric razor at an airport gift shop and hastily shaved off his beard in the men's room. He had not seen his own unadorned visage in a decade. It was much prettier than he had expected. He trimmed his hair, too. When he was in the midst of this transformation, another guy in the men's room, washing his hands at the next sink, said jokingly, "On the run from the cops, huh?" And Parker said, "No, from my wife." And the guy said, "Yeah, me too," as if he meant it. To avoid leaving a credit card trail, he paid cash for a ticket on an AirCal jet to Reno. After a 45-minute trip over the Sierra Nevada to the biggest little city in the world, he had the good fortune to find a feeder line with a single empty seat on a flight departing for Elko in 12 minutes. He paid cash again, leaving only $21 in his wallet. For 2 hours and 15 minutes, he endured a frequently turbulent journey east across the Great Basin toward the higher country of northeastern Nevada, where he sensed his friend was in desperate trouble. By the time he pushed through the doors into the humble but clean little building that served as the Elko County Airport's offices and public terminal, Parker should have felt wrung out, both because of the horrible experience in Monterey and because of his hectic travels. Strangely, however, he felt vital, energetic, brimming with purpose and overflowing with determination. He saw himself as a bull storming into a field to deal with a fox that had been frightening the herd. He found the 2 public telephones, only one of which was in use. He looked up the number of the Tranquility, tried to call Dom, but the motel's phones were out of service. He supposed the storm might have something to do with it, but he was suspicious and worried. He had to get out there, where he was needed, and fast. In 2 minutes flat, he discovered there were no rental cars, and that the town's taxi company, equipped with only 3 vehicles, was so busy because of the storm that he would have to wait 90 minutes to get a cab. So he looked around the terminal at a couple of stragglers from his own flight, and at a few others who evidently had landed in private craft just as the airport was closing down, and he accosted them one by one, seeking a ride without success. Turning from one of them, Parker literally collided with a distinguished, gray-haired man. The guy looked as frantic as Parker felt. He had pulled his coat open to reveal a Roman collar. To Parker, he said, "Excuse me, please. I'm a priest with urgent business, a matter of life or death, and I'm desperately in need of a ride to the Tranquility Motel. Do you have a car?" Dom Corvasis sat tensely in the Sarver's pickup truck, with the passenger side door on his right and Ginger Weiss on his left, squinting ahead into a snowfall so heavy that it seemed as if they were driving through countless barriers of gauzy white curtains. He peered forward, as though an incredible revelation lay just beyond the next curtain. But when each parted without resistance, it revealed only an infinite array of additional curtains, blowing, rippling, fluttering beyond. After a while he realized what he was so tensely anticipating, a recurrence of the memory flash that had stricken him when he had walked out of the Tranquility Grill. Jets. What had happened after the 3rd jet swooped over, driving him to the pavement in terror? Although the streaming snowflakes made the winter day appear to be a tapestry of millions of randomly arranged white threads, they did not help illuminate the glen. The false twilight of the storm brought a deep gray gloom to the land 3/4 of an hour ahead of the real twilight. Gnarled, toothy rock formations and an occasional cottonwood loomed suddenly out of the murkiness like prehistoric beasts out of a primeval mist, never failing to startle. However, Dom knew that Jack dared not risk turning on the headlights yet. Though the truck itself was hidden by the snow and by the steep walls of the hollow in which they were sheltered, the lights would reflect up through the falling mega-trillion bits of ice crystals, and the glow would certainly be visible to the observers below. They came to a place where the fading tire tracks of the Cherokee, like the trails of huge twin serpents, turned east into a branching glen that led off the main hollow. Jack did not follow Ned Sarver and the others, for the plan required them to head in a different direction. Instead, he pressed the pickup steadily north, relying on Dom's reading of a compass for guidance. In another 100 yards they reached the head of the glen, where it narrowed to and finally terminated in a steep, upward slope. Dom thought they would have to turn back and follow Ned after all, but Jack shifted gears, accelerated, and the 4-wheel drive pickup started to climb. The slope was rocky and rutted. The pickup progressed with many a jounce and sway and lurch that repeatedly threw Ginger Weiss against Dom in a series of collisions that were not without a pleasant aspect. In the dreary gray stormlight of the waning day, and in the dull and well-worn interior of the pickup, Ginger looked, by contrast, more beautiful than ever. Compared to her lustrous, silver-blonde hair, the white snow appeared soiled. With a leap and a crash that bumped Dom's head against the roof, the truck crested the long hill. They drove down a brief incline, then across a level strip of land. As they started up another slope, Jack suddenly slammed on the brakes and cried, "Jets!" Dom gasped, looked up into the seething snowstorm, expecting to see an aircraft plummeting at them, then realized that Jack was speaking of jets from the past. He had remembered the same thing that had come back to Dom less than an hour ago. Judging by Jack's sure-handed control of the pickup, however, he had not seen the memory as vividly as Dom had seen it, but had merely recalled it. "Jets!" Jack said again, keeping one foot on the brake and one on the clutch, gripping the steering wheel hard with both hands, staring out at the snow but trying to look back into time. 1, 2, roaring high up, the way you said, Dom, and then another, low over the diner, and right after that a fourth. I didn't remember a fourth, Dom said excitedly. Hunching over the wheel, Jack said, "The fourth jet came just as I rushed out of the motel. I wasn't over there in the diner with you. There was this tremendous shaking and roaring, and I rushed out of my room in time to see the third fighter, an F-16, I think. It virtually exploded out of nowhere, out of the darkness over the roof of the diner. You're right. Its altitude couldn't have been more than 40 or 50 feet, and while I was still taking that in, a fourth came straight over the motel from behind the place, and it was even lower, maybe 10 feet lower than the other one, and the window behind me burst when it passed." "And then?" Ginger asked in a whisper, as if a louder tone would shake the emerging memory back down into Jack's subconscious. Jack said, "The third and fourth fighters, the low ones, roared down toward the interstate about 20 feet above the goddamn power lines. You could see right into the red-hot intakes of their engines, and they went screaming out over the plains beyond I-80, one of them peeling up and out to the east, the other to the west, both swinging around and coming back, and I started running toward you, toward the group of you who had come out of the diner over there, because I thought maybe you'd know what was going on." Snow tapped on the windshield. The wind whispered susurrant secrets at the tightly shut windows. At last, Jack Twist said, "That's all. I can't remember anymore." "You will," Dom said. "We all will. The blocks are crumbling." Jack slipped the pickup into gear again and started up the next slope, continuing their roundabout trek to Thunder Hill. Colonel Leland Falkirk and Lieutenant Horner, accompanied by 2 heavily armed Dero corporals, took one of Schenkfield's Jeep Wagoneers to the roadblock at the western end of the quarantine zone. 2 large Army transports had been parked across the wide eastbound lanes of I-80, effectively blocking them. The westbound lanes were blocked on the other side of the Tranquility, 10 miles from this point. Emergency beacons mounted on sawhorses flashed in profusion. 6 Dero men were in sight, dressed in Arctic issue. 3 of them were leaning down to the open windows of halted automobiles, talking to motorists, courteously explaining the situation. Telling Horner and the 2 corporals to wait in the car, Leland got out and walked to the center of the blockade to have a brief word with Sergeant Vince Badakian, who was in charge of this aspect of the operation. "How's it going so far?" Leland asked. "Good, sir," Badakian said, raising his voice slightly to compete with the wind. "Not too many people on the road. The storm hit to the west of here earlier, so most motorists with any common sense at all stopped earlier at Battle Mountain, or even back at Winnemucca until things clear. And it looks like virtually all the truckers decided to hole up rather than try to make it through to Elko. It'll take us an hour, I bet, before we've even got 200 vehicles in line." They were not turning the motorists back to Battle Mountain. They were telling everyone that the closure was expected to last only an hour, and that the wait would not be insufferable. A longer closure would have meant a massive backup, even with the reduction in traffic brought by the storm. To deal with that larger number of inconvenienced travelers and to enforce a longer quarantine, Leland would have had to alert the Nevada State Police and the county sheriff by now. But he did not want to bring the police into it until that was unavoidable, for they would quickly seek confirmation of his authority from higher Army officials, and would soon learn that he had gone rogue. If the cops could be kept in the dark about the closure for just half an hour, and if they could be stalled for another few minutes once they did find out about it, no one would discover Leland's perfidy until it was too late. He needed only an hour to scoop up the witnesses at the motel and convey them into the deep vaults of Thunder Hill. To Badakian, Leland said, "Sergeant, make sure all the motorists have sufficient gasoline, and if any of them are running on low tanks, pump them 10 gallons from that emergency supply you've brought."
Yes, sir, that was my understanding, sir. No sign of any cops or snowplows? Not yet, sir, Badakian said, glancing beyond the short line of cars, where two new pairs of headlights appeared in the distant, snow-swaddled dusk. But we'll see one or the other within 10 minutes. You know the story to give them? Yes, sir. Truck bound for Schenkfield sprung a small leak. It's carrying harmless and toxic fluids, so we don't— Colonel! Lieutenant Horner was hurrying from the Wagoneer. He was wearing so many bulky clothes he looked half again as large as usual. Message from Sergeant Fix at Schenkfield, sir. Something's wrong at the motel. He hasn't heard a voice in 15 minutes, just a radio, playing real loud. He doesn't think anyone's there. They go back into the damn diner? No, sir. Fix thinks they're just gone, sir. Gone? Gone where? Leland demanded, neither expecting an answer nor waiting for one. Heart pounding, he ran back to the Wagoneer. Her name was Talia Irby, and she looked like Marie Dressler, who had played Tugboat Annie in those wonderful old movies with Wallace Beery. Talia was even larger than Dressler, who'd been far from petite. Big bones, broad face, wide mouth, strong chin. But she was the prettiest woman Parker Fane had seen in days, for she not only offered him and Father Vikazik a ride from the airport to the Tranquility, but refused to take any money for it. "Hell, I don't mind," she said, sounding a little like Marie Dressler, too. "I wasn't going anywhere as much special anyway. Just home to cook dinner for myself. I'm a flat-out horrible cook, so this'll just put off the punishment for a bit. Fact is, when I think of my meatloaf, I figure maybe you're doing me a big favor." Talia had a 10-year-old Cadillac, a big boat of a car with winter-tread tires and snow chains. She claimed it would take her anywhere she wanted to go, regardless of the weather, and she called it Old Paint. Parker sat up front with her, and Father Vikazik sat him back. They had gone less than a mile when they heard the emergency radio bulletin about the purported toxic spill and the closure of I-80 west of Elko. "Ah, those muddle-headed, fumble-fingered damn goofballs," Talia said, turning the volume louder but raising her voice to talk over it. "Dangerous stuff like that, you'd think they'd treat it like a load of babies in glass cradles, but this here's twice in 2 years." Neither Parker nor Father Vikazik was capable of commenting. They both knew that their worst fears for their friends were now coming true. Talia Irby said, "Well, gentlemen, what do we do now?" Parker said, "Is there any place that rents cars? 4-wheel drive is what we'll need. A Jeep, something like that?" "There's a Jeep dealer," Talia said. "Can you take us there?" Parker asked. "But me and old Pink can take you anywheres, even if it starts putting down snowflakes big as dogs." The salesman at the Jeep dealership, Felix Schellenhoff, was far less colorful than Talia Irby. Schellenhoff wore a gray suit, gray tie, and pale gray shirt, and spoke in a gray voice. "No," he told Parker, "they didn't rent vehicles by the day. Yes, they had many for sale. No, they couldn't complete a deal in just 20 minutes. The salesman said if Parker intended to finance, that would take until tomorrow. Even a check would not clinch the deal quickly, because Parker was from out of state. "No checks," Parker said. Schellenhoff raised gray eyebrows at the prospect of cash. Parker said, "I'll put it on my American Express gold card." And Schellenhoff looked grayly amused. They took American Express, he said, but in payment for accessories, repairs. No one had ever bought an entire vehicle with plastic. Parker said, "There's no purchase limit on the card. Listen, I was in Paris, saw a gorgeous Dolly oil in a gallery, $30,000, and they took my American Express." With deliberate, plodding diplomacy, Schellenhoff began to turn them away. "For the love of God, man, move your tired butt!" Father Vikazik roared, slamming one fist into the top of Schellenhoff's desk. He was flushed from his hairline to his backwards collar. "This is a matter of life or death for us. Call American Express." He raised his hand high, and the salesman's shocked gray eyes followed its swift upward arc. "Find out if they'll authorize the purchase." "For the love of God, hurry!" the priest shouted, slamming his fist down again. The sight of such fury in a clergyman put some speed into the salesman at last. He took Parker's card and nearly sprinted out of his small office across the showroom to the manager's glass-walled domain. "Good grief, Father," Parker said. "If you were a Protestant, you'd be a famous fire and brimstone evangelist by now." "Oh, Catholic or not, I've made a few sinners quake in my time." "I don't doubt it," Parker assured him. American Express approved the purchase. With hasty repentance, Schellenhoff produced a sheaf of forms and showed Parker where to sign. "Quite a week," the salesman said, though he was still drab and gray in spite of his new enthusiasm. "Late Monday, a fella walks in, buys a new Cherokee with cash. Bundles of $20 bills. Must have hit it big in a casino. Now this, and the week's hardly started. Something, eh?" "Fascinating," Parker said. Using the telephone on Schellenhoff's desk, Father Vikazik placed a collect call to Michael Girano in Chicago and told him about Parker and about the closing of I-80. Then, when Schellenhoff popped out of the room again, Vikazik said something that startled Parker. "Michael, maybe something will happen to us, so you call Simon Zoderman at the Tribune the minute I hang up. Tell him everything. Blow it wide open. Tell Simon how Brendan ties in with Winton Toke, the Hallberg girl, Calvin Sharkle, all of it. Tell him what happened out here in Nevada 2 summers ago, what they saw. If he finds it hard to believe, you tell him I believe it. He knows what a hard-headed customer I am." When Father Vikazik hung up, Parker said, "Did I understand you right? My God, you know what happened to them on that July night?" "I'm almost certain I do, yes," Father Vikazik said. Before the priest could say more, Schellenhoff returned in a gray blur of polyester. Now that his commission seemed real to him, he was obviously determined not to exceed Parker's time limit. "You've got to tell me," Parker said to the priest. "As soon as we're on our way," Father Vikazik promised. Ned drove Jack's Cherokee eastward across the snow-swept slopes, moving at a crawl. Sandy and Fay rode up front with him, leaning forward, peering anxiously through the windshield, helping Ned spot the obstacles in the chaotic whiteness ahead of them. Riding in back, crowded in with Brendan and Georgia, with Marcy on her mother's lap, Ernie tried to convince himself that he would not succumb to panic when the last light of the storm-dimmed dusk gave way to darkness. Last night, when he had snuggled under the covers in bed, staring at the shadows beyond the reach of the lamp's glow, his anxiety had been only a fraction of what he'd come to expect. He was improving. Ernie also took hope from Dom's resurrected memory of jets buzzing the diner. If Dom could remember, so could Ernie. And when the memory block crumbled away, when at last he recalled what he'd seen that July night, he would stop being afraid of darkness. "County Road," Fay said as the Jeep came to a stop. They had indeed reached the first county road, the same one that ran past the Tranquility and under I-80. The motel lay about 2 miles south, and Thunder Hill lay 8 miles north along that ribbon of blacktop. It had been plowed already, and recently, because the federal government paid the county to keep the approach to the depository open at all times. "Quickly," Sandy urged Ned. Ernie knew what she was thinking. Someone going from or to Thunder Hill might appear and accidentally discover them. Gunning the engine, Ned drove hurriedly across the empty road into the foothills on the other side, traversing a series of ruts with such haste that Brendan and Georgia were thrown repeatedly against Ernie, who sat between them. Once more, they took cover in the snow which fell like a storm of ashes from a coldly burning sky. Another north-south county artery, Vista Valley Road,
lay 6 miles east, and that was where they were headed. Once there, they would turn south and go to a third county road that paralleled I-80 and that would carry them into Elko. Ernie suddenly realized twilight was falling to the shadow armies of the night. Darkness had nearly stolen up on them. It was standing just a little way off, not in distance but in time, only a few minutes away, but he could see it watching them from billions of peepholes between billions of whirling snowflakes, creeping closer each time he blinked, soon to leap through the curtains of snow and seize him. No. There were too many other things worth fearing to waste energy on a nonsensical phobia. Even with a compass, they could get lost at night in this shrieking maelstrom. With visibility reduced to a few yards, they might drive off the edge of a ridge crest or into a rocky chasm, unaware of the hole until it swallowed them. Driving blindly to their own destruction was such a real threat that Ned could make no speed, but could only nurse the Cherokee forward at a cautious crawl. "I fear what's worth fearing," Ernie told himself adamantly. "I don't fear you, darkness." Fay looked over her shoulder from the front seat. He smiled and made an OK sign, only slightly shaky, with thumb and forefinger. Fay started to give him an OK sign of her own, and that was when little Marcy screamed. In his office along the wall of the hub, deep inside Thunder Hill, Dr. Miles Bennell sat in darkness, thinking, worrying. The only light was the wan glow at 2 windows that faced into the central cavern of the depository's 2nd level, illumination insufficient to reveal any details of the room. On the desk in front of him lay 6 sheets of paper. He had read them 20 or 30 times during the past 15 months. He did not need to read them again tonight to recall, word for word, what was typed on them. It was an illegally obtained printout of Leland Falkirk's psychological profile, stolen from the computer-stored personnel records of the elite Domestic Emergency Response Organization. Miles Bennell, Ph.D. in biology and chemistry, dabbler in physics and anthropology, musician proficient on the guitar and piano, author of books as diverse as a text on neurohistology and a scholarly study of the works of John D. MacDonald, connoisseur of fine wine, aficionado of Clint Eastwood movies, the nearest thing to a late 20th century Renaissance man, was among other things a computer hacker of formidable skill. He had begun adventuring through the complex worldwide network of electronic information systems when he had been a college student. 18 months ago, when his work on the Thunderhill project threw him into frequent contact with Leland Falkirk, Miles Bennell had decided that the colonel was a psychologically disturbed individual who would have been declared unfit for military service even as a private, but for one thing. He was apparently one of those rare paranoids who had learned how to use his special brand of insanity to mold himself into a smoothly functioning machine man who looked and acted normal enough. Miles had wanted to know more. What made Falkirk tick? What stimulus might make him explode unexpectedly? The answers were to be found only at Dero headquarters. So 16 months ago, Miles began using his personal terminal and modem to seek a route into Dero files in Washington. The first time he'd read the profile, Miles had been frightened, though he had developed 1,000 rationalizations for staying on the job, even if it meant working with a dangerous and violent man like the colonel. There was less chance of trouble if Miles treated Falkirk with the coolness and grudging respect that a controlled paranoid would understand. You dared not be buddy-buddy with such a man, or flatter him, for he would assume you were hiding something. Polite disdain was the best attitude. But now Miles was totally in Falkirk's power, sealed beneath the earth, to be judged and sentenced according to the colonel's warped view of guilt and innocence. He was scared sick. The Army psychologist who had written the profile was neither very well educated, as psychologists went, nor too perceptive. Nevertheless, Though he had proclaimed the colonel more than fit enough for the elite Dero companies, he had noted peculiarities of the man's personality that made his report disturbing reading for Miles, who could read not only what was on the paper, but what lay hidden between the lines. First, Leland Falkirk feared and despised all religion. Because love of God and country were prized in career military men, Falkirk tried to conceal his anti-religious sentiments. Evidently, these attitudes sprang from a difficult childhood in a family of fanatics. Miles Bunnell decided that this fault in Falkirk was especially troublesome because the current undertaking, in which he and the colonel were involved, had a multiplicity of mystical connotations. Aspects of it had undeniable religious overtones and associations that were certain to trigger intense, negative reactions in the colonel. Second, Leland Falkirk was obsessed with control. He needed to dominate every aspect of his environment and everyone he encountered. This urgent need to control the external world was a reflection of his constant internal struggle to control his own rages and paranoid fears. Miles Bunnell shuddered when he thought of the terrible strain this current assignment had put on the colonel, for the thing being hidden here in Thunder Hill could not be controlled forever, which was a realization that might lead Falkirk to a harmless breakdown or to an explosion of psychotic anger. Third, Leland Falkirk suffered a mild but persistent claustrophobia that was strongest in subterranean places. This fear might have arisen in his childhood as a result of his parents' unrelenting assertion that he would one day wind up in hell. Falkirk, uncomfortable when underground, would be automatically suspicious of everyone in a place like Thunder Hill. In retrospect, it was frighteningly obvious that the colonel's growing paranoid suspicion of everyone on the project had been inevitable from the first day. Fourth, and worst, Leland Falkirk was a controlled masochist. He subjected himself to tests of physical stamina and resistance to pain, pretending these ordeals were necessary to maintain the high level of fitness and superb reflexes required of a Dero officer. His dirty little secret, hidden even from himself, was that he enjoyed the suffering. Miles Bunnell was more disturbed by that aspect of Falkirk's character than by anything else in the profile. Because the colonel liked pain, he would not mind suffering along with everyone in Thunder Hill if he decided their suffering was necessary to cleanse the world. He might actually enjoy the prospect of death. Miles Bunnell sat in darkness, troubled and bleak. But it was not even his death or the deaths of his colleagues that most frightened him. What made his gut clench was the fear that, while destroying everyone on the project, Falkirk would also destroy the project itself. If he did, he would be denying mankind the greatest news in history. And he'd also be denying the species its best, perhaps only, chance for peace, immortality, endless plenty, and transcendence. Leland Falkirk stood in the block's kitchen looking down at the album that lay on the table. When he opened it, he saw photographs and drawings of the moon, all colored red. Outside, searching the property end to end, a dozen Dero troops shouted to one another, voices garbled and muffled by the raging wind. Doing deep breathing exercises that were supposed to expel a little of his tension with each exhalation, Leland turned a page of the album and saw more scarlet moons, the child's weird collection. The sound of engines rose to the kitchen window from behind the motel as the men drove at least 2 vehicles around from the front. Leland recognized the souped-up, all-terrain pickup's distinctive snarl. The colonel continued to page through the album, remaining calm, totally in control in spite of the series of setbacks that continued to plague him. He was proud of his control. Nothing could faze him. Lieutenant Horner's quick, heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs leading up from the office. A moment later, he thumped across the living room into the kitchen. Sir, we've checked all the motel rooms. No one's there. They left by the back, overland. 2 very vague sets of tire tracks in the snow. Can't have gone far. Not in this weather. Not already.
Have you sent the men to follow them?
No, sir. But I had them pull the pickup and a wagoneer round back. They're ready to go.
Move them out,
Leland said in a soft, measured tone. Don't worry, sir. We'll get our hands on them.
I'm sure we will,
Leland said, totally in control of himself, showing a firm and steady sense of command to his lieutenant. Horner turned and started to leave, and Leland said,
As soon as you've sent the men off, meet me downstairs with a county map. They'll intend to connect with a county or state road somewhere. We'll anticipate their next move and be waiting for them.
Yes, sir, Horner said. Alone, Leland calmly turned a page of the album. Red Moons. Horner's crashing footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then the front door slammed shut behind him, reverberating through the walls. Calmly, so calmly, Leland turned a page in the album, and another. Outside, Horner was shouting orders to the men. Leland turned a page. Another. Red moons. Outside, engines revved. 8 men in 2 parties of 4 moved out on the trail of the escaped witnesses. Leland calmly turned 2, 3, 6 pages, saw red moons, and more red moons, and calmly picked up the album and threw it across the room. The book slammed into cupboards, bounced off the refrigerator, fell. A score of scarlet moons flew free and fluttered briefly. On a counter, Leland saw a ceramic jar, a smiling bear, sitting with 4 paws clasped over his tummy. He scooped it up, threw it to the floor, where it exploded in 100 fragments. Broken chocolate chip cookies landed atop the album and crumbled across the scattered red moons. He swept a radio off the counter onto the floor, a canister of sugar, flour. He pitched a bread box against the wall and threw a Mr. Coffee machine at the oven. He stood for a moment, breathing deeply, evenly. Then he turned and walked calmly out of the kitchen, went calmly down the stairs to the office to calmly study the county map and calmly assess the situation with his lieutenant.
"The moon!"
Marcy cried, then screamed shrilly again.
"Mommy, look! Look, the moon! Why, Mommy, why? Look, the moon!"
The girl suddenly tried to pull loose of her mother, wrenched and flailed. Georgia strove to hold on to her, but was unsuccessful. Startled by the screams, Ned had halted the jeep. Screaming again, Marcy tore loose of her mother, scrambled across Ernie with no particular destination as far as Ernie could determine, with no intention but to escape from whatever she had seen in memory. She was apparently not aware that she was in the Cherokee, but believed herself to be in another place altogether, a scary place. Ernie grabbed her before she could scrabble and kick her way into Brendan's lap. He held the small child tightly in his big arms, held her against his chest, and as she continued to scream, he cooed soothingly to her. Gradually Marcy's terror subsided. She stopped struggling and went limp in his arms. She stopped screaming, too, and merely chanted softly, "Moon, the moon, moon," and quietly, but with terrible dread, "Don't let it get me. Don't let it. Don't let it." "Be still, honey," Ernie said, patting her, stroking her hair. "Be still. You're safe. I won't let it get you." "She remembered something," Brendan said as Ned drove forward again. A crack opened for just a moment. "What did you see, baby?" Georgia asked her daughter. The girl had slipped back into her deep, catatonic glaze, unhearing, unheeding, except that, after a while, Ernie felt her arms tighten around him in a hug. He hugged her in return. She said nothing. She was still not really with them, adrift on a dark inner sea. Evidently, however, she felt safe in Ernie's bearish embrace, and she held fast to him as the Cherokee rocked and lurched through the snowy night. After months of living in fear of every shadow, after regarding each oncoming twilight with despair and horror, Ernie felt indescribably good, delighted that someone needed his strength. It was profoundly satisfying. And as he held her, and murmured to her, and stroked her thick black hair, he was oblivious of the fact that night now surrounded the Cherokee and pressed its face to the windows. Eventually Jack turned the pickup east and finally connected with the county road to Thunder Hill at a point approximately 1 mile north of the place where Ned should have already crossed the same lane in the Cherokee. He turned right and headed up toward the depository, the route that Dom and Ernie had covered this morning. He had never seen a storm this bad back east. The higher he went into the mountains, the harder and faster the snow came down. It was as dense as a heavy rainfall. "The entrance to the depository is about a mile ahead," Dom said. Jack cut the headlights and proceeded at a slower pace. Until his eyes adjusted to the loss of light, the world seemed composed only of whirling white specks and darkness. He could not always tell if he was in his own lane. He expected another vehicle to hurtle out of the night and ram him head-on. Evidently Ginger had the same thought, for she shrank down in her seat as if for protection in a crash. She nervously bit her lower lip. "Those lights ahead," Dom said. "The entrance to the depository." 2 mercury vapor lamps blazed on poles flanking the electric gate. A warmer amber glow shone in the 2 narrow windows of the guardhouse. Even with those lights, Jack could see only a vague outline of the small building on the far side of the fence, for the falling snow masked all details. He felt confident that, with no headlights, the pickup would be invisible to any guard who might happen to look out a window as the truck drifted past on the county lane. Their engine noise would be swallowed by the wind. They rolled slowly up the steep slope, deeper into the night and mountains. The windshield wipers were doing a poorer job by the moment, for the snow had clogged the blades and turned to ice. When they had gone a mile past the entrance to Thunder Hill, Ginger said, "Maybe we could turn the lights on now?" Hunching over the wheel, squinting into the gloom ahead, Jack said, "No, we'll go in darkness all the way." In the motel office, Leland Falkirk and Lieutenant Horner unfolded the county map on the check-in counter. They were still studying it when the men who had gone after the escaping witnesses returned in defeat only minutes after departing. The search party had followed the tire tracks a couple of 100 yards through a glen running north into the hills, at which point the snow and wind erased the trail. However, there was some evidence that at least one vehicle had turned into another hollow leading east, and since there seemed no reason for the witnesses to split up, it was assumed both the Sarvers pickup and the Cherokee were now headed in that general direction. Returning his attention to the map, Leland said, "It makes sense. They wouldn't go west. Nothing's out there until Battle Mountain, 40 miles away. Then Winnemucca over 50 miles farther. Neither town's big enough to hide him for long, and neither's exactly a transportation hub. Aren't many ways out. So they'll go east, into Elko." Lieutenant Horner put a cigar-sized finger on the map. "Here's the road that runs past the motel and up to Thunder Hill. They'll have crossed that by now and still be heading east." "What's the next southbound road they'll come to?" Lieutenant Horner bent down to read the small print on the map. "Vista Valley. Looks to be about 6 miles east of the road to Thunder Hill." A knock sounded, and Miles Bennell said, "Come in." General Robert Alvarado, CO of Thunder Hill, opened the door and entered the dark office in a swath of silvery light that came with him from the hub and coated a portion of the room in an imitation of frost. He said,
Sitting alone in the dark, huh? Just imagine how suspicious that would seem to Colonel Falkirk.
He's a madman, Bob.
Not long ago, Bob Alvarado said, I'd have argued that he was a fairly good officer, though a bit too by the book and much too gung-ho. But tonight I have to agree with you. The man's only got one oar in the water. Maybe no oars. I just got a request from him a few minutes ago by telephone. Supposed to be a request, but it was phrased like an order. He wants the entire staff, all military men and all civilians, to report to their quarters and stay there until further notice. You'll hear my order on the public address system in a couple minutes.
But why's he want that?
Miles asked.
Alvarado sat in a chair near the open door, the frosty swath of light falling across his feet and up to the middle of his chest, leaving his face in darkness.
Falkirk's bringing in the witnesses, and doesn't want them to be seen by any of our people who don't already know about them. Well, that's what he claims is behind the request.
Astonished, Miles said, "But if the time's come to put them through another memory scrub, it's better to keep them at the motel. Though as far as I know, he's not called in the damn brain fuckers."
"He hasn't," Bob Alvarado confirmed. "He says the cover-up might not be continued. He wants you to study the witnesses, especially Cronin and Corvasis. He says maybe he's right, maybe they're not human anymore. But he says he's been thinking over his conversation with you, wondering if maybe you could be right and maybe he's too paranoid about this. He says if you decide they're fully human, if you determine that their gifts are not evidence of an inhuman presence within them, he'll accept your word. He'll spare them. Then, so he says, he might decide against another brainwashing session and even recommend to his superiors that the whole story be revealed to the public."
Miles was silent a moment, then he shifted in his chair, more uneasy than ever. "It sounds as if he's finally got some common sense. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Do you think it's true?" Alvarado reached out from his chair, pushed the door shut, plunging the room into darkness. Sensing Miles reaching for the lamp switch, he said, "Let's keep it this way, huh? Maybe it's a little easier to be frank with each other when we can't see faces." Miles settled back in his chair, leaving the lamp unlit, and Alvarado said, "Tell me, Miles, was it you who sent the photographs to Corvasis and the blocks?" Miles said nothing. "We're friends, you and I," Alvarado said. "At least I've felt we are. I never met another guy I could enjoy playing both chess and poker with. So I'll tell you, I'm the one who got Jack Twist back here." Startled, Miles said, "How? Why?" "Well, like you, I knew some of the witnesses were slowly shedding their memory blocks and having psychological problems in the process. So before anyone could decide to wipe them again one by one, I figured to do something to focus their attention on the motel. I hoped to stir up enough trouble to make it impossible to continue the cover-up." "Why?" Miles repeated. "Because I had finally decided the cover-up was wrong." "But why sabotage it by such a backdoor approach?" "Because if I'd gone public, I'd have been disobeying orders. I'd have been throwing my career away, maybe my pension. And besides, I thought Falkirk might kill me." Miles had worried about the same thing. Alvarado said, "I started with Twist because I thought his ranger background and his inclination to challenge authority would make him a good candidate for organizing the other witnesses. When the information turned up during his memory wipe session that summer, I knew about his safe deposit boxes, so I searched the file on him, got the names of the banks, the passwords. The file also contained copies of all the keys to his boxes,
Falkirk had them made in case it was ever necessary to turn up criminal evidence against Twist to use as blackmail, or to put him out of the way in prison. I made copies of the copies. Then, when I was on leave for 10 days in late December, I went to New York with a bunch of postcards of the Tranquility Motel, and I put one in each of his boxes. He didn't go to those banks often, just a few times a year, and they've all got thousands of safe deposit customers, so nobody remembered what Twist looked like or suspected that I wasn't him. It was easy. And ingenious, Miles said, staring with admiration and fondness at the bulky, shadowy form of his friend. Finding those cards would have electrified Twist, and if Falkirk had gotten wind of it, he'd have no way of knowing who had done it. Especially since I always handled the postcards with gloves, Alvarado said. Didn't even leave a fingerprint. I planned to come back here, give Twist time to find them. Then I was going to go into Elko and, from a payphone, make a couple of anonymous calls to other witnesses, give them Twist's unlisted number, tell them he had answers to their various mental problems. That would have set the ball rolling pretty well. But before it got that far, someone else had sent notes and Polaroids to Corvasis, more Polaroids to the blocks, and a new crisis was already underway. Like Falkirk, I know whoever sent those pictures has to be here in Thunder Hill. You gonna fess up? Or am I the only one in a confessional mood? Miles hesitated. His glance fell upon the vague grayness of the report on his desk, Falkirk's psychological profile. He shuddered and said, "Yeah, Bob, I sent the pictures." Great minds think alike, huh? From his own pocket of darkness, Alvarado said, "I've told you why I picked Twist, and I can figure why you'd want to stir up the blocks, since they're local and sort of at the center of everything. But why'd you pick Corvasis instead of one of the others?" He's a writer, which means a vivid imagination. Anonymous notes and odd pictures in the mail would probably grab his interest a little faster and tighter than anyone else's. And his first novel has had tremendous pre-publication publicity, so if he dug up some of the truth, reporters might be more likely to listen to him than to the others. We're a clever pair. Too clever for our own good, Miles said. Looks like sabotaging the cover-up was too slow. We should have just violated our secrecy oaths and gone public with the news, even if it meant risking Falkirk's anger and government prosecution. They were silent a moment, and then Alvarado said, "Why do you think I've come here and opened up to you like this, Miles? You need an ally against the Colonel, because you don't think he meant a word of what he told you on the phone. You don't think he's suddenly gotten reasonable. You don't think he's bringing the witnesses back here to let us study them. He's going to kill them, I think. And us, too. All of us. Because he thinks we've all been taken over. The damn fool." The public address system crackled, whistled. A speaker was set in the wall of Miles's office, as in every room within the depository. The announcement followed the whistle. All personnel, military and civilian, were to report first to the armory to be issued handguns, then to their quarters to await further instructions. Getting up from his chair, Alvarado said, "When they're all in their quarters, I'll tell them it was Falkirk's idea to put them there, but my idea to arm them. I'll warn them that, for reasons that'll be clear to some, and a mystery to others, we're all in danger from Falkirk and his D-Rose. Later, if the Colonel sends some of his men to round up the staff and shoot them all, my people will be able to shoot back. I hope we can stop him before it goes that far." "Do I get a handgun, too?" Alvarado moved to the door but did not open it. Standing in the dark, he said, "You, especially. Wear a lab coat with a gun under it, so Falkirk won't see you're armed. I intend to wear my uniform coat unbuttoned with a small pistol tucked into the back of my waistband, so he won't realize I'm armed either. If it seems he's about to order our destruction, I'll pull the gun and kill him. But I'll alert you first, with a code word, so you can turn on Horner and kill him, too. It's no good unless we get both, because if Horner has a chance, he'll kill me when I open fire on Falkirk. And it's imperative I survive, not just because I'm inordinately fond of my own hide, which I am, but because I'm a general, and I ought to be able to make Falkirk's men obey me once their CO's dead. Can you do that? Can you kill a man, Miles?"
"Yes. I'll be able to pull the trigger if it means stopping Horner. I consider you a good friend too, Bob. Not just because of the poker and chess, either. There's also the fact that you've actually read all of T.S. Eliot."
"I think we are in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lost their bones," Bob Alvarado quoted. Laughing softly, he pulled the door open and stood revealed in the argentine glow of the cavern lights. How ironic. Ages ago, my daddy used to worry that my interest in poetry was a sign I'd grow up to be a skirt-wearing sissy. Instead, I became a one-star general, and in the hour of my greatest need, it's poetry that persuades you to kill for me and save my ass. Coming to the armory, Dr. Bunnell?"
Miles rose from his chair and joined the general in the spill of frosty light in the doorway. He said, "You realize that Falkirk is, in essence, acting in the name of the Army Chief of Staff himself, and even higher authorities? So after you've killed him, you'll have General Ridenour, and maybe even the President, coming down hard on your neck."
"Fuck Ridenour," Bob Alvarado said, clapping a hand on Miles's shoulder. "Fuck all the politicians and their toady-and generals like Ridenour. Even though Falkirk will take the security computer's new codes with him when we kill him, we'll get out of here in a few days, even if we have to dismantle the damn exit. And then, they realize when we take the news to the world, we're going to be two of the most famous men on this sorry planet. Maybe two of the most famous men in history. Fact is, I can't think of anyone in history who had quite such important news to spread. Except Mary Magdalene on Easter morning."
Father Stefan Vikazik drove the Cherokee because he had experience with four-wheel drive vehicles from his service with Father Bill Nader in Vietnam. Of course, those adventures had been laid in swamp and jungle, not in a blizzard, but he discovered the Jeep handled about the same in either condition, and though his daredevil experiences were long ago in time, they seemed recent in his heart and mind, and he controlled the wheel with the same reckless disregard for danger and sure-handed expertise that he'd shown in his younger days under fire. As he and Parker Fane headed away from the lights of Elko into the snow-blasted night, Father Vikazik knew that God had called him to the priesthood precisely because, at times, the church required a man who carried a thick splinter of an adventurer's soul lodged in his own. Because I-80 was closed, they went north on State Route 51. They switched to a series of westward-leading county roads, macadam, gravel, dirt, all under a mantle of snow. The roads were marked by cat's-eye yellow reflectors on widely spaced posts along the berm, and the luster of those periodic guideposts, casting back the headlight beams, was frequently the only thing that kept Stefan from going astray. Sometimes he had to drive overland to
to get from one lane to another. Fortunately, they had bought a dash-mounted compass and a county map. Although their route was winding and rough, they made steady progress in the general direction of the Tranquility Motel. On the way, Stefan told Parker about the CISG, about which he had learned from Michael Girano, after Michael had gotten the news from Mr. X, Ginger Weiss's friend. Colonel Falkirk was the only military member. The CISG looks like a typical waste of tax dollars, a study group funded to do a think tank-type assessment of a social problem that would most likely never arise. The committee consisted of biologists, physicists, cultural anthropologists, medical doctors, sociologists, psychologists. The acronym CISG stands for Contact Impact Study Group, which means they tried to determine the positive and negative impact on human society of first contact with an intelligent species not of this world. Keeping his eyes on the snowy road, Stefan paused to let his meaning sink in, smiled slightly when he heard the artist take a sudden sharp breath. Parker said, "You don't mean—" "You couldn't mean—" "Yes," Stefan said. "Something came? You mean that something—" For the first time in Stefan Vikazik's acquaintance, Parker Fane was speechless. "Yes," Stefan said. Although this amazing development was no longer news to him, he still shivered at the thought of it, and he appreciated what Parker was feeling. Something came down that night. Something came down from the sky on July 6th. "Jesus!" Parker exclaimed. Sorry, Father, didn't mean to be blasphemous. Came down. Holy shit. Sorry. Really, but... Jesus!" Following cat's eye reflectors along an especially twisty gravel road that hugged the lower contours of folded and refolded hills, Father Vikazik said, "Under the circumstances, I don't think God's grading you on verbal restraint. The CISG's primary purpose was to arrive at a consensus of how human cultures and human beings themselves would be affected by face-to-face contact with extraterrestrials." "But that's an easy question to answer. What a joyous, wondrous thing to discover we're not alone," Parker said. "You and I know how people would react. Look how they've been fascinated by movies about other worlds and aliens for decades now." "Yes," Stefan said, "but there's a difference how they react to fictional contact and how they might react to the reality. At least, that's the opinion of many scientists, especially in the soft sciences, like sociology and psychology. And anthropologists tell us that when an advanced culture interacts with one less advanced, the less advanced culture suffers a loss of confidence in, and often a complete collapse of, its traditions, institutions. The primitive culture loses respect for its religions and systems of government. Its sexual practices, social values, and family structures deteriorate. Look what happened to the Eskimos following their encounter with Western civilization. Soaring alcoholism, family-destroying generational conflict, a high rate of suicide. It's not that Western culture is dangerous or evil, it isn't. But our culture was far more sophisticated and richly textured than the Eskimo culture, and contact led to a serious loss of self-esteem among the Eskimos that they've never regained and never will." Stefan had to pause in his elaboration of the issue, for they came to the end of the gravel track on which they had been traveling. Parker studied the map in the dim glow of the glove compartment light. Then he checked the dash-mounted compass. "That way," he said, pointing left. "We go 3 miles due west, all of it overland. Then we'll come to a north-south county route called Vista Valley Road. We cross Vista Valley, and from there it looks about 8 or 9 miles, overland again, until we might come up behind the Tranquility. You keep checking the compass. Make sure I stayed pointed west." Stefan drove the Cherokee into the snow-shrouded nightscape ahead. Parker said, "This stuff about the Eskimos, all this detail about what the CISG's point of view is like, Mr. X didn't pass all these fine points along to Father Girano in one telephone call. Some of it, not all of it. So I gather you've thought about the subject before." "Not about extraterrestrial contact, no," Father Vikasik said. "But part of Jesuit education involves a hard look at both the good and bad results of the Church's efforts to spread the faith to backward cultures throughout history. The general feeling is we did a disturbing amount of damage, even as we brought enlightenment. Anyway, we study a lot of anthropology, so I can understand the concern of the CISG." "You're drifting north. Angle left as soon as land will let you," Parker said, checking the compass. "Listen, I'm still not sure I understand the CISG's concern. Consider the American Indian. Ultimately, the white man's guns didn't destroy them. The clash of cultures did them in. The influx of new ideas forced the Indians to view their comparatively primitive societies from a different perspective, resulting in a loss of esteem, a loss of cultural validity and direction. According to what Mr. X told Father Girano, the CISG believed contact between mankind and very advanced extraterrestrials could have those same effects on us, the destruction of religious faith, a loss of faith in all governments and other secular belief systems, a rising feeling of inferiority, suicide." Parker Fane made a harsh, scoffing sound in the back of his throat. "Father, would your faith collapse because of this?" "No, just the opposite," Stefan said excitedly. "If this enormous universe didn't contain any other life, if the trillions of stars and the billions of planets were all barren of life, that might make me think there was no God, that our species' evolution was just happenstance. Because if there's a God, he loves life, cherishes life, and all the creatures he created, and he'd never leave the universe so empty." "A lot of people, most people, would feel the same," Parker said. "And even if the species we encounter is frighteningly different from us in physical appearance, that wouldn't shake me. When God told us he created us in his image, he didn't mean our physical appearance was like his. He meant our souls, minds, our capacity for reason and compassion, love, friendship. Those are the aspects of humanity that are in his image, which is the message I'm taking to Brendan. I believe Brendan's crisis of faith was related to a memory of an encounter with a race vastly different from us, and so shatteringly superior to us that he subconsciously believed it put the lie to what the Church teaches us about mankind being in God's image. I want to tell him that it's not what they look like that matters, or whether they're far more advanced than us. What indicates the divine hand in them is their capacity to love, to care, and to use their God-given intelligence to triumph over the challenges of the universe that he gave them. Which they'd had to do in order to come so far, Parker said. Exactly, Father Vikasik said. I'm sure when the brainwashing loses its hold on Brendan, when he remembers what happened and has time to think about it, he'll come to the same conclusion. But just in case, I want to be there beside him, to help him, guide him. You love him very much, Parker said. For several seconds, Father Vikasik squinted into the tumultuous white world ahead, progressing more slowly and cautiously than when he had been following the reflectors along a known road. At last, he said, in a soft voice, Sometimes I've regretted entering the priesthood. God help me, it's true. Because sometimes I think about the family I might have had, a wife whose life I could share, who'd share mine, and children to watch grow. The family that might have been. That's what I miss. Nothing else. The thing about Brendan is, well, he's the son I never had, and never will. I love him more than I can say. After a while, Parker sighed and said, Personally, I think the CISG was full of crap. First contact wouldn't destroy us. I agree, Stefan said. Their fallacy lies in comparing this situation to our contact with primitive cultures. The difference is that we aren't primitive. This will be the contact between one very advanced culture and another super advanced culture. The CISG believed if there ever was contact, it'd have to be concealed, if at all possible, and that news of it would have to be broken to the public over 10 or even 20 years, but that's wrong. Dead wrong, Parker. We can handle the shock because we're ready for them to come. Oh, dear God. But we are so desperately and longingly ready for them.
So ready,
Parker agreed in a whisper. For perhaps another minute they bumped and rocked along in silence, unable to speak, unable to put in words exactly what it felt like to know that mankind did not stand alone in creation. Finally, Parker cleared his throat, checked the compass, and said, You're right on course, Stefan. Ought to be less than a mile to Vista Valley Road. This man in Chicago that you mentioned a while ago? Cal Sharkle. What was it he yelled to the cops this morning? He insisted he'd seen aliens land, and that they were hostile. He was afraid they were taking us over, that most of his neighbors had been possessed. He said the aliens tried to take control of him by strapping him in a bed and dripping themselves into his veins. Initially, I was afraid maybe he was right, that what had come down here in Nevada was a threat. But on the trip from Chicago, I had time to think about it. He was confusing his incarceration and brainwashing with the landing of the starship he'd seen. He thought it was aliens in pressurized spacesuits had kept him captive and stuck him full of needles. He witnessed the descent of a starship, and then these government men in decontamination suits came, and by the time they'd rammed all that stuff into his subconscious and weighted it down with a memory block, he was completely mixed up. No aliens apprehended him. It was his fellow men who mistreated him. You're saying government agents would have worn decontamination suits until it was clear whether or not the alien contact carried a risk of bacteriological contamination? Exactly. Some guests at the Tranquility must have approached the ship openly, so they had to be considered contaminated until evidence to the contrary was turned up. And we know some at the motel have distinctly remembered men inside decontamination suits, a few soldiers, brainwashing specialists. So poor Calvin was driven insane by a misconception arising from his inability to remember clearly. Must be less than half a mile to Vista Valley Road, Parker said, studying the map in the light from the open glove compartment door. Snow drove relentlessly through the yellow cones of the headlights. Now and then, when the wind faltered or briefly changed the angle of its assault, short-lived forms of snow capered in arabesque dances this way and that, but always dispersing and vanishing like ghostly performers the moment that the wind recovered its momentum and purpose. As they started up a steep slope, Parker said softly, Something came down. And if the government knew enough to close I-80 ahead of the event, they must have been tracking the craft a long time. But
I still don't see how they could know where it would come down. I mean, the crew of the ship might have changed its course at any time. Unless it was crashing, Father Bikazik said. Maybe it was picked up by satellite observation far out in space, monitored for days or weeks. If it approached on an undeviating course, that would indicate it wasn't traveling under control. There'd have been time to calculate its point of impact. Oh, no. No, I don't want to think it crashed, Parker said. Nor do I. I want to think they got here alive. All that way. When the Jeep Cherokee was halfway up the slope, the tires spun on an especially icy patch of ground, then caught hold and propelled them forward again with a jolt. Parker said, I want to believe Dom and the others didn't just see a ship, but encountered whoever came in it. Imagine. Just imagine. Father Bikazik said, whatever happened to them that night in July was very strange indeed. A whole lot stranger than just seeing a ship from another world. You mean because of Brendan's and Dom's powers? Yes. Something more happened. More than just contact. They topped the crest of the hill and started down the other side. Even through shifting curtains of the storm, Stefan saw the headlights of 4 vehicles on Vista Valley Road below. All 4 were stopped and angled every which way, and their blazing beams crisscrossed like gleaming sabers in the snow-bleeding darkness. As he drove down toward the gathering, he quickly realized that he was heading into trouble. Machine guns, Parker said. Stefan saw that 2 of the men below were holding submachine guns on a group of 7 people, 6 adults and 1 child, who were lined up against the side of a Cherokee that was different only in color from the one Parker had just bought. 8 or 10 other men were standing around, a substantial force, obviously military, because they were all dressed in the same Arctic-issue uniforms. Stefan had no doubt that these were some of the same forces involved in the closure of I-80, both tonight and 18 months ago. They had turned toward him and were staring uphill, surprised at being interrupted. He wanted to swing the Jeep around, gun the engine, and flee, but although he slowed down, he knew there was no point in running. They would come after him. Abruptly, he recognized a familiar Irish face among those lined up against the Cherokee. That's him, Parker, that's Brendan, on the end of the lineup. The others must be from the motel, Parker said, leaning forward to peer anxiously through the windshield. But I don't see Dom. Now that he had spotted Brendan, Father Bikazik could not have turned back even if God had opened the mountains for him and provided a highway clear to Canada, as he had parted the Red Sea for Moses. On the other hand, Stefan was unarmed, and as a priest he would have had little use for a gun even if he had possessed one. Having neither the means nor desire to attack, yet unable to run, he let the Cherokee roll slowly down the hill as he frantically racked his mind for some course of action that would turn the tables on the soldiers below. The same concern had gripped Parker, for he said, "What in the devil are we going to do?" The dilemma was resolved by the soldiers below. To Stefan's astonishment, one of the men with a machine gun opened fire on them. Dom watched as Jack Twist directed the flashlight beam over the chain-link fence, then up to the barbed wire overhang that thrust out above their heads. They were at that long length of Thunder Hill's perimeter that ran through an open meadow down toward the floor of the valley. Wind-blown snow had stuck to large sections of the thick, interlocking steel loops of the fence, but other areas were bare, and those uncrusted links were what Jack studied most closely. "The fence itself isn't electrified," Jack said above the shrieking wind. "There aren't conducting wires woven through it, and the current can't be carried by the links. No way.
There'd be just too damn much resistance because they're too thick and because the ends of some of them don't make tight contact with each other.
Ginger said, "Then why the warning signs?"
"Partly to spook away amateurs," Jack said. He put the beam of the flash on the overhang again. "However, there are conducting wires strung carefully through the center of that barbed wire roll, so you'd get fried if you went over the top. We'll cut through the bottom."
Ginger held the flashlight while Dom dug into one of the canvas rucksacks, found the acetylene torch, and passed it to Jack. After he had slipped on a pair of tinted ski goggles, Jack lit the torch and began to cut an entrance through the chain-link barrier. The fierce hissing of the burning gas was audible even above the keening, moaning wind. The intense, blue-white acetylene flame cast an eerie light that struck 1,000 jewel-bright glints in the snow. They were not at a position where they risked being seen from the main entrance of the depository, which lay over the brow of a hill that sloped up from the other side of the fence. However, Dom was sure the weird acetylene light reached high enough into the night to be spotted from the other side of that rise. If seen, it would draw guards this way. But if Jack was right, if the depository security was largely electronic, there would not be guards prowling the grounds tonight, and in this weather, surveillance by video cameras was pretty much ruled out too, for their lenses would be iced over or packed with snow. Of course, though they wanted to get inside the depository and have a quick look around, it would not be a tragedy if they were apprehended here. After all, being taken into custody was part of Jack's plan for focusing attention on Thunder Hill. Dom, Ginger, and Jack were not armed. All the weapons had been for the others in the Cherokee, because their escape was essential. If they were stopped, all was lost. Dom hoped they wouldn't need their guns and that they were already safely in Elko. As Jack cut a crawl-through opening in the fence, the eldritch light of the acetylene torch increasingly captivated Dom, and suddenly made a connection with the past, hurtling him back once more in memory. The third jet roared over the roof of the diner, so low that he threw himself flat on the parking lot, certain the airplane was crashing on top of him. But it swooped past, leaving shattered air and a blast of engine heat in its wake. He started to get up, and a fourth jet boomed over the roof of the motel, a huge, half-glimpsed, shadowy shape, its running lights carving white and red wounds through the night as it thundered south and angled east, out across the barrens beyond I-80, where the third jet had gone. And now the first two craft, which had passed over at a greater altitude, were far out there, swinging back, one to the east and one to the west. Yet still the earth shook, and the night was filled with a great rumble like an ongoing and never-ending explosion. And he thought there must be more jets coming, even though the queer electronic oscillation that had throbbed under the roar was now getting louder and shriller and stranger, and was unlike anything jets would produce. He shoved up onto his feet and turned, and there was Ginger Weiss and Georgia and Marcy, and there was Jack running over from the motel, and Ernie and Fay coming out from the office, and others, all the others, Ned and Sandy. The rumble was now like the crash of Niagara Falls combined with the bass throb pounding of 1,000 timpani. The ululent electronic whistle made him feel as if the top of his head was going to be sliced off by a bandsaw. There was frost-silver light of a peculiar kind. He looked up, away from the jets that had gone past, over the roof of the diner, looked up toward the light. He pointed and said, "The moon! The moon!" Others looked where he pointed. He was filled with a sudden terror, and he cried, "The moon! The moon!" and staggered back several steps in surprise and fear. Someone screamed. "The moon!" he gasped. He was down in the snow, driven to his knees by the shock of the memory flash, and Ginger was kneeling in front of him, holding him by the shoulders. "Tom? Tom, are you okay?" "Remembered," he said numbly as the wind rushed between their faces and tore their smoking breath out of their mouths. "Something. The moon, but I didn't quite get enough." Beyond them, having cut a crawl through in the chain-link fence, Jack switched off the acetylene torch. The darkness folded around them again like the wings of a great bat. "Come on," Jack said, turning to Dom and Ginger. "Let's go in. Quickly now." "Can you make it?" Ginger asked Dom. Yeah, he said, though there was an icy cramping in his guts and a tightness in his chest. But all of a sudden, I'm scared.
We're all scared,
she said. I don't mean scared of getting caught. No, it's something else. Something I almost remembered just then. And I'm shaking like a leaf, for God's sake. Brendan gasped in disbelief when Colonel Falkirk ordered one of his men to open fire on the jeep that was approaching Vista Valley Road from the hillside above. The madman didn't know who was in the vehicle. The soldier giving the order also thought it was out of line, for he did not immediately raise his weapon. But Falkirk took a menacing step toward him and shouted, I told you to open fire, Corporal. This is an urgent national security matter. Whoever's in that vehicle is no friend of yours, mine, or our country. You think any innocent civilians would be driving overland, sneaking around the roadblock in a goddamn blizzard like this? Fire! Waste them! This time the corporal obeyed. The clatter of automatic gunfire hammered the night, briefly overpowering the voice of the raging wind. Up on the hillside, the headlights of the oncoming jeep blew out. The 200 hard cracks of 200 bullets erupting in a murderous stream from the muzzle of the machine gun were augmented by the sound of slugs tearing through sheet metal and smacking onto more solid barriers. The windshield imploded under raining lead, and the jeep, which had braked immediately after topping the crest of the hill and had been descending slowly, abruptly gained speed and rushed down at them, then angled left when its wheels jolted over a lateral hump that extended across most of the slope. Obviously no longer under anyone's control, it started to slow again, hit another bump, slid sideways, almost tipped over, almost rolled, but finally came to rest just 40 feet away in the already drifting snow. 5 minutes ago, when Ned had driven over the hill on the other side of Vista Valley Road and had turned south, only to encounter the colonel and his men waiting less than a half-mile south, it had been instantly clear that all the shotguns and handguns, and even the Uzi that Jack had provided, would be of no help. Considering that their lives depended on their escape from Elko County, they would have made a stand against a smaller force. But Falkirk was accompanied by too many men, all heavily armed. Resistance would have been purest folly. And Brendan had been filled with frustration because he had not dared use his special power to ensure their freedom. He felt he ought to be able to apply his telekinetic talent to the situation. If he concentrated hard enough, perhaps he could cause the guns to fly out of the soldiers' hands. He sensed he had that much, and more, power in him, but he did not know how to bring it to bear effectively. He could not forget how the experiment in the diner had gotten entirely out of hand last night. They had been fortunate that none of them had been hurt by the careening salt and pepper shakers and the violently levitating chairs. If he used his power to wrench the weapons from the soldiers, he might not be able to disarm all of them simultaneously, in which case the ones still in possession of their weapons might open fire in self-defense. Or at his instigation the guns might tear free of the soldiers' hands and go whirling through the air, out of control, firing until their magazines had emptied, pumping bullets into everything and everyone in sight. Sure, he might be able to heal the wounded, but what if he was shot? Could he heal himself? Probably. But if he was shot dead, he would not be able to bring himself back to life. And if anyone else was shot dead, he was not sure he would be able to bring them back either. It was no good being gifted with the power of a god if no clear instructions came with the blessing. Now, watching scores of bullets slam into the jeep, watching it rush like a crazed and blinded beast down the hillside, seeing it come to a shuddering stop in the headlight beams of one of the vehicles on Vista Valley Road, Brendan felt his frustration ballooning beyond containment. The occupants of the jeep had been hit. He could help them. He knew he could help them, and it was his duty to do so. Not merely the duty of a priest, but the minimal duty of a human being. He did not understand his healing power either, but there was no greater danger in trying to use it than there was in attempting to employ telekinesis. So he thrust away from the Cherokee against which he had been standing, dashed through the group of soldiers whose attention had been distracted by the drama on the hillside, and ran toward the blasted jeep even as it came to a stop. There were shouts behind him. He distinctly heard Falkirk warning him that he would be shot. Brendan ran anyway, slipping on the snowy pavement. He stepped into a ditch, fell, scrambled up, ran onto the bullet-riddled jeep. No one fired, but he sensed people sprinting after him. The passenger's side of the jeep was nearest, bathed in a beam of light from one of the military vehicles, so he pulled open that door first. A stocky man of about 50, wearing a navy peacoat, was slumped against the door and fell out into Brendan's arms. Brendan saw blood, but not a lot. The stranger was conscious, though on the precarious edge of a faint. His eyes were unfocused. Brendan pulled him all the way out of the jeep and lowered him gently onto his back on the snow-covered ground. A pursuing soldier put a hand on Brendan's shoulder, and Brendan whirled on him, screamed in his face, "Get away from me, you rotten, crazy son of a bitch! I'll heal him! I'll heal him!" Then he vented an oath of such a vicious, ferocious, and filthy nature that he was astounded to hear it pass from his lips. He hadn't known he could use such obscene language. The soldier, thrown into an instantaneous fury, swung his machine gun high, intending to slam the butt into Brendan's face. "Wait!" Falkirk shouted, stepping in and grabbing his man's arm to halt the blow. The colonel turned to Brendan and regarded him with eyes like polished flint. "Go ahead. I want to see this. I want to see you incriminate yourself right in front of me." "Incriminate?" Brendan said. "What are you talking about?" "Go ahead," the colonel said. Brendan waited for no more encouragement, but knelt at once beside the wounded man and threw the flaps of his peacoat wide open. Blood was soaking through the sweater in 2 places, just below the left shoulder and low on the right side, a couple of inches above the belt line. He rolled up the victim's sweater, tore open the shirt beneath. Brendan put his hands on the abdominal wound first, for that appeared the worse of the 2. He didn't know what to do next. He could not recall what he thought or felt when he had healed Emmy and Winton. What triggered the healing power? He knelt in the snow, feeling the stranger's blood oozing between his fingers, acutely sensitive to the life throbbing out of the man, yet unable to concentrate the miraculous power he knew was in him. Frustration filled him again, turned to anger, and the anger turned to rage at his own impotence and stupidity, at the injustice of death, this death specifically, and all death in general. A tingle in each palm. He knew the red circles had appeared again, but he did not lift his hands from the victim to look at those stigmata. Please, he thought desperately, please let it happen. Let the healing happen. Please. Amazingly, for the first time, Brendan actually felt the mysterious energy flowing from him into the wounded man. It took shape in him and raveled out of him as if he were a spinning wheel, and as if the wondrous power were the thread that he created. He whirled it into existence in the same manner by which the formless mass on the distaff was drawn into a strong filament of thread by the action of a spinning wheel, and the wounded man was the spindle unto which this power wound itself. But Brendan was not merely a single machine producing one meager thread. He felt within himself 1,000 million wheels flashing round and round so fast they whistled and hissed as they spewed out 1,000 million insubstantial and invisible, yet binding, strongly binding, filaments. He was a loom as well, for somehow he used the countless threads of godlike power to weave a cloth of health. Unlike his experiences with Emmy Hallberg and Winton Toke, during which he had been unaware of the cures he was performing, Brendan was acutely aware of knitting up the rent tissues of this gunshot stranger. He could almost hear the clatter of the pumping treadles, the thumping of the batten beating the threads into place, the reeds forcing the weft to the web, the heddles guiding the warp, the shuttle working. Not only had he begun to acquire a conscious appreciation of his power, but he sensed that the magical force he harbored was increasing, that he was 10 times the healer he had been when he saved Winton, and would be twice as good tomorrow, indeed. Beneath him, the stranger's eyes swam into focus within seconds, blinked, and when Brendan lifted his hands from the wound, he was rewarded with a sight that took his breath away and gladdened his heart. The bleeding had already stopped. He was even more amazed to see the bullet rise out of the man's body as if being expelled by some inner pressure. It squeezed backwards from the entrance wound and popped free of the flesh with a sucking sound. Even as the spent slug, wet and dully gleaming, rolled out onto the victim's belly, the ragged hole began to close, as if Brendan were not watching the healing of a real wound, but a time-lapse film of the healing. He quickly touched the lesser wound in the man's shoulder. At once he felt the second bullet, not as deeply buried as the first, nudging out of the torn flesh. It pushed and squirmed against his palm. A thrill of triumph raced through Brendan. He had an urge to throw his head back and laugh into the chaotic fury of the storm, into the night, for the ultimate chaos and darkness of death had been defeated. The victim's eyes cleared entirely, and he looked up at Brendan with bewilderment at first, then with recognition, then with horror. "Stefan," he said. "Father Vikazik." That familiar and beloved name, coming from the lips of this complete stranger, startled Brendan and filled him with inexplicable fear for his rector and mentor. What about Father Vikazik?" "He must need your help more than I do. Quickly!" For an instant, Brendan did not understand what the man was telling him. Then, with sudden dread, he realized that the driver of the machine-gun jeep must be his rector. But that wasn't possible. How had he gotten here? When? Why? For what possible purpose would he have come? "Quickly!" the stranger repeated. Brendan leaped up, whirled toward the onlooking soldier, and Colonel Falkirk pushed between them, slipped in the snow, stumbled against the front bumper of the jeep. Holding on to the vehicle with one hand, he clambered as fast as he could around the front to the driver's door on the other side. It wouldn't open, seemed to be locked, or damaged by gunfire. He wrenched in panic, but it would not budge. He pulled harder, still nothing. Then he willed it open, and it came with a grinding and squealing of broken bits of metal, fell wide on twisted hinges. A body, slumped against the steering wheel, began to tip slowly out through the open door. Brendan grabbed Father Vikazik, dragged him out of the driver's seat, and laid him on the cold blanket of snow. This side of the jeep was touched by less light than the other. In spite of the darkness, he saw his rector's eyes, and, as if his tortured voice were coming from a great distance, Brendan heard himself say, "Dear God, no! Oh, no!" The shepherd of St. Bet's had flat, sightless, unmoving eyes that gazed at nothing in this world, but at something far beyond the veil. "Please, no!" Brendan saw, too, the furrow of a bullet that had dug its way along the skull, from the corner of the right eye to a spot just past the ear. That was not a mortal wound, but the other was. A devastating hole in the base of the throat, gaping horribly, filled with shattered flesh and stilled blood. Brendan placed his trembling hands upon Stefan Vikazik's ravaged throat. From within himself, he felt the threads of power spinning out again, 1,000,000,000 filaments in a multitude of colors and tensile strengths, all invisible yet sufficient to provide the weft and warp of a strong and flexible fabric, the very fabric of life. Then, reaching psychically within the cooling body of this man he so deeply loved and respected, Brendan tried with all his mysterious skill to weave those threads upon the loom, to repair the torn cloth of life. However, he soon became aware that the miraculous healing process required an empathy between the healer and the healed. He realized that he had previously misunderstood the process, that he was not both the spinning wheel providing the threads of power and the loom which wove them into the cloth of life. Instead, the patient had to provide the loom to use the threads of life-giving power that Brendan provided. In some strange way, the healing was a bilateral process, and no loom of life remained in Stefan Vikazik. He had died within seconds, had been dead before Brendan reached the jeep. Therefore, the multiple threads of healing power only tangled and knotted uselessly, unable to sew the damaged flesh together. Brendan could heal the wounded and cure the sick, but he could not do what had been done for Lazarus. A great, thick sob of grief shuddered from him, and another, but he refused to surrender to despair. He shook his head violently in stubborn denial of his loss, choked back another sob, and redoubled his efforts, determined to raise the dead, even though he knew he could not. He was dimly aware that he was talking, but it was a minute or two before he realized that he was praying, as he had prayed so many times in the past, though not recently. "Mary, Mother of God, pray for us. Mother most pure, pray for us. Mother most chaste, pray for us." He was praying not by reflex, not unconsciously, but ardently, with the deep, sweet conviction that the Mother of God heard his desperate cries, and that, by the combination of his new power and the Virgin's intercession, Father Vikazik would be raised up again. If he had ever lost his faith, he regained it in that dark moment. With all his heart and mind, he believed. If Father Vikazik had been taken wrongly, before his appointed time, and if the Virgin handed these pleas, wet with her own tears, to him who can never refuse his mother anything she asks in the name of love, then the ruined flesh would be made whole, and the rector would be restored to this world to complete his mission. Keeping his hands upon the wet and awful wound, kneeling, wearing no priestly raiments other than those the pure falling snow painted on his humbled shoulders, Brendan chanted the litany of the Blessed Virgin. He beseeched Mary, Queen of Angels, Queen of Apostles, Queen of Martyrs, but still his cherished rector lay motionless on the bosom of the earth. He pleaded for the Virgin's mercy, she who was the mystical rose, the morning star, the tower of ivory, health of the sick, comforter of the afflicted. But the dead eyes, once so full of warmth and intelligence and affection, stared unblinking as flakes of snow spiraled into them. "Mirror of justice, pray for us. Cause of our joy, pray for us." At last, Brendan admitted that it was the will of God that Father Vikazik move on from this place. He softly concluded the litany in a voice that grew shakier by the word. He removed his hands from the monstrous wound. Instead, he took one of Stefan Vikazik's limp, dead hands in both his own and held fast to it like a lost child. His heart was a deep vessel of grief. Colonel Leland Falkirk loomed over him. "So, you've got limits to your power, do you? Good. That's good to know." "All right then, come on. Get back there with the others." Brendan looked up into the sharp face and polished flint eyes, and he felt none of the fear that the colonel previously aroused in him. He said quietly, "He died without an opportunity to make a last confession. I am a priest, and I will stay here and do what a priest must do, and when I'm finished I will rejoin the others. The only way you'll move me now is if you kill me and drag me away. If you can't wait, then you'll have to shoot me in the back." He turned away from the colonel. Face wet with tears and melting snow, he took a deep breath and found that the Latin phrases came to his tongue without hesitation. The crawl-through that Jack had cut in the chain-link fence was small, but none of them, Jack, Dom, or Ginger, was a large person, so they all squeezed onto the grounds of Thunder Hill without difficulty, having pushed the rucksacks full of equipment ahead of them. At Jack's direction, Dom and Ginger stayed close to the fence until he had a chance to study the immediate landscape through the Startron night vision device. He was searching for posts on which surveillance cameras and photoelectric cell alarm systems might be rigged. Though blowing snow made the inspection more difficult than it would have been in better weather, he located 2 poles on which were mounted cameras that covered this portion of the Thunder Hill perimeter from different angles. He believed the lenses of both cameras were filmed with snow, though due to the storm he could not be certain. He saw no evidence of photoelectric systems to detect movement across this part of the meadow. Next, from a zippered pocket, he withdrew a wallet-sized device, an extremely sophisticated variation of a voltmeter. It could detect the passage of electric current through a line without making contact with that line, although it could not measure the strength of the current. He turned toward the open meadow, putting his back to the fence. Crouching, he held the object out at arm's length, about 2 feet above the ground, and moved slowly forward. The voltage detector would register a current from lines buried as deep as 18 inches underground, unless they were sheathed in pipes. The kind of lines he was looking for were neither that deep nor sheathed. Even the foot of new and old snow would not measurably affect the device's performance. He edged forward only about 3 yards before the detector began beeping softly and flashing its amber light. He halted immediately, stepped back a couple of feet, and called Dom and Ginger to his side. They huddled together, and Jack said, "There's a pressure-sensitive alarm grid buried an inch or two under the ground. It starts about 10 feet inside the fence, and I'm sure it runs parallel to the fence all around the facility. It's a web of wires, sealed in thin plastic that carry a low-voltage current. It's designed so the connections of some of the wires will be broken and the current interrupted if anything above a certain weight, say 50 pounds, steps on them. The weight of the snow doesn't affect it because that's evenly distributed. It reacts to localized pressure, like a footstep."
"Even I weigh more than 50 pounds, Ginger said. "How wide's this alarm grid?"
"At least 8 or 10 feet, Jack said. "They want to be sure that if someone immensely clever like me should come along and detect the system, it'll be impossible just to jump across it."
"I don't know about you," Dom said, "but I can't fly across."
"I'm not so sure you can't," Jack said. "I mean, if you had time to explore that power of yours. If you can levitate chairs, why couldn't you levitate yourself?"
He saw this suggestion had startled Dom.
"But you haven't time to learn to control your power, so we'll have to rely on what's gotten us this far."
"What's that?"
Ginger asked. "My genius," Jack said with a grin. "Here's what we'll do. We'll walk along the perimeter, staying in the safe ground between the fence and the alarm grid, until we find a place where there's a big, sturdy tree standing 20 or 30 feet deeper in the meadow, well beyond the width of the grid."
"Then?" Dom asked.
"You'll see."
"What if we don't find a tree?"
Ginger asked.
"Doc," Jack said, "I had you pegged as a go-getting optimist. If I say we need a tree, I'd expect you to tell me we'll find a forest and have 1,000 to choose from."
They found the tree, only 300 yards down the slope toward the valley floor. It was a huge pine of such age and character that it offered the thick and widely separated limbs that Jack required. It towered 80 feet or higher, a snow-dusted monolith looming out of the storm, and it was 30 or 35 feet back from the fence, well beyond the farther edge of the alarm grid. Using the Startron again, Jack studied the massive pine until he found exactly the right branch. It had to be sturdy, yet not much higher than the fence with which it would form the opposing stanchions of a rope bridge. He put the Startron away again. From one of the rucksacks, he removed the 4-pronged grappling hook that had been one of the many items on Ginger's and Faye's shopping list when they had visited Elko earlier in the day. Tied to the hook was a 100-foot length of hawser-laid nylon rope, 5/16 of an inch in diameter, the kind made for serious climbers, and capable not only of holding one of them but of supporting all their weight at the same time. He tested the knot where the line tied to the hook, though he had tested it a dozen times before. He arranged the coil of rope at his feet, stepping on the loose end to prevent the entire length from being carried away when he pitched the grappling hook, but leaving most of it free to pay out.
"Stand aside," he said.
Dangling the hook from his right hand on 2 feet of line, he began to swing it
around and around, faster, faster, until the whoosh of it cutting the air was even louder than the storm wind. When he felt the velocity was right, he let go with his right hand, and the rope slipped loosely through his left hand, trailing after the grapple. The hook arced up and out into the storm. Though it had sufficient mass and momentum to be unbothered by the wind, it fell short of its target by about 3 feet. Jack reeled it back through the snow, churning the virgin mantle. He had to jerk on it a few times, and then patiently finesse it when it got caught on something. He was not concerned about dragging it across the buried, pressure-sensitive grid, for it was not nearly heavy enough to trigger that alarm. In a minute or two, he had it in hand again. Without having been told what to do, Dom had knelt and coiled the rope once more as it came in. Now Jack was ready to try again. His second pitch landed just where he wanted it. The hook firmly snared the target branch. With the grapple securely planted, he took the other end of the rope to the nearest fence post. He slipped it through the chain link, about 7 feet off the ground, wrapped it around the post, threaded it through the chain link on the other side and all the way around the post again. He pulled on it with all his strength until the line between the post and the distant tree was taut. Then he enlisted Dom's and Ginger's help to keep it taut while he knotted it tightly to the post. As a result, they had a rope bridge that was 7 feet off the ground where it began at the fence, angling up to a height of about 9 feet at the tree. That slight incline, even over a mere 35 feet, would make the crossing more difficult, but it was as near to level as Jack could make it. He jumped high, grabbed the line with both hands, swung his body back and forth a few times to get momentum, then kicked up and threw his legs over the rope, crossing his ankles atop it. Like a playful koala bear clinging to the underside of a horizontal branch, he hung with his face turned skyward and his back parallel to the ground. By extending his arms behind him and pulling himself on the line, and by alternately scrunching his legs up and extending them while keeping his ankles locked, he could inchworm along with no danger of touching the ground. He demonstrated the technique for Dom and Ginger. Before he reached the danger zone defined by the pressure-sensitive alarm grid, he let go first with his feet, then with his hands, and dropped to the ground. Dom tried getting onto the line. He attained a hand grip with his first jump, but he needed a full minute to swing his legs up and over, though he did it, then dropped back to the ground. Ginger, only 5'2", had to be given a boost to get a proper hand grip, but to Jack's surprise, she required no assistance to kick up and wrap her legs over the line without delay. "You're in pretty good shape," Jack told her. "Yes, well," she said, swinging back to the ground. "That's because every Tuesday, on my day off, I eat buckets of Veroniki, several pounds of graham cracker cake, and enough blintzes to sink a ship. Diet, Jack. That's the key to fitness." Shrugging his arms through the straps on one of the rucksacks and buckling it in place on his back, Jack said, "Okay, now, I'll cross the rope bridge first with the 2 heaviest bags, which leaves 1 sack for each of you. Ginger, you'll come second. Dom, you'll bring up the rear. When you come across, the rope will sag more the closer you get to the center of the span, even as taut as we've made it, but don't worry. It won't droop far enough to put you in contact with the ground and set off the alarm. Keep your feet locked around the line, and for God's sake, don't accidentally let go with both hands at the same time as you're pulling yourself along. Try to make it all the way to the tree just to be safe, but if your arms and legs give out, you can come down 10 or 12 feet this side of the pine, if you must, which will probably be past the other end of the alarm grid." "We'll make it all the way," Ginger said confidently. "It's only 30 or 35 feet. "In just 10 feet, Jack said, fastening the second rucksack to his chest. "You'll feel as if your arms are coming out of their sockets. In 15 feet, you'll feel as if they have come out of their sockets." Something about Brendan Cronin's reaction to his rector's death had jolted Leland Falkirk. When the young priest demanded to be given time and privacy to deliver the last rites to Stefan Vikazik,
There had been a fierce fire of indignation in his eyes, and such hot grief in his voice that his humanity could not be in doubt. Leland's fear of alien possession was voracious, eating him alive. He had seen, and others had discovered, strange things inside that starship, enough to justify his fear, if not his total paranoia. But even he found it difficult to believe that Cronin's anguish was the clever play-acting of an inhuman intelligence in disguise. Yet Cronin, with his bizarre powers, was one of two prime suspects, one of the two witnesses most likely to have been taken over, the other being Dominic Corvasis. Where did the healing and telekinesis come from, if not from an alien puppet master living within the man's body? Leland was confused. With powdery snow pluming up around his feet, he walked away from the kneeling priest, then stopped and shook his head and tried to clear his thoughts. He saw the other 6 witnesses by Jack Twist's Cherokee, still under guard. He saw his soldiers, caught between the need to do their duty as they were told, and a confusion worse than Leland's own. He saw the stranger who had been with Vikazik, now up and moving around, miraculously whole. That healing seemed wonderful, an event calling for celebration, not fear, a blessing, not a curse. But Leland knew what lay inside Thunder Hill. That dark knowledge put things in a different perspective. The healing was a ruse, clever misdirection to make him think the benefits of cooperation with the enemy were too great to justify resistance. They were offering an end to pain, and perhaps an end to all death other than that too sudden to be avoided. But Leland knew the very essence of life was pain. It was dangerous to believe escape from suffering was possible. Dangerous, because such hopes were routinely destroyed, and the pain following in the wake of shattered hopes was far worse than it would have been if you had just faced it and endured it in the first place. Leland believed that pain, physical, mental, emotional, was the core of the human condition, that survival and sanity depended upon embracing pain rather than resisting it or dreaming of escape. You had to thrive on pain to avoid being defeated by it, and anyone who came along with an offer of transcendence must be greeted with disbelief, contempt, and deep distrust. Leland was no longer confused. The big army truck, Georgia supposed it was a troop transport, had hard metal benches along both sides and also against the forward wall that separated the driver's compartment from the rear. Dangling leather loops, riveted to the walls at regular intervals, provided those on the benches with something to hang on to when the ride got rough or steep. Father Vikazik's corpse had been laid on the forward bench and secured with lines that tied under the seat and then to the wall straps, forming a rope basket to restrain the body's movement. Everyone else, Georgia, Marcy, Brendan, Ernie, Fay, Sandy, Ned, and Parker, sat on the side benches. Usually, the rear doors were held shut only by the interior latch, allowing soldiers to get out quickly in case of an accident or other emergency. But this time, Colonel Falkirk himself slid the bolt into place on the outside. The sound of it made Georgia think of prison cells and dungeons, and filled her with despair. A fluorescent light was set in the ceiling, but Falkirk did not order it lit. They were forced to ride in darkness. Although Ernie Block had endured the night remarkably well thus far, everyone had expected him to come apart when he was locked in the pitch-black bay of the truck. But he sat beside Fay, holding her hand, and coped. He had periodic bouts of anxiety, marked only by spells of hyperventilation, which he quickly overcame. "I'm beginning to remember the jets Dom spoke of," Ernie said, soon after they got in the truck, before it started to move. "There were at least 4, swooping low. 2 very low."
and then something else happened I can't recall. But after that, I remember getting in the motel van and driving like hell down toward I-80, out toward the special place along the highway that means so much to Sandy, too. That's all so far. But the more I remember, the less afraid I am of the dark.
The colonel put no guards in with them. He seemed to think it would be dangerous for even 2 or 3 heavily armed soldiers to ride in their company. Before herding them into the truck, the colonel had seemed on the brink of ordering their execution, right there along Vista Valley Road. Georgia's stomach had knotted painfully with fear. Finally, Falkirk calmed down, though Georgia was not convinced he would let them live once they arrived wherever they were going. He had demanded to know where Ginger, Dom, and Jack had gone. At first, no one would respond, which infuriated him. He placed his hand on Marcy's head and quietly told them what pain he would put the child through if they continued to be difficult. Ernie had spoken at once, cursing Falkirk as a disgrace to his uniform, and reluctantly revealing that Ginger, Dom, and Jack had gone west from the Tranquility, heading for Battle Mountain, Winnemucca, and ultimately Reno.
"We were afraid all the routes to Elko would be watched," Ernie said. "We didn't want to put all our eggs in one basket."
It was a lie, of course. For a moment, Georgia wanted to scream at Ernie not to jeopardize her daughter's life with transparent lies. But she realized Falkirk had no way of knowing for sure that it was a phony story. The colonel was suspicious, but Ernie provided more details of the route Jack was supposedly following, and at last Falkirk sent 4 of his men to check it out. Now, as the truck rumbled and jolted through the windy night toward a destination Falkirk had not shared with them, Georgia hung on to a strap with one hand and held Marcy with her free arm. The girl made things easier by clinging fiercely to Georgia. Her semi-catatonic limpness had given way to a strong need for affection and contact, though she was still by no means connected with reality. But her sudden need to hug and be hugged seemed to Georgia a hopeful sign that she would find her way back from the dark domain into which she had retreated. Georgia would not have believed that anything could distract her entirely from her intense concern about her daughter. But a couple of minutes after the truck started to move, Parker Fane began to tell them why he and Father Vikazik had been making that risky cross-country trek through the snow-swept night. The news he related was so momentous that it pushed everything else from Georgia's mind and held her rapt. He told them about Calvin Sharkle, about how Brendan had passed on his power to Emmy Hallberg and Winton Toke. "And now, perhaps, to me," Parker said, with such wonder in his voice that it was communicated instantly to Georgia and caused gooseflesh to break out all over her. Parker spoke of the CISG, and he told them what they must have seen on that long-lost summer night in July. Something had come down. Something had come down from the sky, and the world would never be the same again. Something had come down. As that amazing news was revealed, the darkness in the truck was filled with an excited babble of voices. Reactions from Faye's initial stunned disbelief to Sandy's instant and enthusiastic acceptance. Not only did Sandy accept, but she abruptly remembered large pieces of the forbidden night, as if Parker's revelation had been a sledge that had struck a wrecking blow upon her memory block. The jets came over, and the 4th one blew across the roof of the motel, so low it almost took the top off the building, and by that time we were all out of the diner. People were coming over from the motel, but the shaking was still going on, the ground vibrating just like in a quake, the air vibrating too. Her tone of voice was a peculiar mix of delight and trepidation, both joyful and haunted. In the darkness, everyone fell silent to hear what she had to say. Then Dom. I didn't know his name then, but it was Dom, all right. He turned away from the jets and looked up and back across the roof of the diner, and he shouted, "The moon! The moon!" We all turned, and there was a moon, brighter than usual, creepy bright, and for a moment it seemed to be falling on us. Oh, don't you remember? Don't you remember what it felt like to look up and see the moon falling on us? Yes, Ernie said softly, almost reverently. I remember. I remember, Brendan said. And Georgia had a glimmer of memory, the recollected image of a lambent moon, eerily bright, rushing toward them. Sandy said, Some people screamed, and some started to run. We were so scared, all of us. And the powerful shaking and roaring got louder. You could feel it in your bones, a sound like kettle drums and shotgun blasts all mixed up with the greatest wind you ever heard, though there was no wind. But there was the other sound, too, the queer whistling, warbling, fluty sort of sound under the thunder, getting louder by the second. The moon got very bright all of a sudden. These beams came down from it, lit up the parking lot with a frosty sort of glow, and then changed. The moon turned red, blood red. Then we all knew it wasn't the moon, not the moon, but something else. Georgia saw, in memory, the lunar form turning from frost white to scarlet. With that recollection, barriers implanted by the mind control specialists began to crumble like sand castles under the assault of a high tide. She wondered how she could have looked so often at Marcy's album of moons and not have been nudged toward understanding. Now, understanding came in a flood, and she began to tremble with fear of the unknown and with an indescribable exultation. Then it came over the diner, Sandy said, with such awe in her voice that she might have been seeing the starship descend right now, not in memory but in reality, and for the first time. It came in as low as the jet that had gone before it, but it wasn't moving nearly as fast as the jet. Slow, hardly faster than the Goodyear blimp, which seemed impossible, because you could tell it was heavy, not like a blimp, ever so heavy. Yet it drifted across us so slow, so beautiful and slow, and in that instant we all knew what it was, what it had to be, because it was nothing that had ever been made on this world. Georgia's tremors grew as the memory returned with greater vividness. She recalled standing in the parking lot of the Tranquility Grill with Marcy in her arms, looking up at the craft. It glided through the warm July night above and would have looked almost serene, except for the thunderous sounds and bass vibrations that accompanied it. As Sandy had said, once the misapprehension of a falling moon was dispelled, they knew instantly what they were seeing. Yet the ship looked nothing like the flying saucers and rockets seen in 1,000 movies and television shows. There was nothing dazzling about it, other than the very fact of its existence. No coruscating bands of multicolored lights, no weirdly extruding spines and nodules, no inexplicable excrescences in its design, no unearthly sheen of unknown metal or peculiarly positioned viewports or blazing exhaust or strange, wicked-looking armaments. The enveloping scarlet glow was apparently an energy field by which it remained aloft and propelled itself. Otherwise, it was quite plain. A cylinder of considerable size, though not even as large as, say, the fuselage of an old DC-3, perhaps only 50 feet long and 12 or 15 feet in diameter. It was rounded at each end, rather like two well-worn tubes of lipstick welded together at their bases. Through the shining energy field a hull was visible, though it was singularly unimpressive, with few features, and none of them dramatic, somewhat mottled, as if by time and great tribulation. In memory, Georgia watched it descend again, across the diner toward I-80, while the jet escorts wheeled and barrel-rolled and swooped and zoomed in the sky above and to the east and west. Now, as on that wondrous night, her breath caught, her heart pounded, her breast swelled with turbulently mixed emotions, and she felt as if she were standing before a door beyond which lay the meaning of life, a door to which she had suddenly been given the key. Sandy said, "It came down, in the barrens beyond I-80. At that place some of us knew was special, though we didn't know why. The jets were buzzing it. Everyone at the motel and diner just had to get down there. Couldn't hold us back. My God, nothing could have held us back. So we piled in cars and trucks and took off."
"Faye and I went in the motel van," Ernie said out of the darkness in the troop transport, no longer breathing hard, his nyctophobia burned away in the heat of memory. "Dom and Ginger went with us. That pro-gambler, too. Lomack. Zebediah Lomack from Reno. That's why he wrote our names on the moon posters in his house, the ones Dom told us about. Some dim but urgent memory of riding with us in the van down to the ship must have almost busted through his memory block."
"And Georgia," Sandy said, "you and your husband and Marcy and a couple other people rode in the back of our pickup. Brendan, Jack, and others went in cars, strangers, piling in with strangers, but in some way none of us were strangers anymore. When we got there we parked on the berm, and a couple other cars pulled up coming west from Elko. People were running across the divider. Cars driving in from the west just stopped right on the highway, and we all gathered on the shoulder of the road for a minute, looking out there at the ship. The glow around it had faded, though there was still a luminous quality to it. Amber now, instead of red. It set some clumps of sagebrush and bunchgrass on fire when it first touched down, but those burned out almost entirely by the time we got there. It was funny how we all gathered along the edge of the road, not shouting or talking or noisy in any way, but quiet. All of us so quiet at first, hesitating, knowing we were standing on a cliff, but that jumping off the cliff wasn't going to be a fall. It was going to be like jumping off and up. I can't explain that feeling too well, but you know. Georgia knew. She felt it now, as she had then, the almost too wonderful to bear feeling that humankind had been living in a dark box, and that the lid had just been torn off at last. The feeling that the night would never again seem as dark and foreboding, or the future as frightening as it had been in the past. "And as I stood there," Sandy said, "looking out at that luminous ship, so beautiful, so impossible, there on the plains, everything that had happened to me when I was a little girl, all the abuse and pain and terror, didn't matter as much anymore. Just like that." She snapped her fingers in the dark. "Just like that, my father didn't terrify me anymore." Her voice cracked with emotion. "I mean, I hadn't seen him since I was 14, more than a decade, but I still lived with the fear that someday he'd walk in again, and he'd take me again, make me go with him. That was silly, but I still lived with the fear, 'cause life was a nightmare for me, and in bad dreams those things happen. But as I stood there, watching the ship with everyone's silent, and the night so big, the jets overhead. I knew my father could never scare me again, even if he did show up someday, because he's nothing. Nothing. Just a sick little man, a speck, one tiny grain of sand on the biggest beach you can ever imagine. Yes, Georgia thought, filled with the joy of Sandy's discovery. Yes, that was what this ship from beyond meant. Freedom from our worst and most inhibiting fears. Although the vessel's occupants might bring no answers to the problems that beset humanity, their mere presence was in a way an answer in itself. Her voice thickening even further with emotion, beginning to cry now, not with sadness but with happiness, Sandy said, "And looking at the ship out there, I felt all of a sudden as if I could put all the pain behind me forever, and as if I was somebody. All my life, see, I felt I was nothing, less than nothing, filthy and worthless, just a thing that had its uses maybe, but nothing with dignity. And then I realized we're all just grains of sand on that beach. None of us so very much more important than any of the rest of us. But more than that," she gave a small cry of frustration. "Oh, I wish I had words. I wish I had words and knew how to use them better." "You're doing all right," Faye said quietly. "By God, girl, you're doing all right." And Sandy said, "But even though we're just grains of sand, we're also part of a race that might someday go up there, out there, into all that darkness, out where the creatures in that ship came from. So even as grains of sand, we have a place and purpose. Do you see? We just got to be kind to one another and keep going. And one day all of us, all the billions of us who were and are, will be out there with those who'll come after us. Out there, on top of all the darkness. And anything we ever endured will have been worth it somehow, because it'll have been a part of our getting there. All of that hit me in a flash while we stood there along the interstate, and suddenly that night right there, I started crying and laughing both." "I remember," Ned said from his part of the darkness. "Oh, God, now I remember. I do. It's all coming back. We were standing there on the side of the road, and you grabbed hold of me and hugged me. It was the first time you ever told me you loved me. The first time. Though I'd known you did. You hugged me. You told me you loved me. It was crazy. Right there with a spaceship come down. And you know what? For a few minutes, you holding me and telling me you loved me, the spaceship didn't matter. All that mattered was you telling me. After so long." His voice filled with emotion, too, and Georgia sensed that he was putting his arms around Sandy in the gloom on the other side of the truck. "And they took that away from me. They came with their damn drugs and their mind control, and they took away from me the first time you told me you loved me. But I got it back now, Sandy, and they're never taking it away from me again, never again." Faye said plaintively, "I still can't remember anything. I want to remember, too. I want to be a part of it." Everyone was silent as the transport rumbled through the night. Georgia knew the others must be pondering some of the same thoughts that were rushing through her mind. The mere existence of another and superior intelligence put human strife in a different context. Mankind's
endless, violent struggles to dominate and enslave, to impress one philosophy or another upon the entire race at any cost in blood and pain. That seemed so hopelessly petty and fruitless now. All narrow, power-centered philosophies would surely collapse. Religions that preached the oneness of all men would probably thrive, but those that encouraged violent conversion would not. In some way impossible to explain, but easy to feel, just as Sandy had felt it, Georgia was aware that extraterrestrial contact had the potential to make one nation of all mankind, one vast family. For the first time in history, every individual could have the respect that only a good, loving family, no king, no government, could bestow. Something had come down from the sky, and all humankind could be lifted up.
Moon,
Marcy murmured against Georgia's neck.
moon, moon.
Georgia wanted to say, "Everything will be fine, honey. We'll help you remember now that we know what it is you've forgotten. And when you do recall it, you'll realize it's nothing to be scared about. You'll realize it's wonderful, honey, and you'll laugh." But she did not say any of that, for she did not know what Falkirk intended to do with them. As long as they were in the Colonel's custody, she did not hold out much prospect for a happy ending. Brendan Cronin said,
I remember more. I remember descending the embankment from the interstate, moving out toward the ship. It lay like shimmering amber quartz. I walked slowly toward it, with the jets swooping overhead, other people coming with me, including you, Faye, and you, Ernie, and Dom, and Ginger. But only Dom and Ginger came all the way to the ship with me, and when we got there we found a door, a round portal, open.
Georgia remembered standing on the shoulder of I-80, afraid to go closer to the ship, and blaming her reluctance on the need to keep Marcy safe. Wanting to call out a warning, and at the same time wanting to urge them on, she had watched Brendan, Dom, and Ginger approach the golden craft. The three had begun to move out of sight along the side of the ship, and everyone still on the shoulder of the highway had rushed eastward 100 feet or so to keep them in view. Georgia had seen the portal, too, a round circle of blazing light on the side of the glimmering hull.
The three of us gathered in front of the door.
Brendan spoke softly, yet his voice carried above the rumble of the truck.
Dom and Ginger and me. We thought something would come out, but nothing did. Instead, there was a quality about the light inside, the wonderful golden light I've seen in my dreams, a comforting and compelling warmth that drew us somehow. We were scared. Dear God, we were scared. But we heard helicopters coming, and we sensed government people would take over the second they arrived on the scene. Take over and push us back, and we were determined to be part of it. And that light! So you went inside, Georgia said.
Yes, Brendan said.
I remember, Sandy said. Yes, you went inside, all three of you. Went inside.
The immensity of the memory was overwhelming. The moment when the first representatives of the human race had set foot for the first time into a place built neither by nature nor by human hands. The moment that forever divided history into before and after. Remembering, their memory blocks having entirely crumbled, no one could speak for a while. The truck rumbled toward its unguessable destination. The darkness within the vehicle seemed vast, yet the 8 of them were as close as any people had ever been since the dawn of time. At last, Parker said, "What happened, Brendan?"
What happened to the three of you when you went inside?"
Using the rope bridge, they crossed the pressure-sensitive alarm grid. Pausing several times to employ other clever devices in Jack's bag of tricks, they passed through the finely woven web of electronic security that guarded the grounds of Thunder Hill, coming at last to the main entrance. Ginger looked up at the immense blast doors. The blowing snow had stuck and frozen to the burnished steel in cryptic patterns that looked as if they ought to have some meaning. A two-lane blacktop led away from the doors. Heating coils were evidently embedded in it, for not a speck of snow lay on the pavement, and steam rose from its surface. The road curved down and west across the meadow into the forest, where the lights of the main gate glowed softly in the distance. She could not see the guardhouse past which they had crept in the pickup, but she knew it was out there. If visitors were admitted during the next few minutes, or if the guards changed shifts and returned to the depository, the jig was up. She and Dom and Jack could scurry off, lie in the snow, hide. However, obviously little traffic passed through here, for the snow around the smaller door was smooth and undisturbed when they arrived. Therefore, the fresh tracks they left would guarantee apprehension as surely as a tripped alarm. They had to get inside quickly, if they had any hope of getting inside at all. The smaller single door to the right of the blast doors looked no less formidable than those giant portals, but Jack was unperturbed. He had brought along an attaché-sized computer called SLIX, and although Ginger had forgotten exactly what the acronym stood for, she knew from Jack that it was a device for penetrating electronic locks of various types, and that it was not for sale to members of the general public. She did not ask where he had gotten it. They worked in silence. Ginger kept a lookout for incoming headlights from the main gate and surveyed the snowy expanse of the meadow for a foot patrol, though they were confident no guards were on prowl. Dom held a flashlight on the 10-digit code board that was the equivalent of a keyhole in an ordinary door, while Jack employed the probes of the SLIX in search of the sequence of numbers that would gain entrance. Crouching on one knee in the snow, alert for trouble, Ginger felt exposed, and much farther than 2,400 miles from her life in Boston. The wind stung her face, the snow melted in her lashes and trickled into her eyes. What a cockamamie situation. Meshuggah, that an innocent person could be driven to such a state as they'd been. Who did this damn Colonel Falkirk think he was? The people who gave him his orders, who did they think they were? Not true Americans. Real momsers. That's what they were, all of them. She remembered the picture of Falkirk in the newspaper. She had known at once that he was a Trefniak, a person not to be trusted, not an inch, never. And she knew something else, too. Whenever she began to pepper her thoughts or her speech with this much Yiddish, she must be in deep trouble or very much afraid. Less than 4 minutes after Jack set to work, Ginger was startled by a whoosh of compressed air behind her. She turned and saw the door had already slid into its recess. Dom stumbled back in surprise. Jack fell on his butt. When Ginger went to help him up, he showed her that the door had slid open so suddenly and with such force that he had not had time to withdraw the SLIX probe from the mechanism. It had torn the probe right out of the computer. But the door was open, and no alarms were ringing. Beyond was a 12-foot-long concrete tunnel about 8 or 9 feet in diameter. It was lit by fluorescent bulbs. It angled to the left, where it ended at another steel door. "Stay here," Jack said, stepping into the tunnel to look around. Ginger stood at Dom's side, and though she knew part of the plan was to give themselves up as hostages, she also knew that, on instinct, she would bolt and run at the first sign of trouble. Dom apparently sensed her thoughts, for he put an arm around her as much to restrain her as to reassure her that she was not alone. After a minute or so, When still no alarm bells or sirens had split the night, Jack stepped back out into the storm and joined them where they stood 6 or 8 feet from the door.
2 surveillance cameras on the ceiling of the tunnel.
They saw you? Dom asked.
I don't believe so. No, because they didn't check my movements. I suspect you have to close the outer door before there's any hope of getting the inner door open. And as soon as you do close the outer door, the cameras are activated. I also noticed some gas jets concealed along the lighting fixtures. The way I see it, you close the outer door, and the cameras look you over, and if they don't like what they see, they can hit you with either a knockout gas or something deadly.
Dom said, "We're ready to be captured, but not gassed like moles."
"We aren't going to close the outer door unless we've already got the inner one open," Jack said.
"But you told us that wasn't—"
"There may be a way," Jack said, winking his cast eye.
The first step was to pile their rucksacks out of the way and cover them with snow. Jack did not think they would have any further need of his high-tech devices and would only be slowed down by the weight. The second step, after they entered the tunnel, was for Dom to lift Ginger so, instructed by Jack, she could use a knife to saw through the wires on the surveillance cameras, putting them out of commission. Again, she expected an alarm to go off, but none did. Leaving the outer door open, Jack led them to the inner barrier.
"This one has no keyboard to disengage the lock, so it doesn't matter that the slicks was damaged."
"Should we be talking in here?" Ginger asked nervously. "Aren't there liable to be microphones?"
"Yes, but I doubt anyone's monitoring until that outer door closes, because that's probably what engages the computer's attention and starts the clearance program for anyone trying to enter. And even if there's a guard beyond this door, he's not going to hear our voices through all this steel. Not even if we shout," Jack said, though he spoke barely above a whisper. He pointed to a panel of glass set in the tunnel wall to the right of the door.
"That's the only way to unlock it. They were just starting to install locks like this in high-security installations when I left the service 8 years ago. You put your palm against the glass, the security computer scans your prints, and if you're authorized to enter, the door opens."
"And if you're not authorized to enter?" Dom asked in a whisper.
"The gas jets."
"So how can you open it?" Ginger asked.
"I can't."
"But you said—"
"I said there might be a way," Jack told her. "And there might."
He looked at Dom and smiled.
"You can probably open it."
Dom stared at Jack as if the ex-thief had lost his mind.
"Me? You serious? What would I know about sophisticated security systems?"
"Nothing," Jack said. "But you have the power to peel thousands of paper moons off walls and send them dancing through the air all at once, and you can levitate a score of chairs and perform other nifty tricks. So I don't see why you can't reach into the mechanism of that door and cause it to slide open."
"But I can't. I don't know how."
"Think about it. Concentrate. Do whatever you did to move the salt shaker last night."
Dom shook his head vigorously.
"I can't control the power. You saw how it got out of hand. What if it runs wild here? I could hurt you or Ginger. I might inadvertently activate the gas jets and kill us all. No, too risky."
They stood in silence for a moment, with the wind huffing and whistling eerily at the open outer door. Jack said,
"Dom, if you don't try, then the only way we'll get inside is as captives."
Dom remained adamant. Jack walked back to the outer door. Ginger started to follow him because she thought he was leaving, but he stopped just inside the mouth of the tunnel and raised his hand over a button on the wall. He said,
"This is a heat-sensitive switch, Dom. If you won't try to open that inner door, then I'll touch this switch and close the outer door, trapping us here. That'll start the computer's entry clearance program, and when the computer discovers the surveillance cameras have been put out of commission,
It'll sound an alarm that'll alert the security men."
"One of the reasons we came here was to be caught," Dom said.
"We came to have a look around and then get caught, if possible."
"Well," Dom said, "we'll have to settle for just getting caught." The tunnel's heat had escaped into the night. Their breath plumed from them again. Those smoking exhalations heightened the impression that the two men were engaged in a battle, though it was a battle of wills rather than one of physical strength. Standing between them, Ginger had no doubt who would win. She liked and admired Dom Corvasis more than any man she had met in a long time, partly because he seemed to embody both the drive and determination of Anna Weiss and the modest shyness of Jacob. He was good-hearted and, in his own way, wise. She would have trusted him with her life. In fact, she had already trusted him with it. But she knew Jack Twist would win, for he was used to winning, while Dom, by his own admission, had been a winner only since the summer before last. Jack said, "If they can't see us, they'll gas us for sure. Maybe they'll just sedate us, but maybe to be safe they'll use cyanide gas, or some deadly nerve gas that'll penetrate our clothes because, after all, they can't be sure we're not wearing gas masks." "You're bluffing."
"Am I?"
"You wouldn't kill us."
"You're dealing with a professional criminal, remember?"
"You were. No more."
"Still got a black heart,"
Jack said, grinning. And this time there was a disconcertingly maniacal note to his humor, and a cold glint in his misaligned eye that made Ginger wonder if he actually might risk killing them all if he didn't get his way. "Our dying isn't part of the plan," Dom said. "It'll screw up everything."
"And your refusal to help? That's not part of the plan either," Jack said.
"For God's sake, Dom, do it!"
Dom hesitated. He glanced at Ginger.
"Step as far out of the way as you can." She moved back beside Jack Twist.
"Dom, if it does come open," Jack said, still keeping one hand raised over the heat-sensitive switch that would close the outer door, "go through fast. There's a guard in there somewhere. He'll be real surprised when the door opens because the entry clearance program hasn't been run. If you can knock him down quickly, I'll be right behind you to silence him. That'll improve our chances of getting deeper into the installation and seeing what's to see before they nail our asses." Dom nodded, faced the inner door again. He looked over the frame, put one hand to the steel, moved his fingertips back and forth in the manner of an old-time safecracker feeling for the telltale vibration of falling tumblers. Then he turned to study the glass panel that read palm prints and fingerprints. Jack lowered his hand from the switch that he had threatened to hit and glanced at the stormy night beyond the outer door. He whispered so softly to Ginger that Dom, at the far end of the tunnel, could not have heard. "I get a creepy feeling that any minute now the giant's gonna come down the beanstalk and stomp us all flat." She knew then that he would not have risked their destruction, that he would probably just have led them out to the guardhouse at the main gate and asked to be arrested. But with his murderous glower he had been thoroughly convincing. Abruptly, the inner door whooshed open. Even though Dom was the agent of its movement, he was so startled that he jumped back a step instead of rushing through immediately as Jack had told him to do. He realized his error as he made it, and he leapt across the threshold into the subterranean world beyond. Jack hit the button to close the outer door even before Dom was across the inner threshold, then ran after the writer. Ginger followed. She expected the sounds of struggle or gunfire, but heard neither. When she stepped out of the concrete tunnel, she found herself in another huge tunnel with natural rock walls, where lights were suspended from scaffolding overhead. The passage was about 60 feet across, at least 100 yards long,
beginning inside the massive steel blast doors and ending far away at what appeared to be banks of elevators. 3 yards in from the door, a guard's table was cemented to the concrete floor. A watchman's log was chained to the table. A few issues of recent magazines were stacked beside the log. There was a computer terminal as well, but no guards were in sight. In fact, the entire tunnel was deserted. The place was as still and silent as a mausoleum. Not even the drip of water from a stalactite or the rustle of bat wings in the vault above. But Ginger supposed that a multi-billion-dollar facility designed to weather World War III would not be plagued by either condensation or flying rodents.
"Should be guards,"
Jack murmured. His voice echoed sibilantly off the rock walls.
"What now?"
Dom asked shakily. Clearly, he had been surprised by his ability to focus his power so soon after the near catastrophe in the diner last night.
"Something's wrong,"
Jack said.
"I don't know what.
But no guard? Something's wrong." He skinned back the hood of his ski suit and pulled the zipper down a few inches, and the others did the same. Jack said softly,
"This is just the cargo receiving area. Trucks come in and unload. The main part of the installation must be below us, so I don't like this emptiness. But I guess we go down." "If we've got to go, then let's stop schmoozing and get a move on,"
Ginger said, heading toward the far end of the tunnel. She heard the inner door swish as Jack closed it. They went farther into Thunder Hill. 2. Fear. They made hardly more noise than 3 mice easing past a dozing cat, yet their footsteps echoed in the rock-walled vault. Not loudly. The echoes did not sound like footsteps, but rather like the whispers and murmurs of conspirators, hidden within the shadowed niches on all sides. Dom's uneasiness grew. They crept past a couple of enormous elevators. Each of them was 70 feet wide and nearly as deep, open platforms that were raised and lowered by synchronized hydraulic shafts at each corner, more than big enough to move fighter aircraft in and out of the bowels of the mountain. They passed smaller cargo lifts, too, and finally came to a pair of standard-size elevators. Before Jack could press the call button for the lift, Dom was hit by another flash of memory. As before, it was sufficiently vivid to displace current reality. This time, he recalled the crucial event of July 6th, the white-to-scarlet metamorphosis of the moon, which suddenly proved not to be the moon at all, but a head-on view of the rounded bow of a descending ship. It was a plain cylinder with few features, none remarkable, almost homely in a way, yet he sensed immediately that its journey, ending here, had not begun anywhere on this world. When the initial power of the memory faded enough to allow reality to impinge upon him once more, Dom found himself leaning against the closed doors of the lift with both hands, his head hanging down between his arms. He felt a hand on his shoulder, turned, and saw Ginger. Jack was standing behind her. She said,
"What's wrong?"
"I remembered. More."
"What?"
Jack asked. Dom told them. He didn't need to convince them that contact with an extraterrestrial craft had been made that summer night. The moment he reminded them of what they'd seen, their own memory blocks crumbled as quickly as his. In their faces, he saw the singularly unique blend of awe, terror, joy, and hope that the event aroused.
"We went inside,"
Ginger said wonderingly.
"Yes,"
Jack said.
"You, Dom, and Brendan."
"But," Ginger said,
I can't quite remember what happened to us in there."
"Me neither," Dom said. "That part hasn't come back to me yet. I recall everything, Up to the minute we went through the hatch, into that golden light. Then, nothing. For a moment, they were oblivious of their perilous surroundings. Ginger's lovely, delicate face was bone white. Partly it was the bloodless look of fear, but not fear alone. Dom now understood, as Ginger did, why they had responded to each other so powerfully the instant that she had gotten off the plane at the Elko County Airport on Sunday. That summer night, they went into the ship together and shared something that had forever bonded them.
"The ship's here, inside Thunder Hill," she said. "It must be."
Dom agreed. That's why the government took the land away from those ranchers. They enlarged the grounds of the depository to make it more difficult for anyone to spot the truck that brought the ship in. Jack said, "It would have been a hell of a big load." "Like those huge trucks they haul the space shuttle on," Dom said. Jack said, "Yeah, but why would they hide what happened?" "I don't know," Dom said. He tapped the button that would summon the elevator. "But maybe we can find out." The elevator arrived with a quiet hum, and they rode down to the second level. Judging from the length of the ride, the top 2 floors of the installation were separated by several stories of solid rock. The doors opened at last, and they stepped into an immense, circular cavern 300 feet in diameter. From far above, the scaffolded lights shed wintry beams on an odd collection of sheet metal buildings that hugged the walls most of the way around the chamber. Warmer light shone at small windows in 2 of those structures. Otherwise, they were dark and appeared untenanted. Dom thought it looked a little like a film crew on location, a bunch of dressing room trailers. 4 large caverns branched from the main chamber, one of which was closed off by huge wooden doors that were curiously primitive for an otherwise highly modern facility. In the 3 adjacent open caverns, lights glowed, and Dom saw stored equipment, jeeps, troop carriers, trucks, helicopters, and even jet aircraft, in addition to other trailer-like buildings with more lights at the windows than those in the main chamber. Thunder Hill was an enormous arsenal and a self-sustaining subterranean city, which Dom had known, but he had not guessed at the immensity of it. More mystifying than the depository's many wonders was its air of abandonment. The second level was as deserted and silent as the first. No guards, no busy personnel, no voices or sounds of labor. True, the caverns were slightly cool, and at this time of the evening most of the staff would probably keep to the heated living quarters. But a few should have been in sight, and if most were off duty there should have been music, TV, voluble poker game conversations, and other muted recreational sounds wafting from the farther reaches of the facility. In a whisper, so thin it was little more than a sub-vocalization, Ginger said,
"Are they all dead?"
"I told you," Jack said in an equally quiet voice. "Something's wrong." Dom felt drawn toward the huge wooden doors, almost 3 stories high, at least 60 feet wide, that sealed the entrance to the 4th cavern, so he allowed his feelings to guide him. Followed by Ginger and Jack, he walked as quietly as he could toward a smaller, man-sized door set in the bottom of one of those giant wooden portals. It was ajar, and a wedge of light, brighter than that in the main cavern, fell out onto the stone floor. He put one hand upon the door to pull it open, then stopped when he heard low voices inside. He listened until he ascertained there were only 2 of them, both men. They were speaking too softly for him to follow their conversation. Dom considered turning back, but he had a hunch that if he had an opportunity to look into any one room before being apprehended, he could do no better than this one. He pulled open the small door in the huge door and walked through. The ship was there. Ginger stood with one hand on her breast as if to restrain her heart from hammering loose. The cavern beyond the wooden doors was enormous, fully 200 feet long and varying between 80 and 120 feet in width, with a high, domed ceiling. The rock floor had been chiseled, planed, and abraded to form a level surface from wall to wall. All the deep holes and crevices had been filled with concrete. Judging from scattered oil and grease stains, and from recessed ring bolts in the floor, the chamber had once been used for storing or servicing vehicles. To the right of the entrance, along the wall, were more trailer-like buildings with small windows and metal doors, a dozen, stretching almost to the end of the chamber. Though probably used as offices or living quarters at one time, they had been converted to research facilities. Hand-lettered signs were fixed to some doors: Chem Lab, Chem Library, Pathology, Biolab, Biolibrary, Physics 1, Physics 2, Anthropology, and others too far away to read. In addition, work tables and large machines, a conventional X-ray unit, a large sound spectrograph of exactly the kind in use at Boston Memorial Hospital, and many other pieces of equipment Ginger did not recognize, stood in rows or clusters in the open area immediately in front of the metal buildings, as if someone were conducting a sidewalk sale of high-tech laboratory equipment. The amount of research to be done had outstripped the available quarters, which was no surprise, considering the object of the inquiry. The ship from another world lay to the left of the entrance. It looked exactly as Ginger had recollected minutes ago, when the forbidden memory had at last pushed through the block and returned to her. A cylinder between 50 and 60 feet long, 15 feet in diameter, rounded at both ends. It had been set upon a series of 5-foot-high steel trestles to keep it off the floor, rather like a submarine in dry dock for repairs. The only thing different from its appearance on the night of July 6th was the absence of the eerie glow that had changed from moon-white to scarlet to amber. It possessed no visible propulsion system, no rockets. The hull was nearly as featureless as she recalled. Here, a 10-foot-long row of shallow depressions in the metal, each big enough for her to insert her fist, but without evident purpose. There, 4 protruding hemispheres like halves of cantaloupes, also without apparent function. Here and there, half a dozen circular elevations, some as large as the lid of a trash can, some no bigger than the mouth of a mayonnaise jar, none higher than 3 inches, all quite mysterious. Otherwise, but for the marks of wear and age, the long, curving hull was smooth over 98% of its surface. Yet its unspectacular design did not prevent it from being by far the most spectacular thing Ginger had ever seen. She was simultaneously terrified and joyous, overcome with a dread of the unknown yet exultant. 2 men were sitting at a table at the foot of portable stairs that led up to an open hatch in the flank of the elevated spacecraft. The most imposing was a lanky man in his 40s, with curly black hair and beard, wearing dark trousers, dark shirt, and white lab coat. The other was in an army uniform with the jacket unbuttoned, a somewhat portly man 10 years older than his bearded companion. Now, seeing their 3 visitors, they fell silent, rose from their chairs, but did not shout for guards or rush to trip an alarm switch. The 2 merely watched Dom, Jack, and Ginger with interest, gauging their first reactions to the trestled craft that loomed over them. They were expecting us, Ginger thought. That realization should have concerned her, but it did not. She had no interest in anything but the ship. With Dom close by her right side and Jack on her left, she moved with them in silence to the nearest end of the cylindrical vessel. Although her heart had begun beating hard and fast the moment she had entered the chamber and seen the ship, its previous pounding was mild compared to its current, furious hammering. They stopped within an arm's length of the hull and studied it with an attitude of wonder bordering on veneration. Random, swirling patterns of fine-grain abrasion swept across the entire curving bulk of it, as if it had persevered through clouds of cosmic dust or particles of a type and origin as yet unknown to man. Random nicks and small dents were scattered across the surface, clearly not part of the design, but inflicted by elements far more hostile than the winds and storms that battered the ships of Earth's seas and skies. The hull was mottled gray, black, amber, brown, as if bathed in 100 different acids and scorched in 1,000 fires. Aside from its intrinsic and powerful alienness, the strongest impression Ginger got from the ship was a sense of great age. For all she knew, it could have been built only a few years ago and could have journeyed to Elko County at faster-than-light speeds, arriving on the night of July 6th, just a few months or a year after being launched. But she did not think that was the case. She could not ascertain the source of her conviction, call it intuition, but she was certain that she was standing in the shadow of an ancient vessel. And when she reached out and touched the cool metal, letting her fingertips move lightly over its scarred and finely abraded surface, she felt even more strongly that she was in the presence of a venerable relic. They had come such a long way, such a very long way. Following her lead, Dom and Jack had touched the hull too. Dom took a deep, quaverous breath. His was more eloquent than any words could have been.
"Oh, how I wish my father could have lived for this,"
Ginger said, remembering dear Jacob the Dreamer, Jacob the Luftmensch, who had always loved tales of other worlds and distant times. Jack said,
"I wish Jenny lived longer. Just a little longer."
Ginger suddenly realized that Jack did not mean the same thing she meant, that he was not saying he wished his Jenny had lived to see this vessel. He was wishing she had lived through these events because, as a result of this extraterrestrial contact, Brendan and Dom had acquired the power to heal her. If she had not succumbed on Christmas Day, they might have been able to go back to her, assuming they got out of Thunder Hill alive, and might have knit up her damaged brain, bringing her out of her coma, returning her to the arms of her devoted husband. That jolting moment of comprehension made Ginger aware that she had hardly begun to grasp the implications of this incredible event. The portly man in the military uniform and the bearded man in the lab coat had walked over from the table near the ship's portal. The civilian put his hand to the hull, which Ginger and Dom and Jack were still exploring. He said, "An alloy of some kind. Harder than any steel produced on this world. Harder than diamond, yet extremely light and with surprising flexibility. You're Dom Corvasis." "Yes," Dom said, offering his hand to the stranger, a courtesy that would have surprised Ginger if she had not also sensed that this mild-spoken scientist and the military man with him were not their enemies. "I'm Miles Bennell, director of the team studying this wonderful event, and this is General Alvarado, commanding officer of Thunder Hill. I can't tell you how deeply I regret what's been done to you. This shouldn't be a secret possessed by a few. It belongs to the world, and if I had my way, the world would hear about it tomorrow." Bennell shook Jack's and Ginger's hands, too. Ginger said, "We have questions." "And you deserve answers," Bennell said. "I'll tell you everything we've been able to learn, but we might as well wait until everyone's assembled. Where are the others?" "What others?" Dom asked, and Ginger said,
"You mean from the motel? They're not with us."
Bennell blinked in surprise. You mean most of them managed to slip through Colonel Falkirk's hands?
Falkirk?
Jack said.
Do you think he brought us here?
Bennell said.
If not Falkirk, who?
We came in ourselves, Dom said. Ginger saw the shock of that news register with both Bennell and General Alvarado. They looked at each other in surprise, and then a light of hope lit both their faces. Alvarado said,
You're not telling us you found a way through the depository security? But that's not possible.
Have you read the file on Jack? Bennell asked his friend.
Yes?
Well, just remember his ranger training and what he's been doing for a living these past 8 years or so. Jack shook his head.
I can't take all the credit.
Yeah, I got us through the perimeter, across the grounds, and past the first door. But it was Dom who actually got us inside.
Dom?
Bennell said, turning in surprise to the writer. But what do you know about security systems? Unless... Of course. This strange damn power of yours. Since that experience in Lomax's house, and since the light you generated when Cronin first arrived at the Tranquility, you must have discovered the power wasn't external. You must know now that it's actually in you. Ginger realized that Bennell's statement had revealed that their conversations at the Tranquility had indeed been monitored. But it also revealed that their discussions and strategy sessions in the diner after Jack's arrival had not been penetrated. Otherwise, Bennell would have known about the experiment last night, in which both Dom and Brendan had learned that their apparently mystical experiences were, in fact, events of their own creation.
Yes, Dom said. We know the power's in us, me and Brendan. But where does it come from, Dr. Bennell?
You don't know?
I think it has something to do with what happened to us when we went in the ship, but I can't remember. Can't you tell me?
No, Miles Bennell said. Not really. It was known that 3 of you went into the vessel, but we didn't know that anything peculiar had happened to you in there. You'd come out just as the helicopters with Dero troops and scientific observers began to arrive on the site, and no one figured you'd been in there more than a couple minutes. When you were taken into custody, you didn't tell anyone that something important had happened while you'd been aboard. I believe you said you'd just looked around. And for ease of handling, you were all sedated immediately after being arrested and conveyed back to the Tranquility. So even if you had changed your mind and decided to tell us what happened, you didn't have a chance. Excited, the lanky scientist absent-mindedly began to comb his long fingers through his curly black beard as he talked. When the decision was made to put a lid on the event, to brainwash every civilian who'd seen it, there wasn't time for a thorough debriefing of all the witnesses. In fact, you were never brought out of sedation. You were moved directly onto the drug program that was part of your memory wipe. That's one reason I was opposed to the cover-up. I felt that by brainwashing you without giving us plenty of time to debrief, well, it was not only unfair and cruel to you, but a really stupid waste of potential sources of data. Ginger looked toward the open portal farther along the flank of the vessel, at the top of the portable stairs. If we go back inside now, maybe the last of the memory block will crumble. That might help, Bennell agreed. Looking up at the starship again, Jack said, How'd you know I was coming down out there, along I-80? Yeah, Dom said. And why'd they think it should be covered up? And the creatures who came in it, Jack said. God, yes, Ginger said. Where are they? What's happened to them? Interrupting, General Alvarado said, Like Miles said, you'll get the answers because you deserve them. But first, there's more urgent business. He turned to Dom. I suppose if you can levitate things and create light out of thin air, there's no problem getting through an electronic security system.
And if you can get in, you ought to be able to use your power to keep other people out. You think you could? Keep both the blast doors and the smaller entrance from opening until we're ready to open them?" Dom was clearly as baffled by these questions as Ginger was. He said, "Well, maybe, I don't know." Bennell looked at the general. "Bob, if you keep the colonel out, that'll be like lighting the fuse. He knows no one can control Vigilant but him. If he can't get in, it'll look like voodoo to him. He'll be sure we're all infected." "Infected?" Ginger said uneasily. Alvarado said, "The colonel is convinced that we, you, me, Miles, all of us, have been somehow possessed by alien beings, taken over like a bunch of puppets, and that we're not human anymore." "That's insane," Jack said. But with greater uneasiness, Ginger said, "Of course, we know we haven't been. But is there reason to believe it could have happened?" "Initially, yes, some small reason," Miles Bennell said. "But it didn't happen. It's not true. And we understand now that it was never a possibility. Just typical black-minded human nature, putting the worst interpretation on everything. I'll explain later." Ginger was about to demand an immediate explanation, but General Alvarado said, "Please hold the questions. We don't have much time. Right now, we believe Falkirk is returning here, having taken your friends into custody." "No," Dom said. "They got away before we did. They're gone." "Never underestimate the colonel," Alvarado said. "But see, the thing is, if Dom could use his power to shut down the entrances and keep Falkirk out, maybe we'd have the time to find a way to blow this whole story wide open. Because if he gets in here, I'm afraid there's going to be bloodshed, one way or another." Movement at the front of the chamber caught Ginger's attention, and she gasped in dismay when she saw Georgia, Marcy, Brendan, and then all the others coming in through the small door in the big door. "Too late," Miles Bennell said. "Too late." At the entrance to Thunder Hill Depository, the 7 witnesses and Parker Fane were taken out of the transport and grouped in the snow in front of the smaller steel door. Lieutenant Horner's machine gun discouraged flight and resistance. Leland ordered the other Dero men back to Schenkfield, where they were to bury Stefan Vikazik in an unmarked grave and await further orders. But no orders would be forthcoming from Leland, for he would not be alive to give them. It was not necessary to sacrifice the entire company, for just he and one other man could control the prisoners and destroy the entire depository, and it was Lieutenant Horner's bad luck to be second in command and have that responsibility fall upon his shoulders. In the entrance tunnel, Leland was alarmed to see that the video cameras were not working, but then he realized that the new emergency program under which Vigilant was operating did not require visual ID for admittance, for it would respond only to one key, the prints of the palm and all the fingers on Leland's left hand. When he put his palm to the glass panel beside the inner door, Vigilant admitted him at once. He and Horner took the 8 prisoners down to the 2nd level and across the hub to the cavern where Alvarado and Bennell waited. As Leland stood back and watched them file through the man-sized door in the huge wooden wall, he looked beyond them and saw the other witnesses, Corvasis, Weiss, and Twist. And although he did not know how they had gotten here, he was exhilarated by the realization that, contrary to expectations, he had the whole group exactly where he wanted them. He left Horner to follow the prisoners, while he hurried back to the elevators. He could never trust poor Tom again, not now that the lieutenant had been alone with people who might be contaminated. Carrying his submachine gun at the ready, Leland took a smaller elevator down to the 3rd level. He intended to kill anyone who moved toward him, and if they rushed him in great numbers, he would turn the gun on himself. He wouldn't let himself be changed.
Through childhood and adolescence, his parents had striven to change him into one of them, a shouter and wailer in churches, a self-flagellator, a God-terrorized speaker of tongues. He had resisted the changes his parents would have wrought in him, and he would not be changed now. They had been after him all his life, in one guise or another, and they would not get him after he had come this far with his identity and dignity intact. The bottom level of Thunderhill Depository was given over entirely to the storage of supplies, munitions, and explosives. Staff members all lived on the second level, and most worked there as well. However, at any hour of the day, a few workers and a guard were usually on duty on the third and lowest floor. When Leland stepped out of the elevator into the central cavern off which other chambers opened, an arrangement much like that on the second floor, he was pleased to see the basement was deserted tonight. General Alvarado had obeyed Leland's orders and had sent all of his people to their quarters. Alvarado probably thought that by cooperating he could convince Leland that he and all his people were unquestionably human. But Leland was not naive enough to be taken in by such a ruse. His own parents had been capable of behaving like normal human beings, too. Oh, yes, smiles and plenty of sweet talk, oaths of love and affection. And just when you started to think they actually cared about you and wanted the best for you, they'd suddenly reveal themselves for what they really were. They would get out the leather strap, or the ping-pong paddle in which the old man had drilled holes, and the beatings would be administered in the name of God. Leland Falkirk couldn't be easily deceived by a masquerade of humanity, for at an early age he had learned to look for, in fact, to expect, an inhuman presence below the skin of normality. Crossing the main cavern to the massive steel blast door that sealed off the munitions room, Leland looked nervously, left and right and up into the darkness between the lights. One of his punishments, as a child, had been long imprisonments in a windowless coal cellar. Leland pressed his left hand to the glass panel beside the door, which rolled open. Banks of lights flickered on automatically down the length of a room piled 20 feet high with anchored crates and drums and racks that contained live ammunition, mortar shells, grenades, mines, and other instruments of destruction. At the end of the long chamber was a 20-foot square vault that also required a palm ID to be opened. The weapons within were of such deadly magnitude that only 8 people out of the hundreds in Thunderhill were authorized to enter, and no one of them alone could open the vault. The system required 3 of the 8 to apply their palms to the glass panel one after another within 1 minute before access would be granted. But this also was overseen by Vigilant, and the computer's new program, designed by Leland, made him the sole keeper of the depository's tactical nuclear arsenal. He put his palm to the cool glass, and 15 seconds later the many-layered steel Magruder vault door swung slowly open with a hum of electric motors. To the right of the vault door, 20 backpack nukes hung on wall pegs, missing only their primary detonators and their binary packages of explosive material. The detonators were stored in drawers along the back wall. To the left of the door, in lead-lined cabinets, the binary packages lay waiting for Armageddon. Zero training included familiarization with a variety of nuclear devices that terrorists might conceivably plant in American cities, so Leland knew how to assemble, arm, and disarm the bomb in virtually all of its design permutations. He got the components from the cabinets, took 2 backpack bomb frames down from the wall pegs, and put together both weapons in only 8 minutes, glancing nervously at the door as he worked. He breathed easier only when he had set the timers on both detonators for 15 minutes, and had started the clocks. He slung his submachine gun over his shoulder, slipped each arm into the straps of a backpack nuke. Each device weighed 69 pounds. He heaved both off the floor and lurched out of the vault, bent like a hunchback and grunting under that apocalyptic weight. Another man might have had to stop 2 or 3 times during the journey back through the immense munitions room. Any other man might have been forced to pause, put the bombs down, catch his breath, and stretch his muscles before going on, but not Leland Falkirk. That dead weight wrenched his back and pulled at his shoulders and made his arms ache, but he grew happier as the pain intensified. In the main cavern into which the elevators opened, he put one of the backpack nukes on the center of the floor. He looked around at the solid rock walls and up at the granite ceiling with a feeling of satisfaction. If there were any faults at all in the rock strata, and surely there were, the place would cave in, bringing everything above down with it. But even if the mighty stone chambers could contain and withstand the blast, no one who tried to take refuge on this level would survive. Not even an alien life form of great adaptability could reconstitute itself after being vaporized in a nuclear heat and reduced to random atoms. Nuclear pain. He would not be able to survive it, but he would prove that he had the nerve to contemplate and endure it. Only a fraction of a second of blinding agony. Not bad, actually. In fact, not as bad as vigorous and drawn-out beatings with a leather strap, or with a ping-pong paddle that had been drilled full of holes to increase the sting. Still holding the second nuke by its straps, Leland smiled down at the changing numbers on the first bomb's digital display clock, which was already counting toward Ragnarok. The nicest thing about backpack nukes was that, once armed, they could not be disarmed. He did not have to worry that someone could undo his work. He entered the elevator and rode up to the second level. Carrying Marcy, Georgia crossed directly to Jack Twist and stood beside him, looking up at the ship cradled on trestles. Although the collapse of her memory block and the inrushing recollections had more or less prepared her for this sight, she was overcome with an awe as powerful as that which had seized her in the troop transport when the astounding truth had first been revealed. She reached out to touch the mottled hull, and a shiver, part fear, part wonder, part delight, coursed through her when her fingertips made contact with the scorched and abraded metal. Whether following her mother's lead, or acting on an impulse of her own, Marcy reached forward too. When her small, tentative hand pressed against the hull, she said, "The moon. The moon." "Yes," Georgia said immediately. "Yes, honey. This is what you saw come down. Remember? It wasn't the moon falling. It was this, glowing white like the moon, then red, then amber." "Moon," the child said softly, sliding her tiny hand back and forth across the flank of the vessel, as if she were trying to clean off the mottled film of age and tribulation and thereby also clean off the clouded surface of her own memory. "Moon fell down." "Not the moon, honey. A ship. A very special ship. A spaceship, like in the movies, baby." Marcy turned and looked at Georgia. Actually, looked at her, with eyes that were no longer out of focus or turned inward. "Like Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock?" Georgia smiled and hugged her tighter. "Yes, honey, like Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock." "Like Luke Skywalker," Jack said, leaning forward and pushing a lock of hair out of the girl's eyes. "Luke," Marcy said. "And Han Solo," Jack said. The child's eyes blurred out of focus. She had returned to her private place to contemplate the news she had just received.
Jack smiled at Georgia and said, "She's gonna be all right. It may take time, but she'll be all right, because her whole obsession was a struggle to remember. Now she's begun to remember, and she doesn't need to struggle anymore." As usual, Georgia was reassured merely by his presence, by his aura of calm competence.
"She'll be all right, if we can get out of here alive and with our memories intact."
"We will," Jack said. "Somehow." A rush of warm emotion filled Dom when he saw Parker. He embraced the stocky artist and said, "How in God's name did you wind up here, my friend?" "It's a long story," Parker said. A sorrow in his face and eyes said, better than words, that at least part of the story was bleak. "I didn't mean to get you so deep in this trouble," Dom said. Looking up at the starship, Parker said, "I wouldn't have missed it for the world." "What happened to your beard?" "When this kind of company's coming," Parker said, gesturing at the ship, "they're worth shaving for." Ernie moved along the side of the starship, staring, touching. Faye stayed with Brendan, for she was concerned about him. Months ago he had lost his faith, or had thought he'd lost it, which was just as bad for him. And tonight he had lost Father Vikazik, a blow that had left him hollow-eyed and shaky.
"Faye,"
he said, looking up at the ship,
"it's truly wonderful, isn't it?"
"Yes," she said.
"I never was one for stories about other worlds. Never gave much thought to what it would mean. But it's the end of everything, and the start of something new. Wonderful and new."
"But it's not God," he said. "And in my heart that's what I had hoped it would be." She took his hand.
"Remember the message that Parker brought you from Father Vikazik? What he told you in the truck? Father Vikazik knew what had happened, what had come down that night, and for him it was a reaffirmation of his faith."
Brendan smiled forlornly. "For him everything was a reaffirmation of his faith."
"Then it'll also be a reaffirmation for you," she told him. "You just need time. A little time to think about it. Then you'll see it the same way Father Vikazik did, because, though you aren't aware of it, you are a lot like him."
He looked at her, surprised. "Not me. You didn't know him. I'm not half the priest, not half the man that he was." Faye smiled and pinched his cheek affectionately.
"Brendan, when you told us all about your rector, it was clear how much you admired him. And within one day, it was also clear that you were more like him than you realized. You're young, Brendan, you've still got things to learn, but when you're Father Vikazik's age, you're going to be the man and the priest that he was, and every day of your life is going to be a living testament to him." A fragile hopefulness replaced his despair. His mouth trembled and his voice cracked. You really think so?" "I know it." He put his arms around her, and she hugged him. Ned and Sandy stood with their arms around each other's waists, looking up at the ship. Neither spoke, because nothing more needed to be said. At least, that's the way it seemed to him. Then Sandy said something that did need to be said. "Ned, if we get out of this alive, I want to go see a doctor. You know, one of those fertility experts. I want to do whatever I can to bring a baby into the world."
"But you've always...
I never liked the world enough before," she said softly. "But now, I want a part of us to be there when our kind go out to ride on top of all the darkness, to other worlds, maybe to meet the strangers, the wonderful strangers who came in this. I'll be a real good mother, Ned.
I know you will.
When Miles Bennell saw the last of the witnesses and Parker Fane filing into the chamber, he gave up hope of employing Dom Curvace's new powers to freeze Falkirk out of Thunder Hill. He would have to rely, instead, on the .357 Magnum that was tucked into his belt. It pressed hard against his stomach, hidden beneath his loose, white lab coat. Miles thought Leland would come with at least 20 men, probably twice that number. He expected the colonel, Horner, and half a dozen soldiers to enter the chamber behind the last of the witnesses. But only Horner appeared, toting a submachine gun and prepared to use it. As the blocks, the Sarvers, Brendan Cronin, and the others were drawn instantly and irresistibly to the starship, Horner said, "General Alvarado, Dr. Bennell, Colonel Falkirk will be along in a moment."
"How dare you come in here with an automatic weapon at the ready?" Bob said, with an aplomb Miles admired. "Good God, man! Don't you realize if your finger slipped and you let off a burst, the slugs would keep ricocheting off these rock walls, killing all of us, you included?"
"My finger never slips, sir," Horner said, in such a way that he was virtually challenging Bob to make an issue of it. Instead, Bob said sharply,
"Where's Falkirk?"
"Sir, the colonel had some things to attend to. He apologizes for keeping you waiting. He'll join us shortly."
"What things?" Bob Alvarado asked.
"Sir, the colonel doesn't always consult me about his every move." Miles was half afraid Falkirk had already taken squads of Dero troops to liquidate the staff. But that grim possibility seemed less likely with every second that passed, unmarred by the rattle of gunfire. He was a heavily armed man, looking for a chance to turn the tables on his enemies, but he did not want to appear that way to Horner. So Miles decided the most natural thing to do would be to talk with the witnesses and begin to answer some of the many questions they had. He discovered that most of them had already heard about the CISG, so he quickly summarized the findings of that committee for the others, by way of explaining why the cover-up had initially been ordered. The ship before them, Miles explained, had first been spotted by deeply positioned defense satellites orbiting the Earth at a distance of more than 22,000 miles. They had seen it coming in past the moon. The Soviets, whose defense satellites were cruder, did not spot the visitor until much later, and never accurately identified it. Initially, observers thought the alien craft was a large meteorite or small asteroid on a collision course with Earth. If it was a soft, porous material, it might burn up during descent. And even if Earth were unlucky, if the incoming debris was made of more solid stuff, it still might fragment into a host of small and relatively harmless meteorites. However, if Earth were very unlucky, if the wandering rock had a high nickel-iron content, which might eliminate the possibility of extensive fragmentation, it was definitely a menace. Of course, it was almost certain to hit water, since oceans covered 70% of the planet's surface. Water impact would result in little damage, unless it hit close enough to shore for its tsunami to devastate a port. The worst-case possibility was a land strike in a heavily populated area. Imagine a lump of nickel and iron, the size of a bus, hurtling into the heart of Manhattan at a couple of thousand miles an hour, Miles told them. That picture was horrifying enough to make us consider measures to destroy or deflect it. Less than 6 months earlier, the first satellites in the nation's strategic defense shield had been placed secretly in orbit. They had comprised less than 10% of the system as it would be ultimately constituted, and on their own they could not have done much to prevent nuclear war. But thanks to several forward-thinking designers, every satellite had been given high maneuverability that would allow it to turn its armaments outward and double as a planetary defense against just such a threat as that hurtling piece of space junk. Recent theory proposed that impacting comets or asteroids had wiped out the dinosaurs, and prudent planners had decided it might be wise to use the strategic defense shield to knock down not only Soviet missiles, but the fate-flung missiles of the universe itself. Therefore, one of the satellites was repositioned while the meteorite streaked nearer Earth, and plans were laid to fire all of its anti-missile missiles at the intruder. Although none of those projectiles was nuclear, their explosive warheads in combination were believed sufficient to fragment the meteorite into enough pieces to ensure that none would be large enough to reach the surface of Earth with destructive potential. Then, Miles said, hours before the scheduled attack on the intruder, an analysis of the latest photographs indicated a shockingly symmetrical shape, and spectrographic readings forwarded by the satellite began to confirm that it might be something stranger than a meteorite. Its analysis did not match any of the standard profiles for meteorites. He had walked among the witnesses as he talked, and now he put one hand upon the flank of the ship, still capable of being awed by it even after 18 months. New photos were ordered every 10 minutes. During the following hour, the approaching shape grew ever more distinct until the likelihood of it being a ship was so great that no one would risk ordering its destruction. We hadn't informed the Soviets of the object or of our intention to destroy it, for that would have given them information about our defense satellite capabilities. Now, we purposefully began random jamming of Soviet high-atmosphere radar, dropping bogies and electronic shadows on them to cover the ship's advance and thus keep the secret of its visit. At first, we thought it would take up orbit around Earth, but very late in the game we realized it was going to come straight in, following the very path an unpowered meteorite would have followed, though in a controlled fashion. Defense computers were able to give a 38-minute warning that point of impact would be here in Elko County.
Just enough time to close I-80, Ernie Block said, and call Falkirk and his Dero men in from wherever they were.
Idaho, Miles said. They were on training maneuvers in southern Idaho, fortunately quite close, or unfortunately, depending on your point of view.
Of course, Dr. Bennell, I know your point of view,
said Leland Falkirk from the door where he had at last appeared. The .357 Magnum felt as big as a cannon against Miles Bennell's belly, but suddenly it seemed as useless as a pea-shooter. Upon seeing Leland Falkirk for the first time, Ginger realized how little justice the newspaper photograph had done him. He was handsomer, more imposing, and more frightening than he'd appeared in the Sentinel. He didn't carry his submachine gun in the stern attitude of readiness that Horner affected, nonchalantly dangling it in one hand. However, his apparent laxity was more threatening than Horner's posturing. Ginger had the feeling that, by seeming to be careless, he was taunting them to try something. As Falkirk drew nearer the group, Ginger thought that he brought with him a palpable aura, and almost a stench of hatred and madness. Dr. Bennell said, "Where are all your men, Colonel?"
"No men,"
Falkirk said mildly. "Just Lieutenant Horner and me. No need for a display of force, really. I'm quite sure that when we've had time to discuss the situation rationally, we'll reach a solution to the problem that will satisfy everyone." Ginger had an even stronger feeling that the colonel was taunting them. He had the air of a child who, in possession of a secret, not only takes enormous pleasure in his special knowledge, but is especially tickled by the ignorance of others. She saw that Dr. Bennell seemed baffled by Falkirk's behavior and wary of him.
"Go on with your discussion,"
the colonel said, checking his watch.
"For heaven's sake, don't let me interrupt. You must have 1,000 questions you'd like Dr. Bennell to answer."
"I have one," Sandy said. "Doctor, where are the people who came in this ship?"
"Dead,"
Bennell said. "There were 8 of them, but they were all dead before they got here." A pang of regret pierced Ginger's heart, and from their expressions she saw that the others were equally shocked and disappointed. Parker and Georgia even groaned, softly, as if they had just been given news of a friend's death.
"How did they die?" Ned asked.
"Of what?" Glancing repeatedly at Colonel Falkirk, Bennell said, "Well, first you've got to know a little about them, about why they came in the first place. In their ship we found the virtual encyclopedia of their species, a crash course in their culture, biology, psychology, recorded on something like our own video discs. We required a couple of weeks to even identify the player, and a month to learn how to operate it. But once we figured it out, we found the machine still operable. Astonishing when you consider— well, better not jump ahead. Suffice to say, we're still going through the trove of material on those discs. It's superbly visual, explaining so much in spite of the language barrier, though it also slowly teaches their language. Those of us on the project almost feel a brotherhood with the people who built this ship." Colonel Falkirk laughed sourly. Mockingly, he said, "Brotherhood." Dr. Bennell glared at him, then continued, "I'd need weeks to tell you what we know of them now. Suffice to say they're an unimaginably ancient space-going species which had, at the time this ship departed its home port, searched out and located 5 other intelligent species in other solar systems than their own."
"5?" Ginger said in amazement. "But even if the galaxy is positively packed with life, that's incredible. Considering the vast distances to be traveled, the endless places to search."
Dr. Bennell nodded. "But you see, from the time they achieved the means of traveling from star to star, they apparently decided it was their sacred duty to seek out other intelligences. In fact, it seems to have become a religion to them." He shook his head and sighed. "It's difficult to be sure we understand this, because even their excellent visual encyclopedia more readily describes physical things than it does philosophies. But we think they see themselves as servants of some supreme force that created the universe."
"God?" Brendan interrupted.
"Are you saying they see themselves as servants of God?" "Something like that," Bennell said. "However, they aren't spreading any religious message. They simply feel they have a sacred obligation to help intelligent species find one another, to bind intelligences across the vast emptiness of space."
"Bind,"
Falkirk said ominously, and he looked at his watch. General Alvarado had been moving slowly to his right, putting himself at the periphery of the colonel's vision. He took another step. Ginger was increasingly uneasy about the undercurrent of antagonism between Falkirk and Bennell and Alvarado, which she did not entirely understand. She moved closer to Dom and put an arm around him. "And they bring another gift," Bennell said, frowning toward the colonel. "They're such an ancient species that they've evolved certain abilities we think of as psychic. The ability to heal, telekinesis, other things. Not only have they evolved those talents, but they've learned to infuse the same abilities in other intelligent species that lack them." "Infuse?" Dom said. "How?" "We don't entirely understand," Bennell said, "but they can pass these powers along. That is evidently what was done with you, and now you have the ability to pass the power to others."
"Pass the power?"
Jack said, astonished. "You mean Dom and Brendan could give us, or anyone, what they have?"
"I've already given it," Brendan said. "Ginger,
Dom, Jack, you didn't hear the news Parker brought from Father Vikazik. Those two I healed in Chicago, Emmy and Wenton, they've both got the power now."
"New sources of infection," Falkirk said somberly.
"And evidently," Parker said, "since Brendan healed me, I'll have it too, sooner or later." "Although I don't think it's passed only in healing," Brendan said. "It's just that the healing is such an intimate contact. Along with knitting up the tissues of the person you're healing, you somehow pass the power to them." Ginger's mind reeled. This news was every bit as earth-shaking as the existence of the starship.
"You mean... My God, you mean they came to help us evolve to a new level as a species? And that evolution is now already underway?"
"It would seem to be."
"Yes," Bennell said.
Looking at his wristwatch again, Leland Falkirk said,
"Please, this masquerade is getting boring."
"What masquerade?" Fablock asked. "What are you talking about, Colonel? We were told you believe we've all been somehow possessed, some nonsense like that. How can you have gotten such a crazy idea?"
"Spare me this charade," Falkirk said sharply. "You all pretend to know nothing. In reality, you know everything. Not one of you is human any longer. You're all possessed. And this innocence is play-acting to convince me to spare you, but it won't work. It's too late."
Repelled by Falkirk's air of madness, Ginger turned again to Bennell. "What is all this stuff about infection and possession?"
"A mistake," Bennell said, moving a few steps to his left.
Ginger realized he was trying to pull the Colonel's attention in that direction, away from General Alvarado, in order to give the General a better chance of slipping entirely out of Falkirk's notice. "A mistake," Bennell repeated. "Or rather, an example of the human race's typical xenophobia, hatred and suspicion of strangers, of anyone that's different. When we first viewed some of the video discs I mentioned, when we first learned about the extraterrestrials' desire to pass these powers to other species, we apparently misinterpreted what we were seeing. Initially, we thought they were taking possession of those they changed, inserting an alien consciousness into a host body. I guess it's an understandable paranoia, after all the horror novels and movies. We thought perhaps we had a parasitical race on our hands, but that misapprehension was quickly dispelled when we'd seen more of their discs and had time to puzzle out some of the finer points. Now we know we were wrong."
"I don't know it," Falkirk said. "I think you were all infected, and then, under the control of these creatures, you began to downplay the danger. Or the discs are merely propaganda, lies."
"No," Bennell said. "For one thing, I don't think these creatures would be capable of lying. Besides, if they could so easily take us over, they wouldn't require propaganda. And they sure as hell wouldn't bring us this encyclopedia that tells us they're going to change us." Ginger had noticed Brendan Cronin following the discussion even more avidly than everyone else, and now he said, "I know the religious metaphor may not be entirely appropriate here, but if they feel they come to us as the servants of God, and if they come to hand down to us these miraculous gifts, then you could almost say they were angels, archangels bestowing special blessings." Falkirk laughed harshly.
"Oh, that's rich, Cronin. Do you really think you can get to me from a religious angle? Me? Even if I were a religious fanatic like my dead and rotting parents, I wouldn't buy these creatures as angels. Angels? With faces like buckets of worms?"
"Worms? What's he talking about?" Brendan asked Bennell. The scientist said, "They look very different from us. Bipeds with forearms rather like us, yes, 6 digits instead of 5,
but that's about all we have in common in the way of looks. Initially, they seem repulsive. In fact, repulsive is a mild word, but in time, you begin to see they have a certain beauty of their own. Beauty of their own, Falkirk said scornfully. Monsters is what they are, and they'd only have beauty in the eyes of other monsters. So you've just proven my point, Bennell. Ginger's anger with Falkirk drove her to take a couple of steps toward him in spite of his submachine gun. You damn fool, she said. What does it matter what they look like? The important thing is what they are. And evidently, they're creatures with a deep sense of purpose. Noble purpose. No matter how different they look, the things we have in common with them are greater than our differences. My father always said that, as much as intelligence, the things that separated us from the beasts were courage, love, friendship, compassion, and empathy. Do you realize what courage it took for them to set out on this journey across God knows how many thousands of millions of miles? So that's one big thing we share with them, courage. And love, friendship. They must have those too. Otherwise, how would they have built a civilization that could reach to the stars? You need love and friendship to have a reason to build. Compassion. They've got a mission to bring other intelligent species to a higher rung on the evolutionary ladder. Surely that takes compassion and empathy. Isn't that obvious? They empathize with our fear and loneliness, with our dread that we're adrift in a meaningless universe. They empathize so much that they commit themselves to these incredible journeys on the mere hope of encountering us and bringing us the news that we are not alone. Suddenly, she knew her anger wasn't directed so much at Falkirk as at this horrid blindness in the human species that led it frequently into spirals of self-destruction. Look at me, she told the colonel. I'm a Jew, and there are those who say I'm not the same as they are. Not as good, even dangerous. Stories of Jews drinking the blood of Gentile babies. There are the ignorant who believe that garbage. Is there any difference between that sick anti-Semitism and your stubborn insistence, in spite of all evidence to the contrary, that these creatures come to drink our blood? Let us go, for God's sake. Stop the endless hatred here. Stop it now. We have a destiny that leaves no room for hatred. Bravo, Falkirk said acidly. A very nice speech. Even as he spoke, the colonel swung his machine gun toward General Alvarado and said, Don't go for your gun, General. I assume you're carrying one. I won't be shot. I want to die in the glorious fire. Fire, Bennell said. Falkirk grinned. That's right, Doctor. The glorious fire that will consume us all and save the world from this infection. Christ, Bennell said. That's why you didn't bring more men with you. You didn't want to sacrifice more than necessary. He turned to Alvarado. Bob, the crazy bastard's gotten into the tactical nukes. Ginger knew that Alvarado was feeling precisely what she felt at this news, for his face twisted and went instantly gray. 2 backpack nukes, Falkirk said. One right outside that door. The other in the main chamber downstairs. He checked his watch. Less than 3 minutes, and we'll all be vapor. Not even time left for you to change me, I'll bet. How long does it take to change one of us to one of you? Longer than 3 minutes, I suppose. Abruptly, the machine gun tore out of Falkirk's hands as if it had acquired life and taken flight, wrenching loose of his grasp with such force that it cut his fingers and tore off a couple of his nails. At the same instant, Lieutenant Horner screamed as his machine gun erupted from his grasp with equal suddenness and force.
Ginger saw both weapons spin through the air and drop with a clatter, one at the feet of Ernie Block and the other at Jack Twist's side, both of whom jubilantly took up the guns and covered Falkirk and Horner.
You?
Ginger said wonderingly, turning to Dom.
Me.
Yeah, I think, he said breathlessly. I didn't know I could do it until I had to. Sort of the way Brendan heals people. Stunned, Dr. Bennell said,
But it doesn't matter.
Falkirk said 3 minutes.
2,
Falkirk said, cradling one bleeding hand in the other and grinning happily.
2 minutes now.
And backpack nukes can't be disarmed, Alvarado said. Running, Dom shouted, Brendan, you take the one outside this door, I'll get the one downstairs. They can't be disarmed, Alvarado repeated. Brendan knelt beside the nuclear device and winced when he saw the time remaining on the clock, 1 minute, 33 seconds. He didn't know what to do. He had healed 3 people, yes, and he had caused some pepper shakers to whirl through the air, and he had even generated light out of nothingness, but he remembered how the pepper shakers had gotten out of control, and how the chairs had leapt off the diner floor and smashed against the ceiling, and he knew if he made one false move with the detonator in this bomb, he would not be saved by all his superhuman power. 1 minute, 26 seconds. The others had come out of the cavern where the ship rested and had gathered around. Even Falkirk and Horner remained under guard, though there was no reason for them to try to get their guns. They trusted in the efficacy of the bomb. 1 minute, 11 seconds.
If I smash the detonator, Brendan said to Alvarado, pulverize it, would that?
No, the general said. Once armed, the detonator will trigger the bomb automatically if you try to wreck it.
103.
Faye knelt beside him.
Just make it pop right up out of the damn bomb, Brendan, the way Dom tore those guns out of their hands.
Brendan stared at the rapidly changing numerals on the detonator's clock and tried to imagine that entire device popping free of the rest of the bomb. Nothing happened. 54 seconds. Cursing the slowness of the elevator, Dom virtually flew out of the doors when they opened, with Ginger close behind him, and dashed to the backpack nuke standing in the center of the main cavern on the bottom level of Thunder Hill. Heart pounding even faster than his stomach was churning, he crouched beside the bomb and said, Jesus, when he saw the digital clock. 50 seconds.
You can do it,
Ginger said, stooping at the other side of the hateful device.
You've got a destiny.
Here goes.
Love you,
she said.
Love you,
he said, as surprised as she was by that statement. 42 seconds. He raised his hands over the nuclear device, and he felt the rings appearing immediately in his palms. 40 seconds. Brendan had broken out in a sweat.
39 seconds.
He strained, trying to work the magic that he knew was in him, but though the stigmata burned on his palms, and in spite of the fact that he could feel the power surging in him, he could not focus on the urgent task. He kept thinking about what could go wrong, and that in some way he would be responsible if it did go wrong, and the more he thought, the less he could direct the miraculous energy within him. 34 seconds. Parker Fane pushed between 2 onlookers and dropped to his knees beside Brendan. No offense, Father, but maybe the problem is that you, being a Jesuit, are just too damn prone to intellectualize. Maybe this requires going with your gut. Maybe what this needs is a wild-ass, go-for-it, try-anything, gonzo berserker commitment of an artist. He thrust his own large hands toward the detonator and shouted, Come out of there, you fucker! With a snap of wires, the detonator leapt out of its niche in the bomb package and straight into Parker's hands. There were cries of relief and congratulations, but Brendan said,
The clock's still counting down.
11 seconds. Yeah, but it's not connected to the bomb anymore, Parker said, grinning broadly. Alvarado said, But there's a conventional explosive charge in the damn detonator. The detonator erupted out of the bomb into Dom's hands. He saw the clock still counting, and he sensed it had to be stopped even though there was no longer a chance of a nuclear explosion, so he simply willed it to stop, and the lighted numerals froze at 3. 3. Parker, unaccustomed to the role of magician, panicked at this secondary crisis. Certain his power was depleted, he chose a course of action perfectly in character. With a war cry to rival John Wayne in one of the Duke's old movies, Parker turned and threw the detonator toward the far wall of the cavern as if lobbing a grenade. He knew he could not cast it clear to the other side of the chamber, but he hoped he could pitch it far enough. Even as it left his hand, he flung himself to the floor, as the others had already done. Dom was kissing Ginger when the explosion sounded overhead, and they both jumped. For an instant, he thought Brendan had failed to disarm the other device, then realized a nuclear explosion would have brought the ceiling down on them. "The detonator," she said. "Come on, let's see if anyone's hurt." The lift crawled upward. When they arrived at the second level, the main chamber was filled with scores of depository staff members, all carrying guns and responding to the sound of battle. Holding Ginger's hand, Dom pushed through the crowd toward the place where he had left Brendan with the first backpack nuke. He saw Faye, Sandy, and Ned. Then Brendan, alive, unhurt. Georgia. Marcy. Parker loomed on his right and gave both him and Ginger a bear hug. "You should have seen me, kids. If they'd had both me and Audie Murphy, World War II would have been over in about 6 months. "I'm beginning to see why Dom admires you so," Ginger said. Parker raised his eyebrows. "But of course, my dear. To know me is to love me." A sudden cry of alarm rose, which jolted Dom because he thought all danger was past. When he turned, he saw that Falkirk had dodged away from Jack and Ernie in the turmoil and had wrenched a revolver from one of the Thunderhill staff. Everyone fell back from him. "For Christ's sake!" Jack shouted. "It's over, Colonel! It's over, damn you!" But Falkirk had no intention of resuming his private war. His gray, translucent eyes shone with madness. "Yes," he said, "it's over, and I won't be changed like the rest of you. You won't get me!" Before anyone could reach him, or before anyone could think to tear the weapon from his hands with telekinetic power, he thrust the barrel of the revolver into his mouth and pulled the trigger. With a cry of horror, Ginger looked away from the falling corpse, and Dom turned his head too. It was not the bloody death itself that repelled, but the stupid, pointless waste when at last humankind had within its grasp the secret of immortality. 3. Transcendence. As the staff of Thunderhill filled the cavern, milling around the ship that most had never seen before, Ginger and Dom and the other witnesses followed Miles Bennell into the vessel. The interior was not dramatic, but as plain as the exterior, with none of the complex and powerful machinery that one expected in a craft capable of such a journey. Miles Bennell explained that the builders had advanced beyond machinery as humankind understood it, perhaps even beyond physics as humankind understood it. There was one long chamber within, and it was for the most part gray, drab, featureless. The warm, golden luminosity which had filled the vessel on the night of July 6th, and which Brendan had remembered in his dreams, was not visible now. There was only a line of ordinary work lights that the scientists had strung for their convenience. In spite of its plainness, the chamber had a warmth, appeal, and magic that, strangely enough, reminded Ginger of her father's private office at the back of his first jewelry store in Brooklyn, the one he always used as his headquarters. The walls of that sanctum sanctorum had been decorated only with a calendar, and the furniture had been inexpensive, old and well-used, plain, even drab. But for Ginger it had been a fine and magical room, because Jacob had seldom worked there, but had squirreled away with one book or another, from which he'd often read to her. Sometimes it would be a mystery, or a fantasy about gnomes and witches, a story of other worlds, or a thriller about spies. And when Jacob read, his voice acquired a resonant and mesmerizing timbre. The reality of that gray little office faded, and for hours Ginger could believe herself to be investigating with Sherlock Holmes upon the misty moors, celebrating with the Hobbit, Mr. Bilbo Baggins, inside the hill at Bag End, or with Jim and Will as they explored the terrible carnival in Mr. Bradbury's lovely book. Jacob's office hadn't been only what it seemed to be, and although the ship bore no physical resemblance to Jacob's office, it was similar in that it was more than it appeared. Under its drab skin it harbored wondrous things, great mysteries. Spaced along each long wall were 4 coffin-like containers of a semi-transparent, milky blue substance that looked like carved quartz. These were, Miles Bennell explained, the beds in which the travelers had passed their long journey in a state of near-suspended animation, aging only the equivalent of 1 Earth year for every 50 that passed. As they dreamed, the fully automated ship proceeded through the void, reaching ahead with an array of sensors and probes for indications of life in the hundreds of thousands of solar systems that it passed. It did not escape Ginger's notice that the top of each container was marked by 2 raised rings precisely the size of those that had appeared in Dom's and Brendan's hands. "You told us they were dead when they got here," Ned reminded Bennell. "But you never answered my question. What did they die from?" "Time," Bennell said. Although the ship and all its devices continued to function well right through the descent and the landing there along I-80, the occupants had perished of old age long before they ever got here. Faye said, "But you've told us they aged 1 year for every 50 that passed." "Yes," Bennell said. "And from what we've learned about them, they're long-lived by our standards. 500 years seems to be their average lifespan." Standing with Marcy in his arms, Jack Twist said, "But, my God, at 1 year for 50, they'd have to have been traveling 25,000 years to have died of old age." "Longer," Bennell said. "In spite of their vast knowledge and technology, they never found a way to exceed the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. In fact, their ship cruises at 98% of that, something like 182,000 miles per second. Fast, yes, but not fast enough when you consider the distances involved. Our own galaxy, in which there are neighbors, has a diameter of 80,000 light-years, or about 240,000 trillion miles. They tried to pinpoint the location of their home world for us through tridimensional galactic diagrams. We believe they come from a place more than 31,000 light-years around the perimeter of the galaxy from us. And since they travel at just under the speed of light, that means they left home a little less than 32,000 years ago. Even with their lives extended by suspended animation, they must have perished nearly 10,000 years ago." Ginger found herself shaking again, as she had shaken upon first turning her gaze upon the ancient ship. She touched the nearest of the milky blue containers, which seemed to her to be a powerful testimony to compassion and empathy beyond human understanding, the embodiment of a sacrifice that staggered the mind and humbled the heart. To have willingly given up the comforts of home, to have left their world and all their kind to travel such distances, on the mere hope of being able to help a struggling species at the far, far end. Bennell's voice had grown lower as he spoke, and now it was as soft as if he had been speaking in a church. They died 25,000 light-years from home. They were already dead when humankind still lived in caves and was just beginning to learn the basics of agriculture. When these incredible journeyers died, the entire population of our world was only about 5 million, fewer people than now live in New York alone. During the past 10,000 years, while we've struggled out of the dirt and broken our backs to build a shaky civilization, always teetering on the edge of destruction, those 8 dead seekers were coming steadily toward us across the vastness of the galactic rim. Ginger saw Brendan touch the other corner of the coffin on which she had rested her own hands. Tears glistened in his eyes. She knew what he was thinking. As a priest, he had taken vows of poverty and celibacy, and had forsworn many of the pleasures of secular life as an offering to God. He knew the meaning of sacrifice, but none of his sacrifices compared to what these beings had given up in the name of their cause. Parker said, "But to have found 5 other intelligent species, when the distances are so great and the odds so small, they must send out a great many of these ships." "We think they dispatch hundreds a year, maybe even thousands, and had been doing so for longer than 100,000 years before this vessel left port. As I said, it's their religion and their racial purpose combined. All the other 5 species they discovered were within 15,000 light-years from their world. And remember, even when they locate an intelligence at that distance, they don't know of it until 15,000 years after the discovery, for it takes that long for the message of the contact to reach home again. Are you beginning to grasp the depth and scale of their commitment?"
"Most ships," Ernie said, "must go out and never come back, and never meet with any success. Most of them just cruise on and on into endless space, while the crew perishes, as this crew perished."
"Yes," Bennell said. "And yet they keep going," Dom said. "And yet they keep going," Bennell said. "We may never meet others of them face to face," Ned said. "Give humanity 100 years to learn to apply all the knowledge and technology they brought us," Bennell said. "Then give us another, at least 1,000 years more to mature to the point where we're capable of making that same commitment. Then a ship will be launched, manned by a human crew in suspended animation. And possibly we'll find a way to improve the process so that they don't age at all, or age far more slowly. None of us will be alive to watch it take off, but it will go. I know in my heart it will. Then, 32,000 years after that, our distant descendants will be there, returning the call, remaking the contact these creatures don't even know they've established." They stood in stunned silence, trying to grasp the immensity of what Bennell envisioned. Ginger felt a chill of the most delicious and indescribable nature. Brendan said, "It's God's scale. We're talking about thinking, planning, and doing on God's scale, rather than mankind's." Parker said, "Sort of makes it a whole lot less important who's going to win this year's World Series, doesn't it?" Dom put his hands upon the rings that were featured on the top of that particular suspended animation chamber around which everyone was gathered. He said, I believe only 6 of the crew were dead. Fully dead that night in July, Dr. Bennell. I'm beginning to recall what happened when we entered this ship, and I feel as if we were called to 2 of these containers by something that still lived within them. Barely lived, but was not yet entirely dead. Yes, Brendan said, tears weaving down his cheeks now. In fact, I remember the golden light was coming from 2 of these boxes, and that it exerted not only an obvious but subliminal attraction. I was compelled to come and put my hands upon the rings, and when I put them here, somehow I knew that beneath the lid something was desperately clinging to life, not for its own sake, but for the sake of passing on some gift. And by putting its own hands against the inner surface of those conductive rings, it gave me what it had come so far to give. Then it died at last. I didn't know what was in me then, exactly. I suppose it would have taken some time to understand, to learn how to use the power. But before I ever had a chance, we were taken into custody. Alive, Bennell said, shocked, fascinated. Well, the condition of the 8 bodies. 2 were virtually turned to dust. 2 more were badly decomposed, apparently because their suspended animation boxes had shut down once they died. 4 were in much better condition, and 2 seemed perfectly preserved. But we never dared imagine. Yes, Dom said, clearly recalling more. Just barely alive, but holding on to pass the gift. Of course, I expected to be interrogated, to have a chance to tell what had happened to me in the ship, but the government was so eager to protect society from the shock of contact, and then so afraid of the unknown. I never had the chance to tell. Soon, Bennell said, we can tell the world. And change the world, Brendan said. Ginger looked at the faces of the Tranquility family, at Parker and Bennell, and sensed the bond that would soon exist between all men and women, an incredible closeness that would arise from their sudden shared leap up the evolutionary ladder toward a better world. No more would people be strangers, one to another, not anywhere on earth. All prior human history had been lived in the dark, and now they stood at the gates of a new dawn. She looked at her 2 small hands, a surgeon's hands, and she thought of the decade-long studies to which she had diligently applied herself with the hope of saving lives. Now, perhaps all that training would be for nothing. She didn't care. She was filled with joy at the prospect of a world that did not need medicine or surgery. Soon, when Dom had passed the gift to her, as she would ask him to, she'd be able to heal with her touch. More important, with only her touch, she would be able to pass on to others the power to heal themselves. The human lifespan would increase dramatically overnight. 300, 400, even 500 years. Except for accidents, the specter of death would be banished to a distant horizon. No more would husbands have to sit in mourning at the deathbeds of young wives. No more. Baruch Hashem. No more. We hope you